sono cosa, vedi? What the fuck? Whoa. The hell?
Welcome to Creep Caught. In this video, we'll be looking at 30 creepiest moments caught on a doorbell camera. A man in a hoodie approached a camera in Smithtown, New York, and snatched it. The owner asked the man what he wanted, and the man replied that he had returned to his room and closed the door.
What do you want? Peace.
What the hell?
What? Too late for that. Too late. When you stole from me, you started your own war. Too late for that. So it's too late for peace? You had a chance at peace. You had that night, you could have made peace by bringing my kid back you stole. And you stole from me, you started your own war.
What the heck?
You are at war, according to you? Good night, sir.
What the fuck?
It's blue, it doesn't ring. I guess that means you're hearing this? Do speak. Okay, so there's wine, cheese, and crackers across the hall if you're interested. Nah, we ain't no rats. We just don't want stealers while they can steal anything.
He returned with a towel wrapped over his head and something sticky affixed to the camera to shake the video.
What the heck?
The owner called the cops and filed charges against the neighbor, who was later arrested. This individual is the epitome of a bad neighbor. Raymond Hawkins, 45, opened the door to a delivery driver dropping off a parcel on May 1st, 2020. When Raymond went to pick up the gift, the delivery man attacked him with a knife.
What?
Three more masked men pursued Raymond and his wife from behind, muffled cries echoing from the house as they struggled.
Hey! No!
Sheesh. That is scary. That is fucking scary.
Over the past couple of weeks, I've gotten really into walking, which is a sentence normally reserved for babies, but it's true. I've fallen in love with walking. I have a goal of 10,000 steps every single day, and if I don't hit it, I feel like shit. I feel like I missed my daily quest, I missed my stat boost for the day, and I'll never get it back. So I make damn sure to hit my 10,000 steps, even if it takes 2 to 3 hours straight of walking. And it's kind of hard for me, because in my defense, I used to walk 500 steps total in a day. I'd walk to my stream, I'd walk to get food, I'd walk to take a shit, and then I'd walk to go to bed. That was it. Now, I'm a changed man. I've even become a Fitbit guy. I'm not set on being a Fitbit guy. I think it's kind of cringe, but, you know, the walking thing I'm for sure set on. And as a walker, I like noticing when other people walk. And one fellow streamer, Ginny, has been walking way more impressively than me because she's doing something called a waddle-thon, which I think she invented. She's basically walking across the entirety of Taiwan, which is miles and miles and miles of walking every single day. And it's dope to see because you see things you would never see in your day-to-day life. Even if you live in Taiwan, you probably wouldn't see the streets and the corners that she goes to because she's walking across the whole damn bitch. And it's clear that people are super into this stream. I mean, look how many different countries people are watching this waddle-thon from. If you guys haven't seen it, I'd definitely go check it out and support her. However, in the middle of Ginny's waddle-thon, something kind of weird happened. A guy showed up and stuck around a little bit too long, a little bit suspiciously. Oh my gosh, you scared the shit out of me, Coots. It seemed as though there was a stalker following Ginny, and this was kind of unearthed in part by Twitch chat. So let's just watch this first clip here. The yellow and black telephone pole, that means we're in Taiwan. Shadow Rainbow. And you can see across this, like, busy highway is some random guy in a black hoodie. He's covering his face all the way, and you probably shouldn't be walking on the street in general. It's not really a street to walk on. There's not really a sidewalk, but Ginny's doing it because that's her job, and this guy also happens to be doing it. Not weird by itself, but that's not where it ends. Keep an eye on the timestamp with 1 hour, 22 minutes. 10 minutes later, we have this clip.
The guy in dark coat, oh, he's there. He's there. Do you see him? He's there.
So Twitch chat started to catch on that this guy might still be lurking around. So they started to ask her updates occasionally to see if he's still hanging around, if he's still close in proximity, just to keep tabs, you know, just to be safe. That was 10 minutes later. Here's another few minutes later.
California.
Banger.
Where's the hood guy? Hood guy is
Now, Twitch chat suspicions could be interpreted as someone who's maybe a little off the rocker, but they were spot on because this guy did not leave within like 30 feet of Ginny for the entirety of this stream.
That's scary.
Is 40 minutes after he was first spotted on the stream. Ginny's going to take a break at a little cafe. You know, just sit down for a while. Here's the little hoodie guy. She's like, you know what, I want to chill. I've been walking for a while. That is the purpose of the stream after all. Let me sip my coffee. She stays here and talks to chat for 1 whole hour. Just 1 whole hour, looking outside at the ocean, hanging out, having a drink. An hour and a half later, she's walking down.
guys.
What the heck?
That guy's still there. That guy was following us.
An hour and a half later, still there, just across the street. Now, unless you believe he was coincidentally taking a break at the same exact time at the same exact location, there is no reason for him to also be across the street from her still. At this point, the guy's just been following her for a few hours, stopping at the same times she does, walking to the same places she does. But this is where it gets particularly weird and honestly a little unsafe and uncomfortable. You can see him right here.
It's more sus and scary because he's like not. We cannot see his face at all.
He's totally
His face
covered.
is completely covered.
He crosses the street as she's trying to figure out some tech issues because
And then he doesn't even
her
come
internet
and
was
say
going
hi.
down.
He doesn't even talk to me. He just like follows.
And then he just kind of sits in the bushes weirdly.
Look, he's just there.
You know? He just happened to get inspired to go across the street to watch the ocean view. So you can see the timestamp here, 3 hours, 55 minutes. Then she finally gets the tech figured out, starts walking by 5 minutes later. Funnily enough, playing this song. Good meme.
I'll be watching.
And then she goes past him, films her own face, and after walking by far enough, he gets up from his spot that he happened to be watching the ocean at.
So weird.
It's just bizarre. It's just bizarre stalkerish behavior. Finally, gets a little more comfortable because some other people come from a news station who wanted to interview Ginny on what she's doing to make a story about it because she's walking across Taiwan, and it's pretty dope. Clearly, people in Taiwan are interested. And one of the news guys starts filming the stalker after Ginny tells him about the stalker.
It's gonna be on the news. Holy shit.
She's memeing that'll be on the news.
Hey,
Foreshadowing.
Bethany, what is
Then she does her interview for about 40 minutes. You can see the timestamp, 4 hours, 44 minutes. The filming happened at 4 hours, 2 minutes. 40-minute interview. And then she walks by this bench, and who's there but the stalker guy?
I think it really.
At this point, it's outright creepy. It's a goddamn disturbing. And there could be
That's
some
totally
serious
up
shit
to
that
you,
happens.
Beth.
When someone covers their face up, it's usually not because they're trying to do fun, good stuff.
Did he get up? I have no clue right now.
As she walks by the bench, he of course gets up, crosses the street, starts following her again. This went on for 4 hours, and thankfully Ginny was super aware of it. I think played it super well. Twitch chat honestly was tracking him down everywhere he went. Eventually, this happened.
Over there. What is he doing?
Like 50 some
I think
people?
he's like collecting something. Oh, there's a police officer. Oh, well.
I don't know if it was one of the viewers from Taiwan who were watching, but eventually somebody nods the police off, and the police stopped the guy for being weird and for stalking her. And she didn't film too much of this. She kind of moved on and went to a cafe to eat and continued walking because, let's be honest, she's got a lot of ground to cover. But what did happen next was beautiful because he was arrested by the police.
Oh,
Apparently, he was super, super annoying to the police. He was a huge pain in the ass. He was not cooperating at all. They arrested him. Not only did they arrest him, it got on the news that they arrested him. And here's Ginny talking about it.
Updates of the stalker. Oh, yes. So, there was a news. So, apparently, he had some, like, police said, he got aggressive when police officers were investigating him. But, yeah, he went to hospital. It was on TV news. So, he's gonna get all the help he needs in the hospital.
An amazing outcome, and Ginny could not have handled it better. But there it is. There was somebody who was stalking somebody live on Twitch, and it was thwarted in parts by how well Ginny navigated it, Twitch chat keeping an eye out, and then whoever the viewer was that nodded off the police to stop the creepy guy and get him the help he needs, like Ginny said, to no longer be a creepy stalker because don't be a creepy stalker, right? Obviously, that's a given. So anyway, thanks for watching. That's your Twitch update for today. All right, have a good one. All right, goodbye. Crazy what happens IRL.
IRL streams. Playing Valorant with your mom?
This is my mum, and I go on to play some Valorant.
Let's go! Goddamn!
No, mum.
No, mother. I just told him.
I feel like that clip pretty much sums up this entire video. So without further ado, I hope you enjoy.
That's-
Why did you get scared? In the middle row, the bottom gun that says Vandal.
Yeah.
Go ahead and click that. Now you've got a big gun.
Okay. Oh, I have got a big gun.
Okay, yeah. Hold down your mouse, your left mouse. Isn't that wild?
Cool.
Right, you're shooting me now. So if you press spacebar, you jump. If you press control, which is on your pinky finger, you crouch. No, you've just jumped again.
Oh, Christ. Hold on now. I've got to use more fingers.
Okay, so spacebar.
So
I've only
cute.
got... I've only got 5 fingers and there's
Yeah,
6
that's fine. We've all got 5 fingers. You don't need to tell me you have 5. I know. Trust me. I'm aware you have 5 fingers. To the left of your spacebar, there's something
It's
called
so
Alt.
funny.
Oh, for fuck's sake. I mean,
If you press and hold Alt, you can now speak to people in the game.
my tongue? What am I supposed to do now I'm pressing that?
Now you're speaking to me in game.
I'm speaking to you in game.
Yeah. Okay.
So what was I doing last time?
So-
Mind me?
No. We've had our little warm-up session. We're going to get people into the game, okay?
Right.
Some friends.
Nathan's having a little
That's it,
bit of
that's
an
it,
issue
that's it.
with his microphone.
About 80.
Miko, it's just Miko that can't
Nathan's
hear
having
me.
an issue with his microphone.
No, guys, it's just Miko that can't hear
where
me.
Rico, if you can hear me, it's only you that can't hear Nathan.
It's only me.
So now it says I'm in a queue.
This is where you get excited. Alright,
What do we call your mom? Do we call her Mom
Mom
Flex?
FX, yeah. Jody, I did ask that before you joined, and that's the reply I got. Mother FX.
Mother effer.
No, not mother, just mama.
Mother FX.
I prefer Mother X FX.
Mother
yeah.
X!
Mother X.
You would, wouldn't you?
Is there any truly embarrassing stories you have?
No,
of Halloween?
man.
Is there?
Like,
No! What do you mean yes?
So
No!
many.
No!
How long are we playing for?
Where should we start? Huh?
Miko, you try and coach. You try and help, okay?
Me? Okay, I've got this. This is a man who slept with your son on numerous occasions and
What?
even held hands with him
Oh
in
my
Ireland.
god.
So now, if you come with me, but that's true actually. That's Harley's first gay experience. Now, what we're gonna do is we're gonna.
I said teach how to play the game, not that bullshit! What the fuck?
What you'll probably learn about your son quite quickly is that he may tell you that he's good at games, but he's not.
Yeah, he's not.
Jordy, you
He's not
can't back
good.
me. What?
He's not
Jordy,
good.
why are you backing him?
Yeah. Did you inform her on how
You
to
have
buy
get her to
weapons?
buy guns, yeah.
Mum, press B. You remember what we did when we pressed B? That's the right one!
Okay.
That's the right one!
Oh, is that the little bugger that killed me?
As the little bugger. Do you want to get revenge on him this round?
Yeah!
Yeah. Okay. Fine.
All into killing now!
Remember the guys that had hat?
Keep running forwards. Just keep going through this way.
He's playing with his mom on Valorant.
No, Mum.
No,
you go-
mother,
No,
you-
no.
I just
No,
called
oh
him.
my- Shoot here. Just keep shooting here. No, don't walk. Just stand still and shoot. Stand still and shoot. No, Mum. It's this way. No, on your right, up here. Up here. Mum, no, turn around. Mum, stop shooting. Mum, come this way. This way. Turn around. Stop. Stand there and start shooting at them down there. On your left. Come on your left.
Harley, I
Wait,
feel
is
like
this
you're
Mum or
bad
is
at
this
giving
Flux?
instructions.
Okay, then you go. You go ahead, Jordy. You go right on ahead. Like, let's let you do it.
You have the floor, Jordy.
I'll get her first kill.
Right, come on,
Yeah,
Jordy.
okay.
I have to get the first
Yeah,
kill with you.
Yeah, follow me. Come this way.
Oh, she went.
Come this way.
She's the purple one, Mum. She's the pink one.
I know that, but she keeps moving in different directions.
You must hate it when a bee flies past you in real life.
No, Jordy, you've just left my mum. What are you doing?
I'm gonna help navigate this.
To the right here. No!
You guys have missed an important strategy of how to train Mum FX, right? It's walking in straight lines, right?
You lot would be rubbish teachers.
Follow the man that looks like Walter White from Breaking Bad. Just that guy.
Look, straight line, see? And now we turn right. Straight line. Oh, turn straight line, see?
Above you, Mama Fax, above you.
Above you, mother.
That's me. Hey, how's it going? I don't see how that's necessary.
Mama Fitch.
You're underestimating her.
No, it's a Mako. Good lord.
She's struggling a little bit right now.
You gotta jump. You gotta jump. You gotta jump. There you go.
Yeah, now
Look up. Up
up a little bit.
Up. No. I can't get up. On your right. On your right. I'm behind you. Just go forwards and then look up to your left slightly. Just ever so slightly to the left. That's right, Mum. You alpha left. You know.
Yeah, no, let her just pull up her two hands.
Just take your hands off the keyboard and mouse.
Mama Fitch abandoned hand.
Oh no.
Oh no.
You're gonna have to run down the stairs, my man.
1 minute.
Wait, he's left.
No, he's gone. He's left me. He's gone back upstairs.
Wait,
Oh my
Mama
God,
Fitz, Mama Fitz. When Harley's back, please call him washed. Please call him washed for me. Tell him you're washed.
You're what?
Yeah. Bit more chest. Bit more chest.
Yeah,
than
no chest. You're washed. Yeah, please. That would be much appreciated.
I think he's here.
I'm here.
Nah.
Yeah. he's
You're
here.
washed.
What the fuck? Wait a minute. What's that about? For fuck's sake, man. You're not supposed to help them, man. Chill out. What's the
She meant it, Jesus.
That's funny.
Wait, Mum, turn around, Mum, turn around. Turn around, Mum. Mum, no, stop moving, stop moving. Right, look, that guy, shoot him, Mum.
Yeah, get him! Get him!
Yeah!
My life be like.
That was your first kill.
I think I like killing.
You almost curb stomped him, like.
I don't even know what you've just said.
Curb stomp. Okay, I'm not going to explain what curb stomping is.
Mika could describe curb.
No, he
Oh
can't.
god.
I'm sure he can do it in a
We're
family-friendly
not
way.
seriously going to sit here and spend a few minutes describing curb stomping to my mum, please.
Okay, so
You
Lainey,
could-
curb stomping 101.
Go on, yeah, that way. Keep going.
She's a natural.
No, that's a wall. You've got to turn around. You've got to turn it this way. Look where I'm looking. That's not where I'm looking.
Kill that.
Mum.
That's me. It's me. That's me. After I told you it was me, you carried on shooting at me there, Lainey.
Because you changed.
Yeah.
You changed, Nathan. You changed.
Changed your
You really
appearance.
changed, man. Ever since you made that B joke, it's not been the same.
You're probably the only one that heard that, Harley.
Yeah,
But-
that was a funny fucking joke.
Yeah.
The joke.
Yeah, what was the joke?
Nathan, tell
No,
the joke.
you'll hear it in the video.
It'd be much
You watched the
funnier if
video?
I heard it now.
No,
Listen to
because
Mama
I don't know if you guys have
Fitz
heard,
knows
but
what.
when
Why-
someone
why-
has to explain a joke,
You didn't have to explain it. You just have to say it so we can hear it.
Yeah.
no, because,
Yeah, Nathan,
no,
do some
because-
funny shit. Nathan, come on, be
Use
funny.
your
Nathan,
words and use your words. Just be clear.
Nathan, be funny
I'm
already, man.
getting bullied here.
What is the joke?
Dude, no, genuinely, if I say it again now, it's just not going to be
Please tell us the joke.
Yeah.
Okay, so a long time ago, Johnny was trying to teach Mum FX how to move, and Mum FX was getting confused because Geordie was moving all over the place. So I subtly said, you must hate it when a bee flies past you IRL. You know, because the bee would be moving quickly, you know, and... See, this is what I was Stick to the rules of committee!
The joke would have been better with a wasp because they do buzz all around your face.
Yeah, exactly.
And I hate them, so it would have worked.
Nathan, you're getting actually critiqued right now.
Can I get your favourite colour in case I need to make a joke about colour?
I don't know that I trust you.
That's not what you had.
No, I don't mean to overstep, sorry.
Honestly, I'm shocked after that shocking B joke.
Close. It was only shockingly funny, that's what you mean, right?
That joke
Right.
is
Nathan,
not
you're really
good.
shockingly bad at comedy. Why don't you listen to Mama Fitz?
Yeah, you should have said it wasp. You should have said something about a wasp.
You should have said,
That would've
if you
been
said wasp, I would have been
Yeah.
the first to
Next
Time I'll keep that in mind, guys. Wasps are funnier than bees. I'll write that down in my notes.
Mum, are you proud of me?
There are some days.
Oh, there. And there are some days. Woo!
There are some days when proud is a very difficult word to say.
See, I got two of them there. I got us that. You see that? It says one on the top there. See that?
Silence, child.
Okay, are you my dad?
Silence,
What?
disappointment.
What have I said recently that's bad towards you, huh?
You attack me round corners.
Well, yeah.
Harley, I know the real reason why you're going back to Hamburg.
No.
Yeah.
Even my mum knows this fucking dumbass story. We're not
Hooters.
telling this. We're not telling this
Wait,
story.
lady, do you remember what you said to me outside of Hooters whilst he was in there?
No. Oh my god.
Wait, Hooters?
No.
Really?
No.
We need please tell the story of when you guys went to Hooters, please.
We went into Hooters, and Harley fancied one of the barmaids. We'd all got really drunk.
Me especially. I was especially drunk, by the way.
Yeah, we were all quite drunk. We all came out of the club, and then he ran over to Hooters. The worst part was he bought me a rose in the street, and then he said to me, "You don't want it, do you, Mum?" Ran off with it and gave it to the girl in Hooters.
Mum, I'm coming downstairs. I'm coming down. I'm gonna fucking attack you again. I'm gonna do it.
And that was about 3 years ago, and he's still waiting for the phone call.
Is Mum, are you here? Sorry, I might have attacked her a bit too hard, I guess.
She's really...
Just mopping up the blood.
I know an embarrassing story for Miko.
Oh, please, do tell.
All right, well, Miko was drinking one night, and he went, you know, he wasn't feeling so good, from what I recall. And I seem to have a clip of this, and he went to go have a piss, you know, the next day. And obviously, we're men, you know, so from time to time we stand up, right? We aim, we do a little aiming, right? And as he starts releasing the piss, he liquid shits in his pants. And his exact words to me were, his exact words to me were, "Now what do you do when you've taken a liquid shit in your pants? Do you just finish pissing?" So he finished pissing, and then cleared himself up.
No, because I was standing there, dude, I was like, oh man, I'm not feeling so good. So I was halfway through the piss, and then it just, oh my dude, this big fucking blob.
What's the bad word there? Big or blob? You know?
Blob, definitely blob.
Well, I'd say blob, yeah.
We've only moved here since October, and the whole house was brand new. It was all completely done out. I give him some spaghetti with the sauce. He's on the second floor, so he's got that floor, as you know. So he goes up there, and all I can hear in the lounge, 2 floors down, is, "Oh shit!" And I knew what had happened. And I walked up there, and he had thrown the entire plate up the stairs and up the wall.
Oh, it was so bad.
My brand new painted wall, brand new carpet. And literally, we'd been in the house like about 6 to 8 weeks, and he'd thrown it every fucking where. There was spaghetti sliding down the wall, and I wasn't really that impressed.
That is funny.
If I'm really honest,
His mom is so
I did
funny.
actually just lose it a wee bit, and then we bring a bucket upstairs. And we scrubbed it and scrubbed it. And did I make him any other dinner? No, I fucking didn't.
Jordy here, looking into CT, holding this angle.
Cast Miko, you cast Jordy.
Okay,
Yeah,
Jordy
you cast
looking
Jordy
at this
okay.
corner, maybe a
Jordy
little bit
is
scared.
just
Now going down the left here.
Now
Safe
they're
place for
staring
them
at
both.
each other. Are they gonna
Molly
kiss?
comes out
Who knows
maybe,
what
but
the
oh my
fuck
god,
is
are
going
they
on?
gonna kiss? I just heard
Miko
from
with
the other
body,
commentator.
heck?
and I believe that is the round.
Wow, we won that
There you
round.
go. Alright, good round of casting, guys. Let's go back to normal.
Nice. Good round.
It was like, it was absolutely like anarchy, and then within it all, are they gonna kiss? And then just.
Lainey, would you ever do a podcast with me and Harley?
Depends what it was about.
Recreational drugs.
What's the podcast on your parental experience with Harry?
Oh god.
Top 10 times you wish he was never born.
The thing is, if he was never born, I would never have met you.
That's true. That's what
There
my
is
friends
one of
say.
the reasons.
Oh, wow. Wow.
You guys.
So, Mum, what's your honest review of Valorant?
I would like to play it again because
Oh.
I think I could get better.
Okay. Maybe we'll get you some actual training next time because today was a little hectic. Right, Mum, it's time to go. Let's say our goodbyes.
Bye, everybody.
I'm excited for
That's so cute.
I wasn't expecting her to roast him as much as she did.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, she has no regard.
She was
I think she forgot that she was talking to her son for a second.
I can't believe Harley remembered that I shit myself, dude.
Some things can't be forgotten, Miko.
For real, for real.
Like you dropping a fat, squishy.
Oh
It was so
no.
involuntary, dude. It was so involuntary.
I'd hope so, Miko. I'd hope so. It is involuntary. If you just pissing next to Harley, you're like, oh, what's this?
Like I felt
Harley, I didn't expect your mum to like start playing games and just be funnier than you. You know.
Fuck off. Fuck you. Fuck you.
you put it in.
That's funny.
Oh, okay.
It's actually not.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, I meant that then.
That's funny.
Muchachos, es que me dio hambre. Tengo muchísima hambre, no he comido. Y pues la verdad me gustarían unos tacos. Do you guys know where I could get some?
What are you saying, Eddie? What are you talking about?
Que si por favor me pueden ayudar a encontrar dónde venden los tacos, porque me gustaría unos de suadera, unos de chicharrón, con salsa y... Ay, se me está haciendo agua en la boca. Por favor.
I don't think he can afford tacos. Here you go.
Hey, okay, I know you said that because you were trying to be racist, but I actually was talking about being hungry for tacos.
There it is, boys. Starlight Plaza. We're doing another Boys in VR video.
Yay! Finally! Boys in VR!
Going back to our roots.
Has everyone got their crowbar? We've got to do an Eddie and break into that building over there.
Oh, here we go. Okay, like, listen, how about I just do it myself, huh? How about, come on, I'll do it for you.
Go.
I'll do it for you.
You have such a rich and vibrant culture, Eddie. And a cool hat, too.
I wouldn't exactly call your culture rich, Eddie.
Ah, all right, boys, we're inside.
Yeah.
Josh?
Josh! Josh! Where's Josh?
Whoa. Cabrón.
Why?
Hey, come
Hey, man, it's the first minute of the video. You can't be off.
Have you seen this guy's face? Look at him.
Yeah, you look like you're about to start crying, dude. What's wrong?
Es que ya no quiero que me quiten el dinero.
Oh my god, bro, I told you not to bring him.
Wait, did you say dinero?
Today's episode is brought to you by Honkai Star Rail. It's a brand new RPG made by Hoyoverse that is now open for pre-registration using my link in the description. Step into the interstellar Astral Express and embark on adventures across the universe, exploring different planets and the meticulously constructed sci-fi world that you find yourself in. Yeah, I use big words. The gameplay is designed to be easy to learn and easy to play. Perfect for those of us with like one brain cell. So we have more time to explore new worlds, increase your combat power, and overcome powerful enemies or even meet new friends. And there's a bunch of secrets to uncover almost everywhere you go. I'm telling you, you're gonna be impressed by the level of detail in all of the puzzles, the treasures, and all the unique stories from all the characters in this universe. There's a huge variety of enemies, so you're gonna have to find your own unique strategies in every battle and find the best upgrades for your characters that you find in the environment. Oh yeah, and did I mention that it's free to play and cross-platform? It's available on both PC and mobile, so you can enjoy it anywhere you are. And the turn-based combat makes the gameplay experience just as good no matter which device you're playing on. So click the link in the description to pre-register for Honkai Star Rail today. Now, back to the video.
Ow! God damn it!
Get your shit together, okay?
Hey, what the f***? Espérate, güey.
No speaking Spanish
Ah,
anymore.
don't poke my eye, perro. What the
Spanish anymore.
You're gonna
You
point
can't
points.
speak.
You know what?
No, if Narada can't throw money around,
Oh
you
my
can't
God.
speak Spanish.
Wait,
Look, you can jiggle his brushes. Look.
Yeah, look. Don't touch my brushes! They're my brushes! No, stop! I did not consent to this.
I need to clean my hand.
That tickles.
This is the hand I start off with.
Oh, dude, what the fuck?
This is gonna take ERP to a whole new level, man.
You're telling me.
My brushes don't fold. They jiggle, jiggle. Sorry.
Get out. Get out.
You know the VR chat developers didn't put that in just for the brush, dude. You know what they put those jiggle physics in for. That interactivity between hand and... Narrator! Hey, yo!
I'm brushing my teeth! I'm brushing my teeth!
Yo, can I brush my teeth on you? Come here, narrator.
You don't even have any teeth! Stop!
Alright. I wanna watch maybe.
Today's video is brought to you by Athletic Greens. Head to my link below to get a year's supply of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 travel packs for free with your first order. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. So happy to have you here with me to discuss yet another case. And if you are new, then welcome. Be sure to click subscribe. So, today we are talking about a case that I have been following since the beginning of this year, and it's all kind of unraveling still, but I wanted to talk about what we know so far because this one has been really mind-blowing to me. It involves a father who is believed to have intentionally tried to kill himself, his wife, and his 2 children in a car wreck. But before we get into the details of what happened and what we know so far, I did want to mention that the 2 children are not being named publicly, which is great, and it should remain that way. Because of their ages and the sensitive nature of what happened here, I definitely think this was the right move, and I wish that more children were protected for privacy reasons in the media in other cases. And just to make it clear, like I said, this case is still unfolding, and I'm just going to be going over what we know so far. I am recording this on April 7th. So let's get into everything that we have heard up until this point. Today, we're going to be talking about the Patel family and Dharmesh Patel, the father, who drove his family off a cliff. I always like to give as much background information as I can. However, it's important to note here that there's very little information available about the Patel family. And as this case continues to unfold, I'll be sure to link updates and pin them as comments on this video and in the description box. And who knows, maybe one day I'll do an updated video on it. But with that being said, let's start by talking about Dharmesh Patel. So Dharmesh Arvind Patel received his undergraduate degree from the University of California, San Diego, which is also where he met his future wife, Neha. They got married on May 3rd, 2008 in Livermore, California at the Mitchell Katz Winery. And only 1 month later, Dharmesh earned another degree from Wayne State University School of Medicine. Once med students finally get through their schooling, they then have to complete an internship, which is exactly what Dharmesh did. He moved to San Francisco for his first postgraduate year of training, and then after that, he completed his residency in Miami. And then in his 3rd and final year of postgraduate training, Dharmesh completed his fellowship, and he did that at the University of Southern California Medical Center in Los Angeles. Then Dharmesh went on to become a radiologist at Providence Holy Cross Medical Center in the Mission Hills area, which is just north of Los Angeles. He had his license to practice radiology in California, Oregon, and Florida. And not only was he successful in his career, but many would say he was successful in his personal life as well. In 2015, Neha gave birth to their firstborn child, a daughter, and 3 years later, in 2018, their son was born. I had to kind of do some digging to figure out what Neha did for a living, but I'm pretty sure that she was working as a teacher at the Polytechnic School in Pasadena. But it is possible that she worked there at one point and then ended up deciding to stay home for their children and wasn't currently working when all of this unfolded. Either way, Neha was known as a very kind person and an extremely devoted and loving mother and wife. Dharmesh, Neha, and their children live in a suburb of Pasadena, California, in a quiet residential neighborhood. And by all accounts, it seems like they were a very normal family. A lot of their neighbors talk about how Dharmesh was always very friendly and would stop and chat with neighbors and just seemed like a nice guy. There was quite literally zero indication that anything sinister could be going on in this home. And of course, we still don't know that there was. Any ideas that people had of Dharmesh being a normal, kind father really changed on January 2nd, 2023, when he drove his wife and 2 children off a cliff while driving northbound on Highway 1. So he drove a pretty nice car, a Tesla Model Y. I don't know anything about cars, but I believe these are good cars. And people who saw this happen say that he was driving completely normal until he suddenly accelerated and their car then fell more than 250 feet before crashing onto the rocks that sit at the water's edge. Now, this cliff is actually known as Devil's Slide. It's located just 15 to 20 minutes south of San Francisco, and it's known as Devil's Slide because it's an extremely steep and rocky area right along the coast. And obviously, you would think that after a car crashes 250 feet off a rocky cliff, that it would be very unlikely any of them survive. But by some miracle, all 4 of them survived. Luckily, people saw this happen and multiple people called 911. And so emergency teams from the California Fire San Mateo, Santa Cruz units were dispatched immediately around 10:50 a.m., as well as coastside fire protection. 3 helicopters were also immediately dispatched and were able to pull all 4 victims to safety, which is amazing. Now, cars have driven off of this cliff before, and most of the time people do not survive. So As the rescue team is rappelling down the side of the cliff to get to the car, it wasn't until about halfway down that they realized that the people inside were still alive. Luckily, they pulled everyone out of the car and back up the cliff using a basket and rope. And not only were they all alive, they actually were all conscious and alert, which is crazy.
We are getting a new perspective tonight on the rescue effort to save 4 lives after a car plunged off a cliff. What you're seeing here is new video released late today by the CHP giving us the rescuers' perspective as they approach the crumpled wreckage of a white Tesla. Now, at first it appeared as if there were no survivors. After all,
Better have insurance on that Tesla.
but then the emergency worker on the bluff spotted an arm moving inside this crumpled car. That set into motion a frantic effort to save lives at Devil's Slide. Crews hoisted 4 people, one after the other, from the wreckage. The car veered off the road and plummeted 250 feet down the cliff with 4 people inside, including 2 young children. Emergency responders say the rescue was nothing like they'd ever seen before.
And when I say it's a miracle that this whole family survived, it truly is a miracle. After the Tesla ran off the road, they actually flipped several times before finally landing on its wheels. And the fact that they landed on the wheels is probably a huge reason why all of them survived.
Tell us about your team's efforts. First of all, the fact that this family survived, the car landed on its wheels, what kind of shape were they in when you got there?
Good morning. The fact that they survived, you know, it's mind-blowing and it's wonderful. The 2 children in the back, when we made contact with them, they were secure in their car seats, and their car seats did a great job. They had very minimal injuries.
Wow.
And we were able to extricate them in a very rapid manner. It was very, very amazing.
What about the father and mother?
Yeah, the father and the mother had more significant multi-system traumatic type injuries from being in the front seat of the vehicle and not being restrained like the children were. Obviously, the car seat's different than just our lap belt and our shoulder belt. So they had some more technical injuries.
Okay, in terms of broken bones or bruising and all of that?
Yeah, things like that.
Okay. When you arrived on scene, were you expecting to see anybody alive?
Honestly, no. We located the vehicle. We got eyes on the vehicle from the top of the cliff, and it did not appear that there should be anybody that survived that type of an accident.
And in terms of the efforts made, what do? You're trying to pull the car up, I'm guessing, and extricate bodies from the vehicle. But do you hear cries for help? Do you call in other members of the... I don't know if there are paramedics automatically called there, or are you guys acting as paramedics? What do you do?
Yeah, so our department, all of our apparatus are ALS, Advanced Life Support. So we have paramedics on all our pieces of equipment. So we had paramedics there immediately. All of us and our neighboring agency, Pacifica Fire, arrived first. We immediately set that rope system into place to get rescuers down to the vehicle to assess the situation. When they were about halfway down, some of my colleagues noticed through binoculars and called me over, and we saw what appeared to be movement out of the front windshield. So at that point, our mindset changed from a possible recovery to a definite rescue of viable patients.
All 4 of them were then rushed to Stanford Hospital in Redwood City, where they were treated for their injuries. And initially, reports were coming out that all 4 were in critical condition, but we've since learned that the 4-year-old walked away from this crash with only moderate bruising. When I first started following this story, it was such a relief to hear that the 2 children will make full recoveries. The full extent of everyone else's injuries hasn't been released. Everyone's going to be okay, but it sounds like Dharmesh got the worst of it all, which kind of serves him right considering he drove his family off this cliff. And I'm sure you're thinking, well, Kendall, what if
Maybe he was testing the safety of the Tesla?
Very, very unlikely. It seems like Dharmesh did this intentionally, and let me tell you why. When this story was first breaking, there was a lot of talk, especially on Twitter in the early days, about maybe this being a result of a mechanical failure in the Tesla, but that ended up being quickly disproven. So how did investigators figure out that this was intentional and not some type of accident? Well, the most damning piece of evidence against him came from his wife. As Neha was being pulled from the wreck, she actually told an officer, quote, "He intentionally tried to kill us. This was not an accident." So that makes it pretty clear, right?
Yeah,
And on
very
top of
clear.
that, eyewitnesses say that they didn't see any type of effort to brake as he drove off the cliff. And obviously eyewitnesses get things wrong all the time, but this was actually confirmed with surveillance footage. A camera located on the Tom Lantos tunnel captured the whole thing on tape.
On the Tom Lantos tunnel, there are cameras on that, and so we have video showing the movement of the car as it went, after it left the tunnel, went up the hill, turned off of the road, and then turned to go down the cliff.
Wagstaff adds there are incriminating statements by Patel's wife that day.
I mean, many of you have heard that the wife made a statement to the paramedics.
Honestly, regardless they don't release the names of the children, people are still gonna search up the family.
Cliff to get her out.
And so it seemed pretty obvious that Dharmesh did this on purpose. I mean, between his wife's statement, the eyewitness statements, and the surveillance footage, wasn't looking good for him. And they actually arrested Dharmesh that very same day, even though he was still at the hospital being treated for his injuries.
This story is shocking. A family of 4, including 2 young children, alive after their car plunged hundreds of feet off of a California cliff. We're learning this morning that the father who was driving the vehicle has now been arrested, charged with attempted murder for allegedly driving off the cliff intentionally. I know we have a picture of that family, but he will be booked once released from the hospital.
He was still considered to be under arrest while he was at the hospital. They just had to wait till he was released to fully book him. So on January 20th, 2023, 41-year-old Dharmesh Patel was released into custody of San Mateo authorities and booked into San Mateo County Jail on suspicion of attempted murder and child abuse.
The Pasadena man accused of intentionally driving his family off a cliff in Northern California is now in jail after being released from the hospital. His wife and 2 children also survived that crash after their Tesla plunged off the cliff near Half Moon Bay earlier this month. Dharmesh Patel is jailed on suspicion of attempted murder and child abuse charges. He could be arraigned tomorrow if criminal charges are filed. Investigators are still examining the Tesla to rule out the possibility of a mechanical problem.
Now, I previously mentioned how Dharmesh seemed to be a beloved member of his community, and to say that neighbors were shocked to find out that he intentionally tried to kill his whole family by driving them off a fucking cliff, that would be an understatement. I mean, they really thought of him as a great guy, a loving father, a family man, and this blew everyone's mind. They'd actually lived in that neighborhood for 5 years, and at no point had they ever caused any trouble. In fact, he seemed to be the opposite of trouble. And I say that because a Ring doorbell camera actually captured footage of Dharmesh on December 24th, Christmas Eve, delivering flowers to his neighbors for the holiday. And they actually weren't home when he went to deliver them, but he spoke very kindly to the family member that was watching over their house. And he really seemed to be a nice guy, but clearly there was a lot going on below the surface.
Lori, you spoke with the family's stunned neighbors.
That's right. We spoke with a neighbor who could not say enough about how lovely and loving the Patels have always been around their neighbors.
I have lots of words right now, so I hope that they'll be okay. Well, they moved in about 5 years ago, and they're the sweetest couple, and they have the greatest 2 little kids, a daughter and a son.
He and another neighbor spoke glowingly of the family, including Dharmesh Patel, who's a doctor at Providence Holy Cross Medical Center in Mission Hills.
And there had also never been any reports of disputes or problems inside their home. However, the Pasadena police definitely had been to their home several times, 9 times to be exact, between 2017 and 2023. Normally it was Dharmesh or Neha calling about a suspicious person, or they were responding to an alarm that had accidentally been set off, something like that, but it never was, a domestic violence situation or anything like that. But obviously, even though those on the outside didn't see any issues, doesn't mean that they weren't there. So Dharmesh was officially charged with 3 counts of attempted murder with enhancements for domestic abuse and great bodily injury at the end of January of this year, and he will be facing life in prison if convicted on all of these charges. He made an appearance in court on February 9th where he officially pleaded not guilty. And at the same hearing, the judge also ordered that he have no contact with his family at the request of prosecuting attorney Sean Gallagher.
On Thursday in court, Patel pled not guilty to the charges. The judge did order Patel to have no contact with his family.
that covers no contact with the victims in the case. That includes his wife and his 2 children. That's personal contact and then contact by him through a third party as well.
Gallagher says his office wanted that order because they say the charges also involve domestic violence.
We think it's prudent, both for the victims and for the integrity of the case, that there be no contact between them and the defendant.
And Sean Gallagher and his team say that they have evidence
Oh,
to prove
muscle.
that this was intentional.
Dharmesh Patel in court again after being charged with several counts of attempted murder. Prosecutors say Patel intentionally drove his family off Highway 1 in Pacifica. San Mateo County Chief Deputy District Attorney Sean Gallagher says their office has been made aware of evidence suggesting Patel did choose to drive his wife and 2 children off Devil's Slide.
He's charged with 3 counts of premeditated and deliberate attempted murder for, we believe the evidence will show, intentionally driving his family off a cliff with the intent to kill them.
And I'm sure this will shock you the same way that it shocked me. But it turns out Neha does not want to press charges. This certainly came as a shock to everyone in the courtroom when Dharmesh's defense attorney, Josh Bentley, announced this in court. But even though this seems surprising to most of us, I'm sure many of you out there who are familiar with domestic abuse situations are not that shocked. If Neha has been a victim of domestic abuse, unfortunately could see why she wouldn't want to press charges. So often in domestic abuse cases, we see victims who are either too afraid to come forward, or they actually don't want to see their abuser get in trouble because they still care for them, or they are afraid that they will face retaliation from their abuser if they press charges or come forward with what has happened to them, especially if their abuser, in this case, is a well-respected radiologist in the Los Angeles area. So this could definitely be the reason that she doesn't want to press charges against him. And as much as I want to say that she should pursue legal action, I also don't think it's appropriate for us to tell a victim what they should and shouldn't do, because we just can't understand what it's like to be in their shoes. Luckily, though, the DA says that even without Neha's help, the charges against him will still be pursued. Prosecuting attorneys say they have enough evidence to pursue a conviction beyond a reasonable doubt. What exactly this evidence is, we're still not sure. We're going to have to wait for this to be put out for. And I'm sure a lot of you are curious, but at this point, we don't know what the motive was for this man to drive his whole family off a cliff. Of course, we all want to know, was there some type of fight in the car before this happened? Was it something he premeditated and really thought through before executing this plan? And even though we don't know the answers to this, District Attorneys Sean Gallagher and Steve Wagstaff have made it seem like they do. The prosecution is going to need to point to a history of violence or something in their marriage that would indicate he wanted to end all of their lives. So if and when this trial occurs, Neha will be able to invoke her Fifth Amendment right and not testify against her husband. But there's a slight caveat to that. If prosecutors believe that she was involved, and I want to be super, super clear here, that that has never been suggested, they could offer her immunity. And if an immunity deal is offered and accepted, she could be compelled to testify. And again, it is not currently believed she had anything to do with this. It absolutely seems that Neha was a victim in all of this. I just wanted to bring this up to explain that there could be a scenario where she would have to testify. So as of February 23rd, Dharmesh Patel was denied bail, even though his attorney tried to get a reasonable bail set. He also waived his right to a speedy trial, meaning his defense team can take more time to build their case. And he was originally scheduled for a preliminary hearing on March 20th. However, this has since been postponed to give them more time to build their case. And at the time I'm recording this, April 7th, it is currently unknown when this hearing will take place. I'm sure many of you are wondering about the children. How are they doing? I don't know much about how they're doing, although I can't imagine they're doing very well after going through such a traumatic event. I hope they're getting the support and therapy that they need. But as for custody, they are in the custody of Dharmesh's parents, and I hope they are helping them work through this incredibly hard time. Kids can definitely be resilient and very, very strong, but I'm not sure if they're even able to process at this age what they just went through, and I can't imagine the years of work it'll take for them to fully process and go through what has happened. The fact that their father tried to kill them. I really can't imagine being in their shoes. I feel so bad for them. It's truly unimaginable. Unfortunately, that is all we know as of now. Like I said, if anything pops up, I will pin a comment and I might do an update video eventually. I think I probably will. We'll see how everything plays out here. But yeah, this story was just mind-blowing to me. I really wanted to cover it. I wanted to know more about it personally because I was just mind-blown that this whole family survived and very thankful that they did. So I definitely want to hear from you guys on this one. What are your thoughts? What do you think is going to happen? What do you think the right sentence would be for this? But that is
Oh my
gonna be
God,
it for me
Ryan,
today,
what's
guys.
up?
And before I go, I am so excited to tell you about today's sponsor, AG1. So I have been personally taking AG1 every single day, all of 2023, and I actually started in the very end of 2022. And I can't tell you how much I love my AG1. I cannot go a day without it. AG1 can help with your energy levels, your immunity, your digestion and absorption, your nervous system and hormone function, performance and recovery, healthy aging, and beauty too. That's one thing I was really surprised about. My hair and skin have never looked this good. I currently don't have a single zit. I know I have a lot of makeup on, but I'm telling you, if I took it all off, I have never had such clear skin, and I really think it's because I'm taking this every single day. Also, I'm not kidding when I say it has replaced my morning coffee. It gives me so much energy that if I don't take it, I notice it. Not only that, but it's significantly improved my digestive system. And I noticed that within like a week. I was surprised at how quickly things were working. So just one scoop of AG1 contains 75 vitamins, nutrients, and whole food sourced ingredients. So I just added to 8 to 10 ounces of cold water. I like it really cold. 1 scoop in there, really easy to do in the morning. And then I actually like the taste of it on its own. It's kind of got a coconutty taste to me, but a lot of people add things to their AG1 to make it, more custom to your taste. And they told me that adding a little bit of Mio lemonade really helps, and I love it. So I had just like the tiniest squirt in there. I close her up, shake it up, and it dissolves very quickly. And I'm going to just down this whole thing right here and now so that you can see how much I love AG1. As I spit all over myself.
Oh man. Interesting.
So good. AG1 helps support the body's normal detoxification process. It's gluten-free, dairy-free, paleo, vegan, keto, low-calorie, and has less than a gram of sugar per serving. And I just love knowing that I'm getting comprehensive nutrition to support my very busy lifestyle. It contains a full spectrum of vitamins and minerals, which I normally am deficient in with my normal whole foods. It helps maintain intestinal flora and maintains my gut health, which is amazing. And I don't feel as hungry due to how my body is absorbing ingredients. Not only that, but it supports metabolism, which is always awesome. And I love that it supports healthy aging now that I am about to turn 30. Yep.
Girl, I'm
April 22nd,
already
folks.
mid-30.
I think by the time you see this, I'll have like days left.
Already mid-30.
Anyway, I truly love AG1. I've recommended it to several friends and family, and I'm not kidding when I say I will always take AG1 whether or not they sponsor me. I just love this stuff. And you can head to my link below to get a
He's not even
supply of
30
their
yet,
vitamin
what?
D3 K2 drops and 5 travel packs for free with your first order. You can get that deal at athleticgreens.com/KendallRae. But that is it for me today, guys. I will be back next week with another case to discuss, but until then, stay safe out there.
Shit. Hello. Wait, what? No, I don't want to watch this. This, she poisoned husbands and what?
Today's video is kindly brought to you by Surfshark VPN. Go
What's
to
up? She's good, 91.
Ray and enter promo code
we?
Ray for 83% off and 3 extra months for free. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I'm so happy to have you here with me to discuss yet another case. And if you are new, welcome. Be sure to hit subscribe. So if you can hear purring right now, and you notice how furry my mic is, it's because my cat is refusing to sit in the lovely cat tower I bought her, and instead wants to be up here with me. So I'm probably going to be covered in cat hair during this whole video. I bought you a nice tower, dude. A nice tower. And you just keep rejecting. And really quick, I wanted to let you guys know that the embroidered TCKR crew necks that you guys apparently really loved, that sold out very quickly, are back in stock. And you can get one at milehighermerch.com. Unfortunately, my Neck Mech charity merch is currently sold out, and I will not be restocking that collection, but I am working on a new collection that will be available soon. Anyway, today I'm going to be talking about Stacey Castor, who is known as the Black Widow. The incredibly manipulative story of Stacey Castor's life begins in 1985 when she was 17 years old, living in New York. Stacey was still a teenager when she met 23-year-old Michael Wallace at a bar, and she said within the first few minutes of meeting him, she knew that they would one day get married. Now, Michael was the kind of guy who liked living on edge. He is described by friends and family as larger than life. He had a very fast-paced life and was known to be quite the party animal. And this was appealing to Stacey, and many people who knew them say they seemed like they were very much in love. And Stacey was right. After 5 years of dating, the two of them got married on April 7th, 1990. And it wasn't long after this that Stacey got pregnant, gave birth to their first daughter, Ashley, and soon after they had their second daughter, Bree. And when it comes to work, for quite some time, Stacey was working in the billing department for an ambulance dispatcher, and Michael was working as a mechanic. And obviously, because of the nature of their jobs, they weren't often home at the same time. She would normally work nights, and he would work days, so typically their daughters were only around one parent at a time. And for reasons that I truly will never understand, both Stacey and Michael had a favorite child. Michael favored their youngest daughter, Bree, and Stacey favored their eldest,
Why
Ashley.
would they have favoritism?
And for many
within
years,
their
the Wallace family
children?
lived what most of us would say is a very typical life, other than the very strange exception that they both had a favorite child. But things took a turn for them, sadly, when Michael's drinking and alleged drug problem caught up with him. His party lifestyle that he once loved had landed him in jail for a short amount of time after he'd racked up a handful of DUI charges. But the good news is Michael really did end up changing his life because he wanted to be a better husband to his wife and a better father to his kids. But it was a little too late for that. Stacey said that their marriage was far gone. Towards the end of the 90s, she feared that he was having an affair.
Hey,
and she actually told a close friend of hers that she and Michael were seriously contemplating getting a divorce. It was mid to late 1999 when all of this was going down, but according to Stacey, the two of them decided they would hold off on getting divorced until after the new year because they wanted the girls to have one more normal Christmas. But they never actually had the chance to divorce because that winter, Michael became unexpectedly very sick and nobody could explain what was wrong with him. One doctor even suggested that he might have an inner ear disorder. And he just continued to get sicker and sicker. And on January 11th, 2000, the girls came home from school and found their father practically unconscious on the couch. They said that he was making weird noises and funny faces. So obviously they were really freaked out and they called their mom, Stacey, who immediately sent an ambulance to their house. But unfortunately, it was too late and Michael Wallace died on the way to the hospital. Obviously, this was very hard for the girls, and the doctors said that he likely died from a heart attack, but because he was only 38 years old, which is fairly young for a heart attack, obviously it does happen, but his parents really questioned that, so they pushed for an autopsy. But Stacey, on the other hand, was adamant that they didn't need to perform one. And because she was his wife, the doctors listened to her. And Michael was buried without any additional answers as to what caused him to die at such a young age. Right after his passing, Stacey was able to collect $55,000 from his life insurance policy and brought her two daughters to Disneyland. Now, you might think that Stacy doing this was a very loving and maternal thing to do. You know, to get the girls out to Disneyland, especially after losing their father, it probably helped ease the pain even just for a few days. And I definitely see why she did that. But this is the first and last maternal thing that Stacy Castor ever did. Because after this little trip to Disneyland, Stacy really couldn't have cared less about her two kids. So then in 2001, only a year after Michael died, Stacy moved on with a new man she met named David Castor. She and David met through their boss and they hit it off right away. And David was really the opposite of Michael, which apparently Stacy really loved. He was responsible, he didn't party, he loved the outdoors, and he was just a naturally driven person. David was also a father and had a son named David Jr. from his first marriage. And on August 16th, 2003, Stacy and David got married, and their relationship was looking promising, at least to those on the outside looking in. On the inside, though, things were not as happy as they seemed. Even though David was a father himself, he had no interest in being a father to Bree and Ashley. He'd expressed to Stacy that he didn't want to be responsible for raising her children, even though they were teenagers by this point, and he was known to be pretty harsh on the girls. He had very little tolerance for bad behavior, and he only really seemed to care about Stacy. It almost seemed like an inconvenience to him that she came with kids. So David was the owner of an air conditioning company, and by this point, Stacy had left her previous job and took the position as the office manager for his company. And this was quite different for her compared to her last marriage, where they barely got to spend time together because they were working opposite shifts. Now she was able to spend a ton of time with David. But to be completely honest,
What is that called?
I think it's debatable whether
Is that-
Stacy even loved David at all. And that brings us to Monday, August 22nd, 2005. Stacy placed a 911 call that, for the most part, was pretty calm. She tells the dispatcher that her husband didn't show up for work that morning and that the last time she'd heard from him was the previous morning around 5 a.m. Stacy explains to the dispatcher how her and David got in a very big fight over how they wanted to spend their 2-year wedding anniversary. And apparently this was such a big fight that David told her to leave the house and to take her 2 kids with her. And she said that the last time she had seen him was when he locked himself in their bedroom with a bottle of booze and refused to come out. Now, Ashley and Bree had left the house that weekend after their mother told them to, but according to Stacy, she stayed behind. She said she was still there on Saturday night and into the early morning hours of Sunday. She assumed that David was just in the room sleeping off the booze, and that's why he wasn't responding when she tried knocking on the door, but she confirmed that she heard him snoring. She then tells officers that she had stayed at a friend's house on Sunday night and then just went to work from there on Monday morning. And so that's why she hadn't seen or heard from her husband in over 24 hours. And lastly, but most importantly, Stacy told officers that her husband had been suicidal. With this information, 2 officers were sent to the home, and when they got there, they noticed the door was still locked and there was no response from David. So they had to kick down the door. And this is when they found David deceased, naked, lying face down on a bed that was covered in vomit. And next to the bed, they found some interesting items. On the nightstand, officers found 2 glass cups, one containing a neon green looking concoction. I've never seen any drink that looks like this. They also found a bottle of apricot brandy and a bottle of cranberry juice. And then they looked under the bed, and that's when they found an empty bottle of antifreeze. At the scene, Stacy appeared to be a complete wreck. And this is when she starts telling the officers how David was very depressed after he had lost his father recently. But something about all of this felt very off to the responding officers, and they just weren't buying her story that he was contemplating suicide. And after they took a closer look around the house and collected evidence, they found a turkey baster in the kitchen trash that smelled like alcohol. Sergeant Michael Norton and Detective Dominic Spinelli were the 2 men involved in this case who really couldn't accept the picture that Stacy was trying to paint. I mean, I would be suspicious of her story too after finding a turkey baster, antifreeze, and finding him naked. It is very uncommon for someone to commit suicide naked. It does happen, but it's uncommon. And all of this combined led them to believe that David's death was not a suicide. It was a homicide. So an autopsy was performed, and it was confirmed that David had ethylene glycol in his organs, which is consistent with having being poisoned with antifreeze. When they performed this autopsy, they said they could actually see the crystals from the antifreeze in his organs. But obviously, this doesn't mean much when it comes to the manner of death because they assumed he died from ingesting antifreeze. That was never really the question. The real question was, did David drink the antifreeze himself, or did someone force him to drink it? And detectives definitely found even more damning evidence as they continued to process the scene. First of all, the glass on the bedside table that contained the antifreeze had 3 fingerprints on it. And I don't think any of you will be surprised to hear that they all belonged to Stacy. And of course, they processed the turkey baster as well, and they found out that the tip tested positive for traces of David's saliva as well as antifreeze. And obviously, as a detective, you're thinking, if David wanted to commit suicide by ingesting antifreeze, why would he use a turkey baster to give it to himself? Why wouldn't he just drink it from the cup that was next to his bed? Things weren't adding up very quickly here. Plus, David, of all people, owned an air conditioning company, so he definitely would have known what a slow and painful death this would be. It really makes no sense because it turns out David actually had a shotgun under his bed, which unfortunately, that is the most common way that men commit suicide. So obviously investigators were already leaning towards this being a homicide just from all that evidence.
To drink alcohol.
But
What?
what really sealed the deal was David's will.
Yeah, right.
David left everything, and I mean everything, to Stacy and her 2 kids, which David had always made clear he wanted nothing to do with raising those kids. And when his biological son, David Jr., found out about this, he was shocked, to say the least, and hurt. At first, he thought, wow, my dad must really not like me, and I can't imagine how that would feel. He had always had a good relationship with his father, so to him, this made absolutely no sense. So now investigators are very confident that Stacy murdered her husband, poisoned him with antifreeze. But rather than tip Stacy off, they let her believe for quite some time that they weren't onto her. So 3 months into this, detectives learned that Stacy was previously married, and not only that, her previous husband died. After reaching out to Cayuga County, where Michael died, they uncovered some similarities in the death of both men. What really stood out to them is that neither of them had ever experienced any health or mental health problems before their death. So for Michael to have suddenly gotten sick and then had a heart attack with no prior health problems, and then for David to have suddenly committed suicide without any prior known mental health issues, the math just wasn't mathing. Going back to Michael's death, Stacy had tried to convince doctors that he had a history of medical problems, but all they could find was one instance where he had a hernia, which is fairly common. And once detectives started looking into David's depression that Stacy
The cure to not being poisoned by your wife is to remain single. Oh, that's funny.
No history of suicidal ideation or depression. And once they had all this information, it became their mission to prove that Stacy had killed both men. Obviously, the next step here was to exhume Michael's body, figure out what really happened to him. And something that's super fucking weird that I wanted to mention here is Stacy had both men buried next to each other. The two of them never knew each other. There was no reason for them to be buried next to each other. I thought that was very strange. And she even had a plot for herself alongside them where she believed she would one day be put to rest. I guess it's not strange in all situations. Like if you had truly lost your first husband, who you weren't already planning to
Literally
divorce.
collecting husband
You're
graves.
very much in love and they suddenly die. You know, maybe you would want them in one space where you would eventually be buried. And then maybe it would make sense to have your other husband, who you love very much, buried there as well, so that you could be with both of them after death. But I don't know. I thought it was really weird, especially considering what we know about Stacy and what she did to these men. But like I said, they needed to exhume Michael's body. And it took some time, but on September 5th, 2007, Michael's body was finally exhumed. And to nobody's surprise, his organs were literally glowing with antifreeze crystals. This was going to be the nail in Stacy's coffin, so to speak. But it doesn't end there, folks. In fact, if possible, Stacy gets even more fucked up, and you won't believe where the story goes from there. So a warrant was secured to wiretap her phone in an attempt to catch Stacy incriminating herself, and cameras were placed outside her home and outside the grave of her two husbands. And by this point, she had to know that they were closing in on her, and so she begins calling her daughters and telling them that the police think she was responsible for killing both men. And of course, she denies having anything to do with it over the phone, but clearly she is panicking by now and begins to take the steps to clear her own name, which I will get to in a bit. Only 2 days after exhuming Michael, detectives decide to bring Stacy in for a little chat. And this is where she messed up big time. While she was sitting down talking to detectives, she was asked a very simple question. Do you remember which glass it was that you poured the cranberry juice in? Right after David's death, she said that she had touched one of those cups to pour cranberry juice in, but she said she knew nothing about the antifreeze. When she was asked this question, Stacy said, well, when I poured the antifreeze, I mean
what?
Cranberry juice.
She incriminated herself.
And notice how I said antifreeze. She literally said antifreeze instead of antifreeze. And this is important to note for later. And after basically incriminating herself, Stacy panics and starts yelling at them, saying that they tricked her into saying that, and then said the interview was over. And as she's very angry and standing up to leave, a picture of the turkey baster falls out of the detective's folder. And then she really starts to freak out. She starts asking why they had pictures of that and demanded to know what all of this was about. And detectives just looked at her and said, don't worry about it. The interview is over. If she wasn't completely worried that they were onto her before, she definitely was now. And it was only a matter of time until Stacy was arrested. But what do maniacs like Stacy Castor do when the pressure is building?
Run.
They look for someone to blame. And for Stacy, that meant using her own daughter as a scapegoat. And that's where this story gets even more twisted. On September 12th, 2007, Ashley, who had just started her first semester of college, calls her mom and tells her that detectives came to her school and told her that they did not believe her father died of a heart attack. And obviously this was very upsetting for her. She was scared. She was quite freaked out that they had tracked her down and didn't know what was going on. Obviously, she wasn't aware of all the evidence that was building. Obviously, she probably felt scared that her mother was going to be arrested for a crime that she believed at the time her mother didn't commit. So Stacy decides to comfort her daughter and herself by telling her that it's been a rough couple of days and she thinks that her 20-year-old daughter should come over to her house so that they can get drunk. She tells her that because the two of them have both been under so much stress that getting drunk would take the edge off. And we know all of this because Stacy's phone was wiretapped. And most 20-year-olds aren't gonna turn down the opportunity to go get drunk with their parents. So Ashley agreed. And unfortunately, this would be a huge mistake. After only having 1 or 2 drinks made for her by Stacy, Ashley became lethargic and sick to her stomach. So she goes and lays down, she falls asleep for the night, and the next morning she has no recollection of what happened the night before. However, she didn't think too much of it, so she got dressed and headed off for school. But only a few hours later, she gets another call from her mom asking if she wants to come over and get drunk again. Now, this was definitely strange to Ashley, but she figured they had been going through a lot, so why not? So she goes over to Stacy's house and mommy makes her a drink, and she remembers it tasting really, really gross. Obviously, she had some type of reaction to this gross tasting drink, and so Stacy gives her a straw and tells her to just down it. Just get it to the back of your mouth and get it down. You're gonna feel so much better. And so Ashley did. And once again, she felt sick to her stomach. So she goes and lays down, and she doesn't wake up until she's 15 minutes away from her death. The next morning, September 14th, Ashley's younger sister, Bree, finds her practically dead in her bed. So she calls out for their mother to call 911, and within minutes, she was on the phone with them telling the operator that her daughter had consumed an entire bottle of alcohol and a bunch of pills. And as she's on the phone, Bree finds a typed out letter that appears to be a suicide note written by Ashley. So she hands this note to her mom,
What the
who is
heck?
currently on the phone with dispatch, and she starts telling them repeatedly that her daughter attempted suicide and left behind a note. So Ashley was obviously rushed to the emergency room, and I'm sure you will all be relieved to hear that luckily she survived. But it was close. I mean, doctors said that she was 15 minutes away from dying. And I'm sure now you're all wondering what was in this note. And let me tell you, it is fucking wild. The note was a 750-word typed letter written by Ashley, confessing to killing both her father and her mother's second husband. And then how she made the decision to kill herself
What?
because basically couldn't live with what she had done. The note also mentions how she knew police thought her mom was the person responsible, but in the letter, she says that she was the real killer. So when Ashley does wake up in the hospital, she wakes up to detectives immediately asking her about the note, and she has no idea what they're talking about. She said that she was not suicidal, didn't write a note, and that she definitely did not commit a double homicide. And what was also really strange about this note is there were literally zero punctuation throughout the entire thing. No commas, no periods. It was just one long paragraph. And so detectives believed right away that the whole thing was set up and that Stacy was responsible for not only poisoning both her previous husbands, but also tried to poison her daughter. And then clearly wrote this note herself to try and get away with all of it. And to make sure that they were 100% certain, detectives analyzed a sample of Ashley's writing and confirmed that the tone and sentence structure were not a match. The note also addresses Stacy as mommy, and Ashley never called her mother that. And she was also a very smart girl who always used proper punctuation, and that was definitely missing in this note. The only somewhat incriminating thing that they found against Ashley was that she had previous diary entries where she had talked about suicide in the past. But this doesn't say much. I mean, it's pretty common for people to discuss
How can a mother
things
do
in
that?
their
Like,
diaries
how
that they're not
can a
actually
mother
going
do
to
that?
carry out. And Ashley had been through a lot after losing her father and then her stepfather, which I'm not sure how heartbroken she was over that. But I mean, losing her father was a lot. So detectives just knew that all of this wasn't her fault. And so the same day that Ashley went to the hospital,
Plus they have
Stacy
wiretap on the
was
phone.
arrested under suspicion of murder and attempted murder.
Did
And
she
on
lose a
December
lot of
20th,
weight?
2007, Stacy was indicted on 1 count each of second-degree murder, second-degree attempted murder, and a plot to forge a will, from where she had clearly changed David's will so that she would get everything and his son would get nothing. And although her charges didn't necessarily cover the murder of her first husband, a judge ruled on September 25th, 2008, that the prosecution would be allowed to admit evidence from that case into evidence during her trial. Again, she wasn't being tried for Michael's death, but it would help establish a pattern of behavior which would hopefully make it easier to get a conviction. So the trial began January 12th, 2009, and Stacy's defense attorney, Chuck Keller, took the very bold position that Ashley was actually responsible for everything. And what's crazy is Ashley was only 12 or 13 at the time that her father died, but they still tried to say that she poisoned her father for not loving her as much as he loved her sister. And they also argued that she never wanted her mother to remarry, and therefore she killed David as well. And lastly, they tried to convince the jury that she did, in fact, try to end her own life because of the guilt from all of it. How fucked up is that? I feel so bad for Ashley. After going through so much already to then be pinned for all of it, I just can't imagine what going through this trial was like for her. I mean, Stacy was clearly responsible for all of this. And even after everything, she was still trying to pin all of this on her own child. I can't even wrap my head around that. But as we've gone over, luckily the case against her was very strong. Not only did they have direct evidence putting her fingerprints on the glass
She
of
didn't say
antifreeze,
antifreeze.
but they also used computer analysis to determine that she was the one who wrote that letter. It turns out that that letter was written at a time of day where Ashley was at school and Stacy was home, meaning the only person who could have written it was her. And the evidence for that gets even stronger because in court, audio is played from the wiretapped phone, and Stacy can actually be heard typing in the background of a conversation she was having on the phone at the time that the note was written. And the last and probably most convincing piece of evidence that they had came from that conversation that they had with Stacy back in 2007. Remember how I said she slipped up and said that she poured the cranberry juice? She said antifree. Well, that same language, antifree instead of antifreeze, was used in that forged suicide note.
I took this picture of one like it out of my folder, and I showed it to Stacy and said I had a question for you. Stacy, regarding these glasses that were on top of the nightstand next to David's bed, you told us earlier that you had gotten David some cranberry juice and some water. By looking at the photo, would you be able to tell me which glass it was that you brought into David? Stacy leaned into the photo, was looking at it, at which time she said, when I poured the antifreeze, the cranberry juice, you were confusing me, you were jumping all over the place. At that point I said, Stacy, I simply asked you one question. I didn't jump all over, it was just one question, if you know which glass it was. At that point, the interview continued.
When she said to you, when I poured the antifree, are you certain it was antifree and not antifreeze with a Z?
It was antifree, absolutely positive.
Thank you very much, Detective. I have no more questions.
Both Ashley and Stacy took the stand during trial, and even though Stacy tried to say she was the victim in all of this, people just weren't buying it. The real victims here were Michael, David, and Ashley. And at the very least, we can be thankful that Ashley survived her mother's homicide attempt. And on February 5th, 2009, after 4 days of jury deliberation, Stacy was found guilty on 1 count of second-degree murder, 1 count of attempted
definitely
murder,
in prison.
and 1 count of forging a will.
Good morning. All right, Ms. Everly, I have your note that the jury's reached a verdict. If you'd stand for a moment. On indictment number 2007-1271-1, the people of the state of New York versus Stacy R. Castor, as to count number 1, murder in the second degree, what is the verdict? On count 2, attempted murder in the second degree, what's the verdict? And on count 3, offering a false instrument in the first degree, what is the jury's verdict? All right. Do you wish the jury polled, Bill? Chuck?
Yes, Judge.
All right. Kelly, go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as stated through your foreperson, you have found the defendant guilty of all 3 counts in the indictment. Juror number 1, is that your verdict? Yes.
And then a month later, she was sentenced to 51 years in prison.
51.
And Ashley made a very powerful speech
That's
about
like
the impact
all her life.
of her mother's actions.
The biggest question I ask is why? Why did she do these things? I know that's probably never going to be answered. There are so many things that she has ruined. She'll never be able to see Bree graduate. My father will never take me down the aisle.
That's the
She'll
thing. A
never
lot
get
of
to see her grandchildren.
states have
All those
removed
things she
death
took away
penalty.
from me. She killed 2 people and tried to kill me and blame it on me and blame me for the other deaths. That bothers me
Yeah,
so much.
probably.
I had to pretend for a year that everything was okay, that nothing was bothering me, even though I was worried about the trial and worried whether the jury would believe me. I hate my mother for ruining so many people's lives. I didn't even know why she did it. What gave her the right to play God with people? And I hate her for having me be the one that found my dad, just like her for having Bree found me. I never knew what hate was until now. Even though I do hate her, I still love her at the same time. That bothers me. It's so confusing. How can you hate someone and love them at the same time? I just wish that she would say sorry for everything she did, including all the lies. And though I feel bad for her today as she sits there all by herself, she's the one that did this to herself and nothing bothers her. After my mom is sentenced today, I'll go back to my loving home with people who care about me. She's not gonna go home. And if she hadn't chose to do these things, she could be home with me and Bree. She would not have to worry about anything. I've cried enough tears about this and I don't want to cry anymore. I just want it all to go away, but I know it will never go away. I have to live with this for the rest of my life. There are times when I get afraid, thinking I might turn out like her because she was good at one time. But I know I won't, and I know I could never hurt my children like she did. I hate how she tried to make me look stupid in that note that she wrote. I've tried so hard to make something of myself. I have a 3.9 GPA and still she tried to make me look stupid. When Mr. Fitzpatrick made her look stupid with her lies. I hate how she made people choose sides in our family with our friends. Bree and I are children. People are supposed to stand up for us. But she's an adult and that is the decision she made. I think about this at night, and I can't even imagine what's going through her head. All the things that she can't do. I had all these fears about if the jury hadn't believed me. What if she got out and tried to hurt me again? Or what if she tried to hurt my sister? I didn't kill anyone, and I didn't try to kill myself. I would never leave my sister or Matt. I just don't understand how you can say you love someone and in the next breath try to kill them. I wish she had told me what was going on. She was my best friend and she took that all away just because she got scared. Well, I was scared too when I was in the hospital all by myself and I wanted my mom. But she was the one that did this.
And since that first day when she was arrested, Stacy has continued to maintain her innocence and claims that the worst thing she's ever done was get a speeding ticket. And this is just frankly sad. But even Stacy's mother, Ashley's grandmother, believes that Stacy is innocent and that her granddaughter is guilty. So then in 2011, David Jr., David's son, actually sued Stacy for his father's estate and won, which will obviously never bring his father back, but will at least give him a part of him that she had taken away. Now, Stacy herself did end up passing away in prison in 2016 at age 48.
Wow.
And up until that day, she maintained that she was innocent. And
She's
her cause
already
of death
dead.
was deemed to be a heart attack, which honestly I think is karma after killing her first husband and then trying to convince everyone that he died from a heart attack. And obviously Ashley and Bree have been through so much.
Someone in the backyard.
Can't even imagine how it feels, especially to be Ashley. Both Ashley and Bree made the decision after she was arrested to never speak to their mother again, other than when Ashley was able to confront her in court. I can only hope that the two of them are living more peaceful lives
there's locals that
after they
sit there as
know
well.
that justice was served and that their mother can never hurt them or anyone else again. God, I really think that is one of the most crazy and disgusting cases that I have ever covered, especially now being a mother myself. I can't even fathom how you get to that point. God. But anyway, I want to know what you guys think, so leave me a comment, let me know your thoughts. And before I go, I need to thank today's sponsor, Surfshark VPN. So most of us know these days that using a VPN is absolutely crucial. Surfshark VPN, or Virtual Private Network, keeps your online identity safe by encrypting all of the information sent between your device and the internet. It keeps your personal data protected from big companies or cyber criminals. Also, a VPN swaps the real location of your device with a new one, aka
let's
changing your IP
go
address.
watch this.
Today's video is brought to you by EarthBreeze. Go to earthbreeze.com/KendallRae to get started with 40% off EarthBreeze Eco Sheets. Whether he was your mentor, friend, or a member of your family, it seemed like those who had Stephen in their lives felt very lucky.
Now to a case getting national attention. Lana Clayton pleaded guilty to manslaughter charges for poisoning her husband.
She fooled one of the most brilliant men I've ever known in my life.
It works by constricting the blood vessels in the eyes, but when it's consumed orally in large doses, it shuts down the respiratory system and ultimately leads to death.
I was upset about the abuse and just wanted them to leave me alone.
She had this plan in her mind for a while. Clearly, this is
Wife
a
uses
bizarre
eye drops
case,
to
say the
poison her
least.
husband.
This is a great example of
The
if you
vi-
see something,
the
say
vice-
something feels wrong, it just might
Okay.
be. Hello everyone and welcome back. I'm so happy to have you here with me to discuss yet another case. And if you're new, then welcome. Be sure to click subscribe. So today we are going to be talking about a very common household item that I had no idea could actually be really dangerous. And I feel like as a parent, I
That's
am now
dangerous.
super aware of common household items that can actually really do a lot of damage to our bodies. And I mean, I
Really?
can really get into it.
So wait,
But
eye
one of
drops
these new
is
items on my list is eye drops. And we're going to be talking specifically about Visine today and how it was used as a murder weapon. However, I have eye drops on me all the time. I have them in random drawers, random cabinets, and now that I have a child, I'm going to be a lot more careful about where I keep my eye drops and make sure they are not accessible to my child because, like I said, I just had no idea how dangerous they could be. So let's just jump into things here so you
Wait,
know
how
what
do they
I'm talking
do?
about when I say that eye drops can be
I don't use eye
dangerous.
drops though.
So we're going to start by talking about Stephen Clayton. Now, everyone knows someone who is a bit of a hopeless romantic, and that was definitely Stephen Clayton. Although a lot of the details about Stephen Clayton's early life aren't really available, I can tell you one thing about him, and that is that he loved. And Stephen was also just a really good person all around, very kind. He was very successful himself, but one thing that I thought was really cool about him is he was interested in helping others, helping the next in line, helping other people to become successful like him. He loved helping other young entrepreneurs to achieve their dreams. Stephen was born and raised in South Florida around 1954 and was an extremely driven young man. By the age of 30, he had trained as an accountant and also had set up his very own physical therapy business that targeted sports injuries. And for a long time, Stephen really lived the dream. To say he was successful would be an understatement. By age 42, he was able to retire and just enjoy his life. He had sold his multi-million-dollar business and was getting to spend a lot of his free time doing things. But even after retirement, Stephen wasn't fully ready to give up helping others. So for many years, he began training and sharing his knowledge with other young entrepreneurs to help them get their businesses up and off the ground. He impacted a lot of people while he was alive. Whether he was your mentor, friend, or a member of your family, it seemed like those who had Stephen in their lives felt very lucky. Tons of people that were close with Stephen describe him as having a larger-than-life personality. He was fun, he was well-liked, life of the party type of guy. And he also loved children, although he didn't have any of his own, but he loved being an uncle. Now, like I said, he loved love, and Stephen gave many tries. In fact, he was married 6 or 7 times. What? That's a lot. Obviously, it's a
He was
lot.
married
And
7
his
times?
last marriage was to Lana Clayton.
What?
Even though things had previously not worked out in his other relationships, he never gave up.
To marry
on finding
7
the
times,
one.
not just
Stubbs
date.
had
Oh,
moved to North Carolina,
what the
and that's where
fuck?
he met Lana online, and the two of them quickly fell in love. The two of them got married in November of
What
2013,
happened?
and that made her his either 7th or 8th wife. I couldn't exactly figure out how many times he was married. There's some conflicting information out there, but after 2 years of marriage, they moved from North Carolina to a waterfront mansion in Lake Wylie, South Carolina, which was designed after George Washington's Mount
so
Vernon
random.
estate. So, fancy pants stuff here. This place was absolutely gorgeous. Not my style, but very scenic, very idyllic, and was surrounded by nature. And Stephen had plenty of money to keep up with this lifestyle, even after being retired for many years at this point. However, Lana, on the other hand, was still working. She also seemed like a great person. She was a nurse, and not just a nurse. She was a nurse at several Veteran Affairs hospitals where she looked after veterans in need of care. And I'm guessing it was her caring quality that Stephen first fell in love with. Obviously, not every nurse out there is a wonderful human. However, most of the nurses I've come in contact with are incredible angels on earth, in my opinion. And for the most part, it does take a very special, driven, and thoughtful person to become a nurse, or at least a good nurse. And that's exactly the type of person that Stephen wanted. For several years, his entire family got very close with Lana. To them, it appeared as though they made each other very happy. And on the outside, there were no signs of anything that could be wrong between the two of them, which would heavily contradict what Lana ended up saying about their marriage later on. And Lana is the only one that will truly understand what caused this shift. There's a lot that we don't know about what happened in the later part of their marriage. But by July 21st, 2018, there would no longer be a Mr. and Mrs. Clayton. That day, around 1 p.m., Lana comes bursting out of her house and runs into the street and flags down a motorcyclist named James Blackledge, and she is hysterical. She told him that her husband needed help and that she needed him to call 911. So, of course, James wants to help. He calls 911, and then he watches her run to another neighbor's house to try to get additional help. And again, she is frantic. And as he's standing there on the phone with dispatch trying to get emergency services out to the location, he notices that when Lana gets this neighbor, only the neighbor enters the house to check on Stephen, and Lana stays outside. Now, of course, I can totally see why, if there's a traumatic situation in a house, that you may not want to go back in. But in this scenario, I truly believe that every action Lana took was deliberate and calculated. Eventually, EMS gets there, and when they do, they enter the house. In the body cam footage, you can see that they're walking around, and eventually they realize that Stephen is at the bottom of the main staircase under a white sheet. And unfortunately, it was too late, and Stephen was pronounced dead on arrival. And at first, everything that Lana mentioned about Stephen's health, paired with how he appeared to have died, made it seem as if his death was truly accidental and natural. And according to Lana, Stephen had been recently experiencing vertigo, which is awful. It's kind of like a sudden, unexplained spinning sensation. You feel super dizzy. Normally if you lay down, sometimes you will faint. And she went on to explain that he had been extremely ill the past couple of days and hadn't really been able to get out of bed. And again, at this point, she is obviously very distraught, as anyone would be. So here's how the day kind of played out, according to Lana. That morning was a typical morning. Stephen hadn't been feeling well, but she checked on him around 11 a.m. and he was fine. He was laying in their bed. I mean, he wasn't doing great by any means, but he was okay. He was alive. And then she decides to go out and mow the lawn. And it must have taken her a long time to mow the lawn. It was a big lawn. But it took her 2 hours. And when she came back inside, that's where she saw Stephen lying at the bottom of the staircase. So obviously when you first hear this story, you would think, well, he wasn't doing great. He was experiencing vertigo. He was alone in the house. Maybe he was trying to walk down the stairs, or something else happened to him. He becomes suddenly dizzy and falls down the stairs to his death. And Stephen wasn't the healthiest guy, and he was, a little older, so it didn't seem that out of the question that this could have been how he died. Several years prior to all this, Stephen had gone to the Bahamas, and he went diving and ignored several basic rules of safety when it comes to diving, and he ended up getting very sick as a result of the actions he took. Basically, while he was diving, he went from very low pressure to very high pressure without giving his body time to adapt, and that is crucial. I don't know a lot about diving. I have an ear problem, so I can't dive, although I would love to, but I do know that that is a big no. There needs to be a period where you move slowly so that your body can adjust to the different pressure in the water depending on how deep or shallow you are. And Steven didn't do this, and so he ended up suffering from long-term effects of decompression sickness, also known as the bends, which causes bubbles in tissues of the body and can be extremely dangerous. After this happened, Steven had to go through months of rehab, and he never fully recovered. Even after all the rehab, he would still experience problems related to that incident. So right off the bat, the responding officers and coroner felt pretty confident that this was just a terrible accident. And like I mentioned earlier, Steven wasn't the healthiest person, so they thought, given his age and condition, it could have also been a heart attack. But not everyone at the scene felt this way. Nick French, one of Steven's nephews, was actually a police officer in a neighboring county, and he rushed to his uncle's house as soon as he found out what happened. And right away, he picked up on several red flags that no one else seemed to notice. For starters, Lana had 2 phones in the house, and she was a nurse. Why didn't she call 911 herself? Why would she rush out into the street, flag down
She's
some
a
stranger to call
nurse.
911, and then go to a neighbor's house? Now, of course, sometimes logic just goes out the window when you're under stress, when you're traumatized. It does happen. Even people with a lot of training can forget the necessary steps to take in a situation when they are experiencing that stress. But I'm sure most of you would agree with me that it is pretty suspicious that she didn't just call 911 with one of the 2 phones that were closest to her instead of running outside and trying to find someone. That seems pretty illogical. I mean, it's going to take a lot more time. Also, he notices that there's a staircase runner on the stairs that is not like nailed down or anything. It's just laying on the stairs, and it was completely undisturbed. Obviously, if someone, especially someone Steven's size, had fallen down those stairs, it would have moved even a little bit, but it was completely in place. And that brings us to the next red flag. Steven didn't have any injuries consistent with falling down a flight of stairs. Now, of course, it is possible that he didn't fall down the entire staircase. They're thinking maybe he had a vertigo spell right at the bottom of the stairs and he only fell down the last couple steps, or maybe even just the last step. But either way, none of this looked right to Nick. And when it came to Lana's behavior, there were many things that struck him as bizarre. And right off the bat, Lana made no mention of trying to revive her husband. As a literal nurse, you would think she would try to do something, maybe make an attempt at CPR or mention that she tried to do anything, but nope. Lana did absolutely nothing. And if that wasn't weird enough, she starts immediately talking about how she wants to have him cremated and fast. She wants to get Steven's body to the morgue immediately and have him cremated as soon as possible. The deputy coroner said that they would take his body and run some tests so they could see exactly what caused his death, you know, to give his wife some peace of mind. But Lana wasn't interested in understanding what happened to her husband. She
What am I
wanted
up to?
Get him to the morgue as fast as possible, start that cremation, and move on. So, big red flags here. If anyone even mentioned trying to figure out what happened to Steven, trying to find his underlying
Of course,
cause
you
of
know,
death,
using the old
Lana seemed to get
local
extremely
card trick,
uncomfortable.
you know?
And eventually, she starts talking
Just,
about
you know,
how
in a
Steven was
random
secretly a big
just leaving my
drug
car
user,
there, you know?
and that she didn't want an autopsy because if that came out, it would ruin his reputation.
At the moment,
But
since there's
spoiler
not
alert,
enough
he was
police, I'm
not
just
a
processing
big drug user by any means.
and
He
listening to
smoked a
true
little weed
crime.
here and there. He liked to have
Just chilling, you know?
Long Island iced
I already
teas.
had
That was
dinner.
his drink of
I
choice.
finished
So none of
working.
this is making any sense, and Lana is looking more and more suspicious. And that wasn't the only thing she threw a fit about. When Nick talked about calling Steven's other nephew, Chris, Lana was not having it. Lana explains that she doesn't want Steven's nephew, Chris, to see him in that state because she doesn't think he should have to go through that. But the reality is, Chris was an adult and should at least be made aware of what happened before he finds out in some other way. Nick tried to convince her that they needed to tell Chris 3 times, and every time she was like, hell no. But Nick decided that Chris needed to know, and so he called him anyway. So while Lana is sitting on the couch talking to officers, very upset, he walks upstairs to make that call. And good thing he did, because what he found confirmed that there was a lot more going on beneath the surface. For starters, Nick couldn't find Steven's cell phone anywhere. And this was unusual because Steven was someone who always had his phone on him. He figured it would be, lying next to his bed, on the dresser, in the bed, somewhere in the room. But the phone was
That's why I
nowhere to be
only
found,
do
and
houses. I only
it
do
still
houses in
hasn't been
Plato.
found to this day.
This is the
And next
only
thing that he
time I do
found
houses
that was
is if it's
very
up here.
disturbing when he went upstairs was that their room was in terrible condition. I mean, sure.
Only
Lana had
because
said
I
that
have,
Steven had
you
been
know,
sick in bed for days, and we've all
few
experienced
protection
that when we're really
courses.
sick in bed and your room kind of falls apart. Tissues, random cups, medicine sitting out. It's messy. It smells like sickness. But this was next level. First of all, the bed had been completely soaked. I mean soaked in urine. This made Nick believe that Steven had been completely abandoned while in such bad condition, which was shocking because he was married to a nurse who was used to taking care of veterans. And if Lana had been sleeping in the same room as him or even remotely taking care of him, she would have at least changed
Yeah.
the sheets. And as for that phone that was never
Cops
found,
don't usually come up
investigators
here
believe
too
that
much.
Lana
One.
intentionally got rid of it while
2,
Steven
not a
was
lot of people come
incapacitated
up
in
here
bed
too.
so that he couldn't call for
3.
help. And investigators also think it's
I
possible that she
mean,
took his phone
nobody
away
really messes with any of
days
the up here,
before
except for
he
like there's
actually
like a
died,
couple
because
groups.
his sister, Rosie, hadn't been able to reach him for days, which was very uncharacteristic. So in the days following, the weirdness only continues. So Chris, Steven's nephew that Lana didn't want to notify, was notified, of course, and he wanted to come over and check on Lana, see how she was doing, talk to her himself. And he, of course, brings up the will. Given that he was the executor of his uncle's estate, he wanted to know where all the documents were so he could start going through all of Steven's affairs. But Lana is telling him that
You have
Steven
an
didn't
addiction
a
to
will. It
collecting
did not
things?
exist.
Have you even
And he
seen my
knows that's
collection?
bullshit because,
Dude, I have so
like
much.
I said, he has seen it before. But also, why
I'm
wouldn't
about to have
Steven
10,000
have
scrap
a will?
metal.
Especially with how wealthy
At least
he
the
was.
salvage
He was
one.
smart. He would
Yo,
not
my
have just
Bensons and my
not
yogas.
gotten a will made. And surprise, surprise, the Clayton family later found out that Lana had burned it. Turns out she had made herself a nice little fire and burned a bunch of legal documents. And of course she did this because that would guarantee that she, as Steven's wife, would be rewarded all of his assets.
I mean, that
according
is
to South
true.
Carolina law. And not only did she burn his will, but 2
I got,
weeks
like-
after his death, when their family was
Well,
hosting
I
a
own 4
memorial
keys
for
up at
Stephen,
Plato.
his friends and family noticed how she had already packed up all of his belongings. And literally, at his memorial, she seems more concerned about getting rid of all his stuff. She's
So
trying to
this
pawn
one, this
everything
one.
off to
My
his
other
friends and
character has
family
this one.
and tells them that anything
And
they
my
don't
other
take,
character has
she's
this
gonna take to the dump.
house.
Now
Yeah, this
that does
house
not
right
sound like a grieving widow, if you ask me, or ask anybody. But Nick and Chris were not going to just sit around and let their suspicions about Lana fall to the wayside. And they were doing several things behind the scenes during all of this. So they actually contacted the morgue in York County and said that on behalf of the family, they would like to request that an autopsy and toxicology be done. And this isn't shocking, but they did this behind Lana's back, and good thing they did. Because if they didn't, Lana may have gotten away with cold-blooded murder. Forensic toxicologist Demi Garvin and coroner Sabrina Gass performed the test that ultimately proved Steven's true.
But it's a good thing I do collect because
Without a doubt, it turns out that Steven
there
Clayton
was
had been poisoned.
there was
The
one gang
toxicology revealed
that
extremely high levels
came to
of a
me
chemical
for that
called
2,000
tetrahydrozoate, which
kg
is the active
fish.
ingredient in Visine. Now, this ingredient isn't in all
Oh, hell yeah.
eye drops, mainly in eye drops.
I literally collect everything from
It works by
scavenging
constricting
to
the blood
just
vessels
everything.
in the eyes, but when it's consumed orally,
I even do
in
a bit
large
of farming.
doses, it shuts down the respiratory system and ultimately leads to death. And because Visine is colorless,
I even do
odorless,
some
and
farming as
tasteless,
well.
it can be consumed by someone without them ever knowing, which makes it very scary. If it's consumed in smaller doses, It
I don't
leads
have that
to
much,
things that are not
but
so
yeah.
fun, like vomiting and diarrhea.
Collecting.
But if you take it in larger doses, like for example, if you down a whole bottle of Visine, you're looking at a situation that's much closer to death. And with this new information, investigators need to find out if Stephen consumed the Visine intentionally or not. So Lana was brought in for questioning on August
So they
29th,
needed
2018, under the
1,600
pretenses that she
kg of
was
fish.
not in trouble. She thought she got away with it.
I sold it for
They
500k.
basically just wanted to feed her the information that they
I
learned
calculated the
and
fish
see
and
how
then
she
rounded up.
reacted. And oh boy, her reaction was very telling. By this point, she did know that an autopsy was performed behind her back, but what she didn't know is that FBI agents and agents from York County Sheriff's Office were sitting in the room next door listening to what she had to say. And for a while in the interview, she's really playing the grieving widow who has no idea what could have possibly happened to her husband. But as soon as tetrahydrozoline was brought up, she knew what it was, and her demeanor changed completely. And of course, she is a nurse. She might be familiar with that chemical, but it's pretty obscure for her to know exactly what that is right away. I mean, she literally brings up Visine when that chemical is brought up, which led them to believe that she knew way more than she was letting on. And she definitely picks up on their suspicion of her, so she starts to tell a pretty elaborate story about Stephen. She says that a while back, her husband had learned that putting a few drops of Visine in his morning coffee would make him more regular, like he was using it to a laxative to some degree. Which, obviously, if you're having trouble with regularity, there are so many other products on the market that can help with that, like teas and Metamucil and supplements. I mean, there are just so many other options that someone would go to before using Visine. And she claimed that Stephen had been doing this for a while, and that's why it was found in his system. And if she claimed to know what tetrahydrozoline is, you would think she'd be aware of how poisonous it is and how it can kill you. And she pretty quickly catches on that they are not buying her story that he put Visine in his coffee every morning. So she changes her story from grieving widow to battered woman. Suddenly, out of nowhere, she starts explaining that Stephen had verbally abused her for years. She starts really trying to sell the story that he was a horrible, abusive man and a drug user, and detectives right away know that that's not true because they've seen his toxicology report, and if he was a heavy drug user the way that she's explaining, it would have shown up. They also dug into the claim that he was abusive, and they found nothing to back this up. So eventually, she starts realizing she's in trouble, and the interview ends with Lana being quite upset, and she drives home, but what she doesn't know is investigators are following
Yeah,
her.
it took me over a
And she
year
must
and a
have had
half.
lot
I
of
started a
thoughts
year and a
racing through her
half
mind
ago.
as she was driving home,
Or maybe
because
2
when she does
years.
get back, she sits down
Yeah,
with
2
investigators
years
at her house
collecting.
and
Hey,
pretty much tells them
Clement,
everything. Lana
good.
Clayton says that
Just
after
chilling, you
years
know,
of
and
abuse
you know,
from Stephen, she
you
finally
know.
snapped. She admitted to dumping the entire
Where's the
bottle of
cops?
Visine into his water, but said that she didn't want to kill him, she just wanted to make him suffer. She said she was hoping just to make him sick for a day or two, so he wouldn't be able to bother her and she could get away from his constant demands. Then Lana admitted to something
Dude, that
else,
woman's
and
evil.
this is
Guys,
2
take
years
note.
prior to
Careful
Stephen's
of the
death,
nurses.
Lana admitted that she called 911 to
They can
report
be
that
good
she had
just as they can be
accidentally
bad.
shot her husband in the head, the back of the head, with a crossbow. She said that she was just doing it for protection that night for whatever reason, and shot her husband in the head while he was sleeping. How? What? I have so many questions. And this is only kind of surprising, actually, but police believed her. Believed that she accidentally shot her husband in the back of the head with a crossbow while he was sleeping. And I mean, my guess for why they believed
What
such
the
an
fuck?
outlandish story is because Stephen probably backed it up. He probably figured it was an accident, because why would his wife purposely shoot him in the head with a crossbow? He probably figured there's no way in hell she would ever do that to him. But on August 29th, 2018, she admitted that this was no accident, that she purposely tried to kill him to stop him from abusing her. In fact, she said that it was an attempt to stop him from, quote, coming after her. Now, even though she's admitting at this point that she impulsively poisoned her husband, investigators still think there's more to the story. and the scene of his bedroom told them everything they wanted to know. It was clear that Lana had been slowly poisoning him for days, just to see how much it took to fully kill him. Those 3 days that he was sick in bed with vertigo, she was actually trying to get the dose right to poison him. And on day 3, she nailed it. And remember how I mentioned his cell phone earlier and how it's never been found to this day? Well, detectives believe that she threw it into Lake Wiley. And again, they believe that Lana did this so that he couldn't call for help when he was unable to move in bed. Which is just so sad to think about. York County deputies didn't arrest her right away because it did take a few days to come to all of these conclusions based on her admission. And so in those days, Lana attempted to harm herself. And warning, this next part could be triggering to some, but she took a handful of pills and also turned on the gasoline in her home, and luckily, a neighbor went over to check on her and found her. She was then rushed to the hospital, and she did survive, and then she was officially arrested on August 31st and charged with murder. And once it became clear that she definitely killed him, Stephen's family started thinking back on the last few years and wondered if she had had this plan in her mind for a while. For example, they wondered if the move to South Carolina was deliberate, because the law there states that if someone dies without a will, their spouse gets everything. They also thought about how
Really?
Stephen had been experiencing
No
these
will? They
random
get
bouts
everything?
of sickness on and off for months, and even the best doctors couldn't tell him what was happening.
Well,
Now, before I get into Lana's sentencing, I want to go over another case that happened very close by, where Visine was used to intentionally kill someone, and it happened only 3 weeks after Stephen's death. And it was only 12 miles north of Lake Wiley. A woman named Stacy Hunsucker was killed by her husband. And investigators believe that this was a copycat situation. And because of what happened to Stephen, they were able to very quickly determine what happened to Stacy. Her husband killed her to get access to her life insurance policy, and he had her cremated right away. But because she was an organ donor, they were able to run some tests, and that's how they were able to determine that she had been poisoned the same way as Stephen. And because of both of these cases, there have been some major changes made in the way that toxicologies are performed. Now, in many states, when toxicology tests are run, they specifically look for tetrahydrozoline, which is something that the Clayton family really pushed for. Now, as for Lana, she ended up pleading guilty to manslaughter and tampering with food and drugs. However, she still insists to this day that she didn't mean to kill her husband.
Thank you, Steve. Now to a case getting national attention. Lana Clayton pleaded guilty to manslaughter charges for poisoning her husband.
On Eyewitness News at 5, we told you she was sentenced to 25 years in prison. Our Genevieve Curtis talked to the prosecutor, who says this is one of the worst cases York County has ever seen.
Prosecutors say Lana poisoned Stephen with eye drops over several days at their Lake Wiley home, then ignored him as he was dying, and even threw his phone into the lake so he couldn't call for help. They say her motivation was money, even burning his will afterwards.
And in an attempt to get a smaller sentence, her defense attorney tried to argue that she was the victim of sexual abuse her entire life and suffered from PTSD that was triggered during her marriage to Stephen. During her sentencing hearing, several people spoke out, including a close friend of Stephen and his sister.
Lana killed Steve, he said, and at that moment my world changed forever. This was Lana Sue, VA nurse from Oklahoma. As I stated, I had never seen her be angry or greedy or unhappy in any way. And now by her own confession, Lana had stated that she was a murderer who had planned and succeeded in taking the life of our dearest friend, our brother Steve. Lana didn't kill Steve in a fit of passion. This was a deliberate, successfully executed plan on Lana's part. The comprehension of Lana's actions unleashed a flood of new pain. How long did Steve suffer? Were the odd bouts of illness that Steve had been experiencing that year actually from Lana's poisoning? Was he trapped in his own house while he suffered and died? Was he trying to seek help when he went downstairs? Did he know he was dying? While we'll never know the answers to these questions, my heart and soul weeps for what this may have been like for Steve. Now, along with the incredible grief of the loss of our dearest friend, we were faced with the pain of evil murderer, who we thought was not only a good person, but who we had also considered to be our friend. We have been completely fooled by Lana, and never have I been so fooled by anyone.
She fooled one of the most brilliant men I've ever known in my life. My brother died a horrific death. I think my brother was screaming for his life.
Ultimately, on January 16th, 2020, Lana Clayton was sentenced to 25 years in prison in the Leith Correctional Institution.
York County woman has pled guilty to poisoning her husband with eye drops. Lana Sue Clayton accepted a plea deal to a voluntary manslaughter charge. She's been sentenced to 25 years behind bars. Her husband died in August of 2018. Toxicology tests showed poisonous levels of eye drops in his system. She later admitted to putting the drops in his food.
Clearly, this is a bizarre case, to say the least, but I am so happy that Stephen's family pushed for the truth when they felt like something was off, when they felt like Lana was suspicious. This is a great example of if you see something, say something. When something feels wrong, it just might be. But as always, I want to hear your thoughts on this case, so let me know. And also, if you have any eye drops around the house, check and see if they have this chemical, and
Yeah, I
make
don't
sure
have
that
eye
they
drops in my
store
house.
properly if you have children or pets too. It's just something that you wouldn't really think about if you didn't know how toxic and deadly it can be. So today I talked about how I'm trying to make sure that the products that are in my house are safe and better for me and my family. And one of the ways that I have done this is by switching to EarthBreeze. And I'm so excited they are sponsoring the show because I have been using these eco sheets for quite some time now, and I am absolutely obsessed with EarthBreeze because EarthBreeze has gotten rid of everything wrong with old-fashioned laundry detergent. Did you know that 91% of laundry jugs do not get recycled? 700 million detergent jugs enter landfills and oceans every year from the United States alone, which is mind-blowing. So that's where EarthBreeze comes in handy. I was kind of skeptical at first because they're so small and I didn't know if they would actually work, but they do. These little eco sheets are so powerful. I know they look like dryer sheets, but they're not. It's a revolutionary liquidless laundry detergent that dissolves 100% in hot or cold water in any type of cycle or machine, including high efficiency. And I love how easy they are to use. There's no measuring involved, no mess. You literally just toss them in. And I love how much space it saves me in my cabinet. Plus, this packaging is clearly super compact. It's biodegradable, and the best part, it's plastic free. It's made of paper. EarthBreeze offers flexible subscriptions that can be self-managed so you can adjust, pause, or cancel at any time without penalty, hidden fees, or extras. It's great for all laundry lifestyles, including sensitive skin, because their eco sheets are hypoallergenic and dermatologist tested. There's even a fragrance-free option. We have completely switched to EarthBreeze in our house, and I absolutely love it. I've recommended it to tons of friends and family. I think you guys will really like it too, but you don't have to take my word for it because you can try it 100% risk-free or your money back, and you know a company is good when they offer that. And I'm sure you're thinking, but will this little sheet remove stains and odor and do what a laundry detergent is supposed to do? And the answer is yes. You will get a powerful clean every time, so there's literally no reason not to switch. I'm telling you guys, you got to try it for yourself, and right now EarthBreeze is offering my audience 40% off. All you got to do is go to earthbreeze.com/KendallRae to get started with 40% off the EarthBreeze Eco Sheets. But that is it for me this week, guys. I will, of course, be back next week to discuss yet another case. And until then, stay safe. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Thank you for joining me to discuss yet another case. And if you're new, then welcome. So today's case, wow, this one is totally insane. We're going to be talking about the murder of Connie DeBate. There are so many wild elements to this whole case, and this is another really long one, so let's go ahead and jump in. So Connie DeBate, who was originally Connie Margota, was born July 31st, 1976 in Rockville, Connecticut to her parents Kenneth and Cindy. She was one of 4 siblings with 2 sisters, Marlene Reese and Leslie, and one brother named Keith. Connie and her siblings were raised in Vernon and Ellington, Connecticut, and she attended Ellington High School, where she graduated in 1995. And then after that, she went on to attend the University of Connecticut and graduated 4 years later in 1999. And in her adult life, Connie worked in pharmaceutical sales, and she was also a member and vice president of the Ellington Volunteer Ambulance Corps. So obviously that alone says a lot about her, and she is described by everyone that knew her as someone who was extremely kind, generous, giving, and loving. Obviously, as you can tell from her years of volunteer work, Connie was someone who was willing to give you the shirt off her back. And she was always doing things for people that she loved. And this was just one of the many reasons why she was so popular. Connie had a lot of friends, and most of these people considered her their best friend. And people say whether you knew her for years or had just met her, you instantly got the sense that she was a good person. She was known to be trustworthy, kind, giving, warm, and had the ability to make those around her feel really good. So, in the early 2000s, when she told her friends that she had met someone, they were all really happy for her. And that someone was Richard DeBate. She was excited that she had met this handsome Italian man, and her loved ones say that once the two of them got together, it was game over for anyone else. Richard, who also went by Rick, was also a very family-involved person, and his parents said from the moment they met Connie, they knew that she was going to be the one. And the two of them ended up getting married in 2003 and went on to have 2 sons, RJ and Connor. And they also bought a big, beautiful house in Ellington located at 7 Birchview Drive. And on the outside, everything about their lives looked picture perfect. But as we know, in so many other cases, sometimes things are very different than they appear. So 2 of Connie's best friends lived in the neighborhood as well, Peggy and Darlene. And it was really convenient because their husbands really got along with Rick, and they all spent a bunch of time together. And Peggy and Darlene have talked a lot about how they always had seen Rick as the perfect husband, that he treated Connie like a queen and put their own husbands to shame. Rick really doted on Connie for many, many years and made her feel very happy. But obviously there's only so much that people can truly know a marriage from the outside looking in. And I don't know exactly when things started to change in their marriage, but Rick and Connie's perfect life slowly started coming apart. It wasn't all at once, but from what I can tell, Connie started to become unhappy in the marriage, even though she was always loyal to her husband and did everything she could to keep their family together. But the same cannot be said about Rick. So that brings us to the morning of December 23rd, 2015. This was a normal day for them, a morning like any other, as far as Connie knew at least. Around 8:10 a.m., Rick took his 2 sons to the nearby bus stop, and meanwhile, Connie was at home getting dressed to go to a cycling class at their local YMCA. And according to one of Rick's versions of events, which buckle up because there are many, he returned home from the bus stop and changed into his work clothes before getting into his car and starting his 40-minute drive to work. He says that he had left the house around 8:30, but it didn't take him long to realize that he had actually left his laptop back at home, and obviously he needed that for work, so he turned around and went back to get it. But at the same time that he realized he had left the laptop at home, he said he also got an alert that his home security system had been triggered and the alarm was going off. Rick says that he then pulls over and emails his supervisor to let them know that he is going to be late to work. In his email, he writes that the alarm system had gone off at home, and that standard protocol for the security company was to alert the authorities, and then they would send an officer to the scene. Basically, he just needed to get home, check things out, let the officer know that everything's okay, and then he would be on his way to work. Rick then states that he got home sometime between 8:45 and 9 a.m., and then immediately upon returning home, he heard a sound coming from his upstairs bedroom. At first, he says that he thinks the sound was caused by one of their cats, who typically knocks things over, as cats do, and he thought maybe she could have triggered the alarm system. But when he gets to their bedroom, he is shocked to see a very large man dressed in all camouflage going through he and Connie's closet. And it didn't take long for this intruder to see Rick, and he starts to manhandle him, as Rick said. He said that this intruder tossed him around a bit and threatened him, telling him that he needed to hand over his wallet, debit cards, and PIN number, or he would wait inside the home for Rick's family to return, and then he would kill them. So meanwhile, Connie is coming home from the gym early because her class actually was canceled. So Rick said that they were only talking, him and the intruder, for about 1 minute when he heard the garage door and Connie got back to the house. Rick said that he screamed out to her, letting her know that someone was in the house and that she needed to run. And
I don't
that's
know.
when the intruder turned his attention to finding her. He said the two of them ran to her and that they kind of fought at the top of the stairs, and the intruder ends up pushing Rick down the stairs, which gives him the advantage of getting to Connie first. And this intruder ends up following Connie into the basement. She ran downstairs to get one of the 2 guns that their family kept down there. And by the time Rick is able to pick himself up and run down to the basement, it's too late. He hears the sound of a gunshot, and he says that it was so loud that he was unable to hear anything else for the next few minutes. And he actually thought he heard a second gunshot maybe, but he's unsure because he can't hear anything after the first gunshot. And something important to note here, at first, Rick says that he did not see how the intruder was able to get the gun from Connie. Then, Rick says that the intruder was able to overpower him by doing some sort of pressure point thing, which caused him to collapse. And the next thing he knows, Rick has been zip-tied
Pressure
to a metal
point thing.
folding chair in the basement, and the intruder begins stabbing him with a pair of box cutters from his very own toolbox. And after he had been stabbed a handful of times, Rick says that the intruder took his own blowtorch and began putting things inside a box and burning them. However, it is unclear what these items were and why the intruder wanted to burn them. And after that, the
What's up,
man
Bethany?
attempts to burn Rick.
You're
but
out
because
there
he only
hunting?
had one arm and one leg
Did you run
zip-tied,
into any
he says he's
rangers?
somehow able to get the blowtorch from the attacker and use it on him. And even though this
no.
man is wearing a mask, Rick says that he's somehow able to burn this guy's face. And then after that, he flees the scene.
no.
And according to Rick, all of this takes place in 5 minutes. From the second he walks through the door till when the intruder leaves, all of this happened in 5 minutes. So keep in mind, according to his story, if he returned home between 8:45 and 9, all of that couldn't have taken place any later than 9:05 a.m. However, it wasn't until 10:16 that morning that Connecticut State Police received a call from the Live Watch security company, alerting them that an alarm had been triggered at 7 Birchview Drive. Troopers were
That's
dispatched,
good.
and 5 minutes later, a 911 call came in from Rick DeBate's cell phone stating that he needed help. And a member of the Ellington Fire Department was the first to arrive at the scene. And he noticed that the front door was left open, but the storm door was still shut. And he knocked. No one answered, so he entered the property. And when he did, at first he noticed that it was somewhat smoky in the house. And then he noticed that the basement door was open and there was a trail of blood leading from the basement to the kitchen. And when he gets to the kitchen, he sees Rick, who is still zip-tied to the folding chair, and he's lying face down on the kitchen floor. He asks if Rick can hear him, and Rick responds and says he's still in the house. And obviously when he hears that, he immediately requests backup, and he reports the crime as a home invasion. And it wasn't long until dozens of officers were processing the scene and looking outside for this person. And even Darlene, one of Connie's closest friends who lived nearby, had her home searched, and they actually had her and her family hide in the bathroom.
I mean,
this
I
was
would
going
have
on,
too.
and they're thinking that there's
Like,
an intruder
regardless.
running around, so they're terrified. And at the house, officers made note of everything that they saw. Rick was still lying on the ground when investigators took photos of his condition, noting that only his left wrist and his left ankle had been tied to the chair, leaving his right arm and right leg completely free. And he also had a zip tie around his neck, which was restricting his breathing, but that was not connected to anything else. And before he was even brought to the hospital, canine units were brought in to search the home. If there was an intruder in the house, one of the 3 dogs should have been able to detect an unfamiliar scent and hopefully lead police in the direction that he took off. But instead of detecting the scent of an intruder, one of the dogs, Rocky, alerted to someone else. Rocky was first brought out to the backyard where Rick's wallet was found on the ground. It was just lying in the grass, and because he had told investigators that the man had asked for his wallet, it was believed that he must have taken it from him and then dropped it while he was running away. So Rocky begins tracking the scent, and he leads his handler through the house and to the front door, right where Rick was being treated. So his handler has him try 2 more times to track the scent of the intruder. And on the 3rd try, he literally jumps into the back of the ambulance where Rick is now being treated and alerts directly to him. The other 2 canines were asked to track a scent, but neither of them could pick up an unfamiliar scent. And investigators were pretty confused by this. And if you consume a lot of true crime, you know that dogs are incredibly talented when it comes to picking up scents. So for multiple dogs to not pick up anything and for one to be alerting to Rick is extremely weird. And so investigators had their guard up immediately. So soon after this, Rick is rushed to Hartford Hospital and was treated for his injuries, which only ended up being minor superficial wounds. And it was right there in his hospital bed that Rick was questioned for the first time. So as he's sitting there describing his attacker to police, he says that this person was very large, 6'2", bulky, and sounded like Vin Diesel. Yeah, Vin Diesel, actor Vin Diesel, Fast and Furious Vin Diesel. And he wasn't able to provide too much information about what this person looked like other than their build and their height, because they were wearing camouflage, a mask, and gloves. So he didn't see his race or what hair color he had or anything like that. Then Rick tells investigators that he witnessed this person shoot his wife in the basement. And Connie's body was found in the boiler room of their basement. She had been shot once through the stomach and again through the back of her head. And sadly, she was pronounced dead on arrival. And Rick said that he had no idea she was dead until he heard detectives say that the body was DOA. And the questioning of Rick did not stop after his first initial run-through of events. Investigators had a lot of clarifying questions, and they were already starting to see Rick's story change. The version of events that I just went over with you was just Rick's first story. The more questions they brought up, the less his story made sense. For starters, Rick began to say that he was no longer certain what time he actually left for work. He just said it was sometime between 8:10 and 8:30. And after he left, he then turned around to grab his laptop, which is also when he got that notification that the alarm system inside his home had been triggered. And when he was asked if he had set the alarm system that morning, he didn't have an answer. He said that he played around with it, turning it on and off, but he couldn't remember if he was the one to turn it on before leaving or if Connie was the one to. It would make sense for Connie to have turned on the alarm system when she left for the YMCA, because Rick originally said that he left first and then she left after him. But he changed his story and said he couldn't remember who left first, so therefore he couldn't remember who turned on the alarm. He then goes on to say that when he first entered the home to see what was going on with the alarm, he didn't see or hear anything at first. It wasn't until a few minutes later that he walked upstairs and saw his bedroom door and a light on that he went inside to check it out. And it was then that he came across the intruder going through their closet. And then his story changes again when it comes to the stairs. You know how he originally said the intruder pushed him down the stairs? Well, he changes his mind and says that he tripped down the stairs and that the intruder jumped over him and ran to Connie. And then he has a total change in his story when it comes to the gun. At first he said he wasn't able to see how the intruder got the gun from Connie, but he changes his mind and says that he saw the two of them fighting over the gun and then he was able to get it from Connie and shoot her. And what makes his story even more fishy to investigators is he also tells them that it was pitch black in the basement and that he couldn't see anything. So how did he watch the two of them fight over the gun? He also claimed that he tried running up to the attacker and was going to try and wrestle the gun out of his hands, but it was too late. The man had already shot Connie. After this, his story stayed relatively the same as it was originally. He says that this man used, quote, some type of pressure point thing to get him to collapse, and then he ties him up to the chair with zip ties. This is followed by the man jabbing at him with the box cutter, burning some papers with the blowtorch. Then he attempts to burn him, but Rick somehow manages to get the blowtorch and burn the intruder himself. Lastly, Rick explained to investigators that once he gained some consciousness, he was able to drag himself upstairs with his free arm and leg and get to his cell phone so that he could call for help. And he says that he shouted out for Connie many times, hoping to hear a response, but he didn't know for certain that she was dead until officers arrived at the scene. Now, of course, it would be one thing if he had just some minor inconsistencies in his story, considering he had just been through such a traumatic event, but they said that it was the way he was telling the story to investigators and how his story kept changing pretty drastically that they started to realize that something wasn't adding up. And not only that, it was his injuries and them looking through the crime scene that gave them all the confirmation they needed. For starters, Rick had only suffered some very minor injuries. A few cuts to the left side of his chest and cuts to the top of both sides of his thighs. And they realized that every injury he received was located in a place that could have been self-inflicted. Now, of course, it wouldn't be impossible for his attacker to have hurt him in the places that he could
And
also
plus,
reach
he was only
himself, but
zip-tied with
investigators
one
found it
arm and
interesting
one
that
leg.
most of his wounds were on the left side of his body because Rick was right-handed. and that was also the hand that was left untied. Again, this is not for sure proof of anything, but it definitely made them suspicious. And it also made them suspicious that he didn't have any bruising on his body, which they expected to see considering he had fought with the attacker in the closet and fallen down the stairs. Whether he fell down the stairs or was pushed, there would have been bruising to back this up, but there wasn't. Investigators also looked at the clothing that he was wearing because blood spatter doesn't lie, and they noticed that his shorts only had blood on the top side of them and nothing to indicate that blood had dripped down the side of his thigh. They also expected to see a lot of blood on the back side of his shorts because in Rick's story, the intruder had stabbed him while he was sitting down in the chair, and gravity doesn't lie. So if he's sitting there while he's being stabbed, obviously the blood is going to be dripping down the side. But let's just take the shorts out of the equation for a second and look at the crime scene to see if it matches Rick's story. When investigators started processing the basement for evidence, there was not a large pool of blood where Rick said he had been stabbed. Instead, there were only droplets. Again, had he been seated in the chair and sat there like he said, the blood would have looked much different on the basement floor. The only pool of blood that they found was underneath Connie's body. And like I said, gravity and blood don't lie. And by following the movement of the blood, investigators were able to find another inconsistency in Rick's story. Rick had stated that after the intruder left and after he regained consciousness, he drags himself upstairs to get his cell phone. However, police found no blood in the areas where he said he was dragging his body. Obviously, there would be blood left behind. The only place in the house where there were bloody drag marks was in the kitchen. Everywhere else, it was just droplets, indicating that he'd walked up the stairs. And yes, again, this doesn't necessarily prove guilt, but why would you lie about this? If he managed to walk to the top of the basement stairs and then collapsed once he got to the kitchen, why wouldn't you just say that? Also, investigators started wondering why he would have the energy to get himself up to the kitchen, but didn't have the energy or the interest to go and check on his wife. And this wasn't the only interesting thing that investigators found while they were processing the crime scene. It was also noted that a window in the basement was open, making detectives believe that this was likely how the intruder got into the house. Because besides this, there was no sign of forced entry, but something about this window seemed off. First of all, the locks on the windows had been removed from the inside and had just been left there. Unless Rick and Connie were replacing the locks, I don't see why the locks would be left off of the windows. Also, for someone to open the window from the outside, they would need to use some force to get through. And knowing this, one of the detectives demonstrated opening another one of the basement windows from the outside, and this window also had locks that were removed. And when he did this, the glass completely shattered. So obviously, if the intruder did come through the window, there would have been glass underneath. Also at the crime scene, investigators found the stainless steel revolver that was used to shoot Connie, and this did belong to Rick. And I know it sounds like a lot happened that day, and it did, but it doesn't stop there. I know I just went through some of the crime scene and what they found, but I want to jump back to Rick in the hospital being interviewed because it gets more interesting. After he finishes describing what had happened that day, investigators start asking him about his relationship with Connie, and he starts saying that things between them were pretty good, but he mentioned that she'd been angry lately. Specifically that she'd been struggling with depression, but seemed to be slowly coming out on the other end of it. So detectives asked him if their investigation would reveal any more problems in their relationship, and Rick said yes and no. And then he went on to describe in detail the affair that he had been having. Rick explains that he and Connie wanted to have a third child together, but due to health reasons, Connie was unable to get pregnant. And after several failed attempts, the two of them came up with an alternative idea. Rick then explained that he had an old friend from high school who had recently gotten divorced, but was wanting to have a baby of her own. Now, I'm going to give this woman a different name for the sake of protecting her identity, although I know her name is out there, so if you really try, you can find it. I'm going to be calling her Hannah. So Rick says that the three of them, Hannah, Connie, and Rick, as a group, decide that they're going to use Rick's sperm to get Hannah pregnant. But Rick tells investigators that the process of donating sperm and then inseminating her was too expensive. So they decide to do things in a bit of an untraditional way. The three of them decide together that they're going to do this the old-fashioned way. So if it's not already obvious, Rick explains that he had sex with Hannah and gets her pregnant, and that Connie is completely fine with all of this. And not just completely fine, he explains that in a way the whole thing was her idea, and that the three of them would be co-parenting this baby. And if you are thinking, what the fuck, you are not alone.
Yeah, what
This
the
is so
fuck?
bizarre that he even tried to convince investigators that this is how it went down. Detectives also could not believe what they were hearing, and they had quite a few follow-up questions. And of course, because why wouldn't it, his story started to change once again. Rick starts to explain in more detail that he had known Hannah since high school and that the two of them had only ever been friends. He tells investigators that their baby is due February of 2016, but when he's asked if his wife
Another
knew
way to
about the
get rid of
baby,
your
he
mistress.
couldn't give a straight answer.
Let's
Literally
kill
just
the
minutes
wife.
before, he's telling them that all of this was Connie's idea, in a way. And then, as he's questioned further, he can't really tell them whether or not she even knew about the baby in the first place. Then he starts telling investigators that the two women had never spoken, which literally makes no sense, because minutes before this, he is telling them that the three of them are going to raise this baby together. And when they asked if Hannah was okay with this whole co-parenting situation, Rick says yes, but also she was not. Which one of these stories is true? Was she okay with it? Was she not? Did Connie know? Was it Connie's idea? Did she have no idea? He's making no sense at this point. In the end, he admits that he had been cheating on Connie with Hannah for several years, and that the pregnancy was not planned, it was unexpected. And if you have 100 alarm bells going off in your head at this point, you are not alone. Detectives even told Rick that everything he had been saying since they got to the hospital didn't match up with the crime scene, and they were basically skeptical of everything he said. And you know what his initial response was? He said, okay, that's it. That's all he said. He did go on to state that he wasn't responsible for shooting his wife, and that he understood that detectives had to grill him anyway. But like, really, dude? Obviously, to better corroborate his story, detectives track down Hannah and ask her for a statement. And she actually gets them a statement that same day by 9:45 p.m. This is a written statement, and Hannah said that their romantic relationship first started in spring of 2015. And even though she did know he was married, she was under the impression that he and Connie were getting a divorce. And of course, she was under that impression because that's what Rick
Oh, here
told
we
her.
go.
He said
Another
that they had
Chris
both
Watts
been
story.
unhappy for years, and it was a mutual divorce. Hannah said that she found out she was pregnant on June 18th, 2015, and confirms that it was unexpected,
Imagine
and that
having
she
the
waited
baby of a
until
killer.
August to tell Rick. And once she did, he told her that he had just hired a divorce attorney. And another spoiler alert, he didn't. And she also explains, to the best of her knowledge, Rick and Connie were not planning on having any more children together, which basically throws away the whole notion that the three of them planned to co-parent this new baby together. Hannah even tells detectives that the two of them went to Vermont together a week before Connie was murdered. And during this little trip, she and Rick planned how they were going to tell Connie about the baby. And Rick told Hannah that he wanted to wait until after the holidays, and this is also when he'd be serving her with divorce papers. And detectives wouldn't learn this until February 23rd, 2016, when they interviewed this divorce attorney, Brian Murphy. But they found out that not only did Rick not have divorce papers drafted, but he only met with this guy once and never even hired him. So clearly, they know at this point that there was no pending divorce. It's safe to say that the investigation into Connie's murder took a very specific direction right away. However, the intruder theory was all that the public knew, and people that knew Rick said that they never would have thought he would be involved in Connie's murder, and they just had assumed that an intruder had actually done this. But from the beginning, investigators had a strong sense that the person responsible for her murder was her own husband. But of course, they need to look into all possibilities, so they did look into one person that was kind of an enemy to the DeBate family. That year, Connie and Rick had actually sued their contractor in small claims court. They had had a ton of issues with this contractor, you know, normal contractor bullshit that most of us have probably dealt with, but a little more extreme. He was a pretty difficult person for them to deal with. From what I gathered, there was a dispute with the cost of the work not being done correctly, and it caused some drama between all of them. And Connie had even expressed to her friends that she was afraid of this contractor, especially after her car had been vandalized 2 times that year, and she thought it was the contractor. They couldn't confirm that it was the contractor who vandalized the cars, but they ramped up their security. That's when they got their alarm system and also purchased guns. In fact, he told investigators that purchasing the guns was Connie's idea. So when they were interviewing friends and family and asking if there was anyone out there that would want to hurt Rick and Connie, several people brought up this contractor, but they were able to rule him out very quickly. Not only did he have a strong alibi for the morning of the attack, he also did not fit the description of the attacker. So once again, they're back at looking into Rick. And they kept all their suspicions and their investigation into Rick private from the public for a long time until they had enough solid information to make an arrest. And throughout 2016, detectives began interviewing people in their life to get a better sense of this couple and their personal lives. And several people said that there is absolutely no way in hell that Connie would have been okay with him having a baby with another woman. That is just completely out of the question. To their knowledge, Connie had no idea that this was even happening. Her closest friends, who she confided everything in, believed that Connie would have told them if she had ever found out that her husband was cheating on her. They also expressed that she was extremely against guns and did not believe the idea that Connie was the one who wanted to get the guns in the first place. Connie's friends also have spoken about how Rick just was acting so weird when friends were coming around to, comfort him after his wife had died. And he even asked them, "How did you know my wife?" when he very well knew who they were. And they kind of thought that that was because he was so traumatized. They tried to, explain this to themselves because, of course, they thought he was an amazing husband, and the idea that he killed Connie never crossed their minds. Also, when she was buried, her friends stayed at her grave for a while, and they said they couldn't even remember if Rick had been there, if he had even gotten out of the car when she was actually lowered into the ground, which they said that they assumed he did, but it was all kind of blurry. They had a lot of emotion going on, but they know that they were the last ones there, and they just felt like they could not leave her, that it was so upsetting, and they couldn't understand how Rick was able to walk away so easily. And there were a lot of strange things about his behavior. Just, he did not have the emotion that you would expect when your wife was just brutally murdered. And at one point, he texted a bunch of the neighbors and asked them where they normally get takeout. And they just thought that was so weird. Why is that your concern right now? When your wife was just murdered, you're wondering where to get some food? And while interviewing their loved ones, they also found out that Rick and Connie had been experiencing some financial trouble. Basically, money was disappearing and Connie had no idea where it was going. She told her friends she wasn't happily married and she was tired of taking on all the responsibilities. It's unclear if Connie had an actual plan in place to leave her husband, but we later learned that she was highly contemplating. They ended up looking through her phone and they found a section in her notes app that was titled, "Why I Want a Divorce," and reading through this list is heartbreaking. She wrote things like, "He lies, he treats me poorly, he takes money that isn't his, he's not good with the kids, he cares more about himself, he doesn't share his passwords, there is no trust," and much more. There was also a small section titled "The Good," but this list was a fraction of the size of the "Why I Want a Divorce" list. Now, Rick's behavior after Connie's murder was totally bizarre. Her family said that just one day after her murder, he wasn't even expressing how much he loved and missed his wife. All he said to them was, "It wasn't me." Rick's friends and family were also interviewed, of course, and it became clear that some people did in fact know he was cheating on his wife and that he got another woman pregnant. One friend said that Rick told him about the affair and the pregnancy and how much he loved him, but that he was afraid his wife would leave him. Seems to me like Rick just wanted the best of both worlds for as long as possible. And on January 11th, 2016, detectives reached out to Protective Life Insurance Company about the two policies the debates had. And that's when they learned that each of them had a policy for $475,000, and the other was listed as the beneficiary. And although Rick's policy was canceled back in 2012 for lack of payment, Connie's policy was still active. And of course, what do you know, only 5 days after her murder, Rick made a claim on her policy and was looking to cash in on $500,000. And on top of that, only 1 month after her death, Rick collected over $75,000 from her employer. So as 2016 and early 2017 went by, detectives executed several search warrants, including the records of Hannah and Rick's phones, the records for the home security system, Rick's Microsoft tablet, and most importantly, the records from Connie's Fitbit. And ultimately, it was information from these records that proved who the killer actually was. And I'm going to break this down piece by piece. While looking into the records on Hannah's phone, detectives were able to dig super deep into the lies that Rick was telling, and he was constantly telling Hannah, reassuring her that he was going to leave his wife and that they were going to live happily together in the end. Just days before the murder, Hannah had asked Rick why he and Connie had taken a trip together earlier that month without the kids, and she had seen photos from Facebook and thought it looked pretty romantic. But of course, Rick has the perfect story to calm her nerves. He told her that his uncle died and they had to go collect some of his belongings. Rick told Hannah that the only reason Connie went was so that he could bring up the divorce, and the reason she posted to Facebook was because she wasn't ready to go public with their breakup yet. And get this, Rick tells her that he and Connie were reading a book about modern divorce, and that one of the steps it tells you to take is to post pictures on Facebook and social media like everything is fine, and then delete them after. He told her that it helps with putting the past in the past, and somehow Hannah bought this and actually apologized to him for questioning him. Of course, Rick's phone records were also looked at, and once again, detectives could see what a liar this man was, because he was texting his wife, "I love you," and at the same time texting Hannah, "I love you." And Rick's final text to Hannah was the night before he murdered his wife. And he wrote, "I'll see you tomorrow, my little love nugget." So now I'm going to talk about the records that were really the nail in Rick's coffin. First of all, I want to explain the security system, tablet, and the Fitbit records all together, because doing so really paints a very specific timeline of Rick and Connie's movements that morning. And you'll also be able to see how these records completely contradict the story that Rick gave detectives that morning. At 8:44 on December 23rd at their residence, one of the garage doors registers as opening and closing, which is consistent with the time that Connie left for the YMCA and her spin class. This is confirmed shortly after because Connie can be seen arriving at the Y on surveillance video at 8:53 a.m. and her Fitbit begins registering movement, indicating that she was walking into the building. Minutes before, at 8:50, Rick is using his login to disarm the whole security system, including all of the motion sensors in the home. Then, within the same minute, he rearms the system along with the motion sensors and gets a text confirming that the alarms are on. This would suggest that he is leaving for work. 9 minutes later, at 8:59 a.m., Rick disarms the security system and uses his key fob to do so. Now, this fob can only be effective if it's in within 500 feet of the home, meaning that Rick had to be home, or at least very close to home, by 9 a.m. And this would suggest that Rick was returning home to check out why the alarm had been activated. And that would mean that this 9-minute window would be when the intruder would have entered the home. But not only did the alarm system not indicate an intruder, it didn't indicate motion in the house at all. And if that weren't suspicious enough, what you're about to hear definitely is. At 9:02 a.m., data from Rick's tablet confirms that he was at home and using the internet, because the IP address shows that he was signed into his Outlook account from 7 Birchview Drive. At 9:04 a.m., the same tablet records indicate that Rick sent an email to his supervisor from the IP address at 7 Birchview Drive. But if you remember, Rick told detectives that he pulled his car over before returning home to send this email. And he also said the same thing in the email, that he pulled over to let them know that he was on his way home, not that he was already home. Plus, like I said earlier, Rick said the whole attack lasted 5 minutes. If the alarms indicate that he returned at 9 a.m. and he sent the email at 9:04 a.m., that would mean that the entire attack would have to have taken place in 1 minute, which is just not possible. And this is where Connie's Fitbit comes into play and ends up being a massive piece of evidence in this case, and why it is referred to by so many as the Fitbit murder. When Connie got to the Y, she actually only stayed for a few minutes, because like I said, her class ended up being canceled, and her Fitbit shows no movement for 8 minutes starting at 9:08 a.m., which is when she was driving home. And Rick was adamant that his wife was shot almost immediately when returning home, but her Fitbit shows that she moved a total distance of 1,217 feet inside her home between 9:18 and 10:05 a.m. Even her Facebook records indicated that she was online and active for 6 minutes during this time as well. If Connie had come home from the YMCA and basically ran right into the basement when she got home, it maybe would have tracked like 200 feet, and there would have been zero movement after she was murdered. Her last registered movement wasn't until 10 10:17 a.m., just 17 minutes before 911 was called. And this is believed to be her true time of death. And something small but important that I read in the arrest affidavit was that Rick canceled his contract to have the home security system only 12 days after Connie was killed. If an intruder really did just come into your house 12 days earlier and killed your wife and was still on the loose, and you have 2 small kids, why would you do this? It makes no sense.
Oh,
and
shit.
speaking of the kids, it is just heartbreaking thinking of the pain and suffering that they have had to go through all of this, losing their mother, and obviously I'm not quite sure if they have been filled in on exactly how all of this played out, but the reality of the situation eventually will come to light for them. And RJ was only 9 years old when his mother died. Connor was only 6. And since then, they've been put in the care of another family member, and my heart just breaks for them. So after listening to all of that, I'm sure you feel the same way that I do about Rick. This guy is a total piece of shit. But even as investigators were uncovering all of this incriminating information, the public still had no idea at this point who Connie's killer was. And it actually wasn't until April 14th, 2017, when Rick was arrested, that everyone learned the truth. Richard DeBate was arrested and charged with murder, tampering with evidence, and making a false statement.
Husband arrested, charged with murdering his wife more than a year ago. Thank you so much for staying up with us at 10 o'clock. I'm Lorenzo Hall.
And I'm Audrey Kuchin. Connie DeBate, an
So
Ellington mother of 2,
1.6.
brutally murdered in her home 2 days before Christmas. Well, tonight, finally, a break in that case.
Standing stone cold before a judge in Rockville Superior Court, Rick DeBate was arraigned this afternoon on charges of murder, tampering with evidence, and providing false statements to police. DeBate was arrested Friday, accused of murdering his wife Connie in their Ellington home 2 days before Christmas in 2015. The arrest warrant reveals details of DeBate's affair with a friend from high school whom he got pregnant. Police do not believe Connie knew about the pregnancy and say she and Rick were arguing about a cable bill the night before her murder.
During a status hearing, the state argued that the bail should be set at $5 million, considering the fact that his entire family comes from wealth. The defense, however, of course, reminded the judge that he was a father with no criminal history and deep ties to the community.
Mr. DeBate has no criminal record, 40 years of age. He has deep roots in the community.
In the end, his bail was only set at $1 million, which he posted right away.
DeBate is charged with murder, tampering with physical evidence, and making a false statement in the killing of his 39-year-old wife, Connie, 2 days before Christmas in 2015. He remains free on bail after being arrested in April 2017. And DeBate has maintained his innocence, telling investigators a masked man shot his wife at their home and tied him up. Prosecutors say DeBate staged the home invasion. And as for a motive, they believe he had affairs and was concerned about the consequences of a potential divorce.
And even though you probably think that this case is pretty straightforward, and so the trial would be, it actually took 5 years to get a conviction. Rick's trial ended up being postponed 2 times before finally beginning in April of 2022. His trial was first postponed in 2020 because it was supposed to start right when COVID hit. And then his trial was postponed again when his lawyer, Hubert J. Santos, passed away. Finally, when things were supposed to pick up again, the judge decided a new jury needed to be selected because too much time had passed since the last group was chosen.
In the nearly 6 years since Connie died, the case has faced setbacks. One of DeBate's lawyers died in June. Then in August, a judge dismissed all jurors and ordered new ones be selected, reasoning it had been too long since they were seated before the pandemic shut down courts. Those matters need to be dealt with before the case finally makes it to trial.
And as the years went by, the media attention on this case got bigger and bigger. And the fact that Connie's Fitbit was a major piece of evidence was something that the public really latched onto. Obviously now the use of personal health trackers is only getting bigger. So for Connie's to be one of the reasons why her killer was put in jail was a really big deal.
The story also capturing national attention because of the Fitbit activity tracker being used as evidence. Police say information on Connie's Fitbit contradicts DeBate's story, showing she was moving around an hour after he said she was killed.
And I do want to mention that Connie's family has come out and said that they don't like the fact that the media started calling this the Fitbit murder, because it's not about a Fitbit. This case is about a mother who was murdered horrifically by her husband. Yes, the Fitbit played a big role and shouldn't be ignored, but it's important to note that Connie's memory and legacy is what's remembered at the end of the day. Finally, the trial started. Throughout April of 2022, Rick DeBate sat on trial for the murder of his wife, as well as tampering with evidence and making a false statement. The trial went on for almost a month, and it wasn't necessarily smooth sailing for the prosecution. The defense brought forward some undeniable information that the jury just couldn't ignore. It turns out that there was unidentified DNA found in 6 places in the home, and the location of the DNA matched the story of someone being in the closet and making their way down to the basement. They also noted that there was an insignificant amount of gunshot residue found on Rick. He did test positive for GSR particles. However, you would expect this to be more significant if he had been the one to pull the trigger. But the prosecution was able to say that the gunshot residue test wasn't administered until hours after he'd been brought to the hospital, and it's possible his hands had been wiped during that time. The prosecution also drilled him about the whole Vin Diesel thing. But on May 10th, after 22 days, it took the jury only 3 hours to come back with a guilty verdict.
After years of waiting for a trial, the family of Connie DeBate says she finally gets the justice she deserves. Fox 61's Tony Black is live outside Rockville Superior Court in Vernon with their message after the verdict. Tony, what'd they say?
Yeah, Brent and Sarah, it took the 12 jurors inside this courthouse today about 3 hours to find her husband, Rick DeBate, guilty of killing Connie in 2015 in their Ellington home. About 3 hours of deliberations following 5 weeks of trial, shocking both the defense and Connie's family.
So far, I've gathered.
The pain of Connie's loss and the length of this trial has been especially hurtful to the family.
I didn't expect the verdict to happen so soon. I was really skeptical, but it was kind of surreal. It was a relief.
And Connie's mom spoke publicly about what a relief this verdict was for their family. She even publicly talked about the conversation that she had with her daughter the morning she was killed.
First thing she said on the phone was, "Mom, I love you. You're my best friend." And I didn't know what's going on. I said, "I love you too, and you're a good friend of mine."
But there was more.
She says, I just want to let you know, Rick is a mess today. And I just wish I had said, "Well, if he's such a mess, why don't you come to my house? We'll have breakfast." I just feel like, I don't know, a surge from up above. I just feel the strength coming to me, right now.
But despite the guilty verdict, Rick maintains that he is innocent. He even told the judge during the sentencing that he is a victim of those who seek victory over truth. But in the end, Rick, or Richard DeBate, was sentenced to 65 years in prison. Of course, he and his lawyers say that this is just the beginning and they're going to fight for his freedom. But we will see about that. But this is just such a sad case, especially knowing how loved Connie was. She deserved so much more in life than she got. And for Rick to have stolen her from her friends and family and her children is just horrible. So we can only hope that Rick's appeals are continually denied and that he remains in prison for what he did. If you want to know more about this case, the arrest affidavit is one of the most well-constructed legal documents that I've ever seen, and it will take you through this story minute by minute. So I will have that linked below if you're interested. But that is all I have for you today, guys. I will be back next week with another case, but until then, stay safe out there.
She was expected home shortly after 2 a.m, but when mother of one, Jaren Lockhart, failed to make it back safely, her fiancé feared the worst. 15 calls later, and her family felt hopeless. And the trail of clues found in the following days painted a very harrowing picture, which included this grainy surveillance footage. But who were these two individuals? Why did Jaren leave work with them? And how were they involved? Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, folks. My name is Adrian, and welcome or welcome back to Coffee House Prime. Today we're looking at the case of Jaren Lockhart. Now, one of the most angering things about this story is the sheer pointlessness behind all of it, and how underprepared and disorganized her assailants were. Then again, I'm flying tomorrow and I've not even thought about packing yet, so maybe I'm not one to talk. Anyway, did you know that I post true crime and strange cases here weekly? So if that does sound like your kind of thing, please consider subscribing to the channel, it really does help me out. And so, with that said, please grab yourself a coffee, pull up a seat, and get ready for the deep dive. This is the case of Jaren Lockhart. As a spoiler alert, our story will eventually take us to the Great Mississippi River, a beauty in its majesty, a beast in its dynamism, and arguably one of the hardest names to spell correctly. To begin with, we must travel downstream to the southern state of Louisiana. And if you can look past the stereotypical and rugged facade of swamps, alligators, and banjos, you'll be pleasantly surprised to find a rich and blended world beneath. Classed as humid subtropical, the Pelican State offers beautiful coastlines and biodiverse marshlands. And when you step inward to its inland areas, they are dominated by low prairies and rolling hills. Stepping into the metropolitan world, Louisiana is comprised of a blend of Canadian, French, African American, and Spanish communities. Furthermore, if you travel towards the mouth of the Great River, you'll end up in a vibrant city that boasts all of these incredible cultures. And of course, I'm talking about New Orleans. Often referred to as the most unique city in the United States, you are spoiled for choice with the many sights, sounds, and experiences that this eclectic city has to offer. To begin with, did you know that New Orleans is believed to be one of the most haunted cities in America? That's because various wars, slavery, torture, and, of course, murders have taken place here. To add to this, it has one of the largest collections of overground tombs in the country, and voodoo is permanently etched into its history. Moving into our story today, one of those living in this city was a young woman who went by the name of Jaren Lockhart. However, before we learn of her and her adult years, let's wind the clocks back to where her story began. Born in the year 1989, Jaren entered this world in a small hospital found in Independence, Louisiana. February the 28th was the day her mother, Donna, and father, Pete, saw her come into this very bizarre world. And coming from a larger family, she had 2 brothers, Lance and Nick, and 3 sisters, Nikki, Andrea, and Alyssa. Despite the many siblings, Jaren unfortunately came from a broken home. As a result, and while still a teenager, she moved to Tangipahoa Parish. The cards were never in her favor, and sadly, she experienced a rather rough life. She had to grow up fast, and it's heartbreaking to know that she was a regular 14-year-old girl just trying to find someone to take care of her. It was in high school that Jaren found a friend named Katrina Friedman. The two would often stay up late at night writing poetry. Katrina recalls her as smart and very creative. She loved art and loved to write, and it was through her drawings and poetry that Jaren expressed her own feelings. To add to this, she also loved makeup and experimenting with her hair. Friends say that she was always changing her hairstyle and colour, and often changed it with the seasons. It's in this part of her timeline that she also met her boyfriend of 8 years named Jeremy Foster, and moving through the following 8 years, the two would eventually have a daughter together named Riley. To say that Jaren was a good mother is an absolute understatement. Pictures of the two portray a mother madly doting on a child she so desperately wanted to provide for. Jaren recognized the shortcomings in her own childhood and desperately wanted to break the cycle. However, that wouldn't come too easy because education was tough. After getting a GED, which is a general equivalency diploma for those of you outside of America, Jaren then attended a local cosmetology school. Moving into the year 2011, Jaren was a 22-year-old mother to a 3-year-old daughter. And although she wasn't necessarily financially stable, she had a rich life filled with friends and family. To quote those that knew her, she was someone you would always want to be around, and everybody loved Jaren. She was this happy small bundle of energy. However, as you can likely imagine, life was not particularly easy for her, and from the year 2009 onwards, she started to work at Stiletto's bar on Bourbon Street, followed by Temptations, which was a local gentleman's club. Jaren would dance here to get by, quitting whenever Jeremy got himself a well-paid job, and rejoining again whenever those contracts fell through. And so, over the following years, she was in and out of the industry. By the summer of 2012, Jaren and Jeremy were once again down on their luck. They were living in a $50 per night motel near Tulane Avenue, while their daughter remained safe in the hands of her grandmother. Stating the potentially obvious here, but the dancing industry comes with a whole repertoire of inherent risks, especially when dancers agree to work at private parties to supplement their income. Now, Jaren never agreed to take on any of these undue dangers. She never accepted private events, never left with strangers, and never exchanged sex for cash. Money had always been an underlying issue, but her priorities remained at home with Jeremy and Riley. All of us come from different backgrounds, and we're dealt different cards in very different orders. And it's clear to see that for Jaren, she never had the winds of good fortune in her sails. She was a young woman often down on her luck, and just like many of us, this sometimes forces us to make bad or miscalculated decisions. Sometimes simply because it's the overwhelmingly easy option. Now, these decisions don't necessarily define who we are. Just because I decided to wear blue today doesn't mean that blue's my favorite color, that I'll only wear blue, or that it defines me. It's just a fleeting decision. However, that is not to say that these momentary decisions don't come with their own individual, random, and unpredictable consequences. And tragically, in June 2012, Jaron Lockhart would fall into a very terrible outcome. It was a Wednesday and another warm evening in New Orleans. Following a rather lackluster shift, Jaron was disappointed with her earnings. And with barely any tips coming through that evening, she hadn't made much extra cash. That was when two familiar faces walked in towards the very end of her shift. The man named Terry Speaks and his partner Margaret Sanchez had known her for a while and therefore were likely trusted. The two had a proposition for Jaron, nothing too adventurous though. They were hosting a private party that night and wanted some entertainment, and so they asked Jaron if she wanted to earn some extra money. Jump in, dance for an hour, and then leave. It seemed as if Jaron had at least entertained the idea, because at 2 AM that morning, security cameras captured her leaving Temptation's Gentlemen's Club with Terry and Margaret by her side. However, to add whiplash to this story, these surveillance images would be the last time Jaron was ever recorded alive, because after this moment, none of her friends or family would ever hear from her again. Into the darkness of night she walked, never to come out of it alive. When Jaron failed to return home that evening, Jeremy immediately knew something was wrong. For her to just disappear like this was extremely out of character. Over the next few hours, both Jeremy and his father tried to call a total of 15 times. However, every phone call went straight through to voicemail, without being able to establish any form of contact, and after several agonizing hours, Jeremy finally decided to notify the police. An official missing persons report was filed, and after Jaron's family and friends learned of her absence, both anxiety and concern erupted in the social circle. And as her disappearance turned from hours into days, other events were simultaneously happening over on the Gulf Coast. At around 5:30 PM on June the 7th, beach walkers came across a gruesome discovery. The dismembered torso of a woman had been washed ashore by the tide. Though the torso was noted to have 3 piercings, and it appeared to belong to a young woman. Interesting side note for those who remember my video on this case, but the body was initially suspected to belong to Michaela Shunnock, who had been missing for 1 week when the torso was found. Though, days later, this was swiftly ruled out by investigating officers. 2 days later, on June the 9th, another awful discovery was made. Reports of a severed leg on the beach of Pass Christian came in. Once reports of this were confirmed, the news spurred officers to search further afield. And as a result of this investigation, more body parts were found between Bay St. Louis and Long Beach. This included a head, 2 arms, and the other leg. With so many body parts washed ashore, police officers now had the gruesome job of piecing the victim back together. By now, Jaron's disappearance was connected to the case, and sadly, it was likely that the mutilated body belonged to her. Saying that, it would take investigators quite a while to identify her. It also looked like a lot of effort had been put into removing identifiable features such as tattoos. However, due to the piercings located on the body, it was strongly believed to belong to her. And after finding her clothes nearby in Long Beach, all hope was lost. The clothing she had been wearing in that surveillance video matched those that were found. With this shocking news, Jaron's community began to mourn her loss. Needless to say, Jeremy was in despair of the discovery. Jaron's death marked the end of his old way of living, as it marked the end of Riley's life with a mother. Autopsy reports concluded that the wound to her chest, likely from a knife, was the cause of her death. The reports also confirmed that opiates were found in her system. To add to this, there was no DNA evidence found that could link her to her killers. However, it was
I need
at
to get a
this point
Benson
in
for the
investigation
TVs.
that officers found something abnormal while reviewing all surveillance footage.
Because TVs are way
The
too
security
heavy.
camera at Temptations reveals that Jaron had, in fact, left the club with a couple. Additional surveillance footage confirmed that the pair had been sleuthing Bourbon Street clubs all night prior, randomly asking different dancers to go go home with them. After learning of these concerning details, NOPD released this surveillance footage to the public, requesting for any information which may help identify these individuals. As it turns out, 2 other dancers were propositioned before Jaron. This included Lacey Dillman, who was offered $700 to perform at the bachelor party. Apparently, the pair had a very strange demeanor, and after being creeped out by them, she declined their offer. Sadly, this is where Jaron's luck ran out. As we know, it was a very poor night for tips, and after worrying about not being able to make the rent, she jumped at the opportunity. After identifying these 2 as Terry Speaks and Margaret Sanchez, the authorities obtained a search warrant.
I'm gonna
for the
have
property.
to
And after going
put a
inside,
Benson for
that's
that
when all
one.
the evidence started to piece together. As the authorities questioned local neighbors, fresh information came to light. One of them had witnessed Terry dragging multiple garbage bags out of the house that night. According to the neighbor, he was struggling to lift the bags. The neighbor spotted at least 3 or 4 big ones and could smell bleach emanating from the property. Now, nearby residents were frequently perplexed when it came to the pair. Margaret was often described as socially strange. She was often seen wearing long dresses and high heels, with a top hat and a fanny pack. She was referred to as outlandish and brought a weirdness to the Stilettos Club. While Margaret was, well, weird, Terry was dangerous. And little did his neighbors know that he was actually a wanted man on the East Coast for various reasons. One of his most serious felonies stemmed from a 2003 conviction in North Carolina for having sexual relations with a minor. In the years that followed, he violated his probation and twice failed to register as a sex offender, which, of course, was a requirement for his 2003 conviction. Margaret and Terry were a couple and had been romantically involved with each other ever since the year 2009. And the reason they both knew Jaron was because they had worked with her 3 years prior. All 3 had worked at Stilettos on Bourbon Street in the year 2009, the same year Jaron herself began dancing. And, side note, but Margaret was known as Margot Stars, while Terry was nicknamed Alan Rice. While Margaret was a dancer, Terry worked as a doorman, ironically often walking dancers to their cars after work as a matter of safety. He also worked as a barker, trying to lure potential customers in through the club's front doors. Moving into what officers could piece together that night, Jaron, Terry, and Margaret were captured walking out of Temptations Bar. About 23 minutes later, a license plate recognition camera located in Kenner recorded Terry's car pass by. It is thought that, after managing to get Jaron into their home located nearby, they pinned her down before stabbing her in the heart. After committing the terrible crime, they stole her mobile phone and turned it off, rendering authorities unable to trace or track her movement. And once she was dead, they cut her up into multiple pieces, severing her limbs and head from her torso. At around 9:30 p.m., almost 1 day after Jaron was spotted walking out of Temptations with them, a license plate camera on Interstate 10 captured Terry's car crossing into Mississippi. And about 90 minutes later, that same vehicle was captured re-entering Louisiana. It is believed that Terry and Margaret later drove to Hancock County, where they then threw the last of her remains off the Bay St. Louis Bridge. Possibly believing they would avoid any suspicion, all of that would change just several days later. And as the state of Louisiana and afar learned of their names and faces, the authorities would then pay them and their home a little visit.
Well, neighbors tell us that this is where Margaret Sanchez lived. Take a look behind me. Police are actually searching this home as we speak right now. If you can see, there are members of Kenner Police Department. Also, there are bags of evidence right there in front of the house, and a dog, a cadaver dog, actually just came out of the backyard. So they are actively searching the scene, removing evidence as we speak. We did speak with some neighbors who said that the couple had lived here for a while. She had lived here much longer. He had just recently moved here in the last year or so, and that they were quiet and kept to themselves for the most part. They did see them more in the evening. Now, the neighbors tell us that this is unbelievable. And in fact, even though that they haven't met them very much, that when they saw the surveillance video on television, that they knew immediately that that was indeed Terry Speaks. Again, neighbors don't know the couple very well, but they said they have seen them. And again, as we are live here in Kenner, investigators on the scene removing evidence related possibly, they think, to the murder of 22-year-old Jaron Lockhart. So, of course, this is a developing story. We will have the latest as soon as it becomes available. I'm Rachel Wolf reporting live from Kenner. Back to you now in the studio.
Following the surveillance footage, witness reports, and the search of the property, authorities had a fairly good idea of what happened to Jaron. And so, with that said, an arrest warrant was made. Now, I can imagine that, first and foremost, you are probably looking for a motive here. However, unfortunately, you're not going to find that in the story. Because, as it turns out, there doesn't appear to be one. As expected,
No
both
motive.
pleaded not guilty to their charges,
What?
and so a trial was scheduled. Margaret's bond was set at
Those are the most.
$750,000.
Ugh.
Meanwhile, Terry's was set at $1.75 million. With Terry failing to register as a sex offender in Louisiana, he now faced these extra charges too. And after being shipped back to North Carolina, he pleaded guilty to those lesser charges. As it turns out, while serving time for this, he then confessed about murdering Jaron to 2 other inmates, who several days later ratted him out. I often find these inmate confessions absolutely ridiculous. I mean, why would you
Inmate
trust them with a
confession.
secret? If you can't trust your family and friends with something so important, then why are you going to trust a stranger who is also a criminal? Anyway, what happened next was quite surprising. But after the court was accused of violating their own guidelines, Margaret's bond was reduced to $35,000. To add to all of this, without any clear evidence linking Margaret to Jaron's murder, she was eventually released from prison in August 2012. She was rearrested 9 months later in May 2013, and after finally being put back behind bars, Margaret Sanchez was once again faced with second-degree murder charges. And with Kenner Police Department assuming the investigation, a trial was now formally underway for both suspects. So, a substantial amount of evidence was already available for the prosecution. But what do you think ultimately sealed their fate? Well, the answer may surprise you, because, as it would turn out, it would be their very own emails. In fact, stupidly enough, hundreds were sent back and forth between the pair, with most of them being during the time that Terry was already behind bars and Margaret remained free. To quote a few of these emails, one from Terry says, "You're the one they'll find, not me. Remember the boots? Remember the panties? Do you remember what you were wearing? Shall I go on?" So I mentioned this the other week in another case, but I always find it fascinating how couples turn on each other when they stand trial. And this story is absolutely no different. In a jail phone call between the two, Terry said to Margaret, "I sit here in prison, keeping you out of prison, and you're going to marry someone else? I am not going to live with this shit anymore. Am I going to live with the guilt inside of me for you? That's shit." In other emails, both Terry and Margaret accuse each other of being deceptive, and question if they should even be talking to each other. It seems as if his time behind bars was playing with Terry's patience, as over time, his emails became increasingly aggressive. In one email he said, "See, Margot Stars, I'm just as crazy as you. I am the only reason you're still out there free. Where's the gratitude for me?" It was ultimately concluded that the two star-crossed lovers would have their own separate trials. Now, this was likely intentional, to allow both of them to become courtroom adversaries to each other, of course with one blaming the other over Jaron's death. The jury also saw photographs of Terry and Margaret taken on the beach where the parts of Jaron's body were found. The photographs had been taken a month before she was killed, and were deleted less than 2 days after. Interestingly, investigators could not find Jaron's DNA in the house. Neither was her DNA found in the pile of burned items outside. There could be several reasons for this. Natural factors such as moisture, heat, and sunlight could have prevented analysts from picking up any usable DNA samples. So, without any strong DNA evidence, it looks like their own bickering was what tipped the scales of justice. Because on June the 19th, 2015, Terry Speaks was found guilty of murder in the second degree of Jaron Lockhart, and was sentenced to life in prison without parole. By the way, he initially tried to represent himself in the trial, but after only 1 day, he handed his case back to his defense attorneys. Likely because he finally realized that his own confidence was incorrectly placed. Following the trial's outcome, Margaret didn't seem too confident either, and in the end, on June the 20th, 2016, she pleaded guilty to participating in Jaron's death. She was eventually sentenced to 40 years for manslaughter, 40 years for obstruction of justice, and 20 years for the charge of conspiracy to obstruct justice. The 3 sentences are the maximum for each of the respective charges, with the sentences to be run consecutively.
In court today, 32-year-old Margaret Sanchez said she participated in the killing of Jaron Lockhart and then helped dismember her body and dump it in the Gulf. and a judge accepted her guilty plea to manslaughter, obstruction of justice, and conspiracy to obstruct justice. Sanchez had been a suspect since just days after Lockhart's torso was found washed up on a beach in Bay St. Louis. Her boyfriend at the time, Terry Speaks, was convicted of second-degree murder and other related charges just last year. But today was the first time either of them admitted to the murder.
You know, my head is actually really struggling to get around Margaret's legal journey. To be arrested, and then her bond increased to $1 million, then to be reduced to $250,000, and then $35,000, and then to be released, but then to be rearrested again. Honestly, what? And after taking a plea deal, she was given 100 years behind bars, which theoretically means life. So why even bother to begin with? Anyway, with both suspects being given such sentences, neither will ever see the light of day again. Or at least not as a free person. I guess one other side note, but Jaren's family and friends were rather upset with how the media portrayed her as a person. Jaren was not a stripper, and to add to this, she was much more than just a dancer too. Put simply, words cannot express the pain her family and friends have endured since her murder. Riley still cries over the loss of her mother, and their family is forever broken. Jaren's death will have a huge impact on them for the rest of their lives. And it's infuriating that, even to this day, no known motive exists. Jaren was stuck between a rock and a hard place for most of her life. It sounds cliche, but easy never came easy. Yet despite always swimming upstream, she did the very best she could to always make the most of her situation. She was caring, nurturing, self-aware, and above all else, a brilliant mother. To quote one of Jaren's last posts on Facebook, "I am working every day toward my legacy. It has error, but each mistake has been priceless to the journey. I wouldn't exchange my past experiences for the world. They are what have shaped me. Every trial, every struggle, every heartbreak, every broken dream, every crushed hope, and every loss has helped me grow mentally and spiritually. I am my own person. I am not the product of anyone else's doing. And if you think you can judge me, think again, because I am nothing you have ever seen before. I am me." And so goes the case of Jaren Lockhart. I think I'm wrapping this one up here, folks. Thank you so much for being here with me for another video today by Coffee House Crime. I really do appreciate it. So, what do you think about this case? I know there was barely any DNA evidence to link Terry and Margaret to Jaren's murder, but do you think there was enough peripheral evidence to link them to the crime? As always, please let me know what you think in the comments down below. I do try to read most of my comments, and I really do appreciate it. Just a very quick message as well that I still have a giveaway going on my social media profile, so if you are interested, please check out my Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. That's at Coffee House Crime on Instagram and Facebook, and Coffee H Crime on Twitter. To add to that, if you'd like early access to my videos, merchandise, exclusive
Hello everyone and welcome back. So happy to have you with me today to discuss yet another case. And if you are new, then welcome. Be sure to subscribe. So today's case is another one that is still very much developing. This happened very recently, the very start of 2023, and we're going to be talking about a person who is missing but believed to have been murdered, Anna Walsh. And I will warn you, this case is horrific. The details in this are very disturbing, so please, proceed with caution. So like I said, this case is still developing. I am recording this on February 17th, and I believe it is going up February 27th. So if there is anything major that does happen between now and then, I'll either record an update or pin a comment, something like that. Also, because this is an ongoing case, it's very likely that I will be doing a part 2 eventually, so keep that in mind. So let's start off here by talking about Anna. Now, Anna's birth name is very hard to pronounce. I'm going to take my best guess at it, but it's possible I could be wrong. And if you know the proper way to say it, feel free to let me know in the comments, and I'm sure you will. But my best guess is Anna Jubicic. I couldn't find an official pronunciation online, so again, that's just my best guess. Anna Jubicic was born April 13th, 1983 in Belgrade, Serbia, to her mother, Milanka, and her father, whose name has not been released. And to the best of my knowledge, she only has one sibling, a sister named Alexandra. So Anna's early life was spent in Belgrade, where she attended school all the way through college. And then she went to the University of Belgrade and earned her bachelor's degree in French and literature. And if there's one thing that you need to know about Anna, beyond just being a wonderful human and an amazing mother, she was a very hard-working, driven person. She immigrated to the United States from Serbia in 2005 and really achieved what many would call the American dream. Anna was a dual citizen between the US and Serbia, but her adult life was pretty much consumed by her work in America. She began her career in hospitality in 2005, working as a housekeeping attendant at the Inn in Little Washington, and within a year she moved on to become a server there. And I believe it was at this job that Anna met and married her first husband, Mark Nick. In 2007, she and Mark moved to New York City, where she worked as a program logistics coordinator, and 1 year later, she got a job working as a reservation manager at the Wheatley Hotel in Lenox, Massachusetts. And it was in Lenox that Anna met her future second husband, Brian Walsh. Now, she was still married when she met Brian, but she did say that it was love at first sight with Brian, even though the two of them didn't begin dating till a couple years later in 2014. And in the years between the time that they met and when they started dating, Anna kept working on pursuing her career, and she even got a master's certificate in the essentials of hospitality management from Cornell University. So after divorcing her first husband in 2014, she became the front office director for a hotel in Boston, all while falling deeply in love with Brian Walsh. Brian and Anna ended up getting married on December 21st, 2015 at the Emmanuel Episcopal Church in Boston, and began what she had hoped to be a lifetime of love and happiness. After they got married, she and Brian bought a beautiful home in Cohasset, Massachusetts, and they went on to have 3 sons. Their first son was born in 2016, followed by their second in 2019, and finally their third son was born in 2020. And given the circumstances, the names of these boys have not been released to the public, which I am choosing to respect as well, obviously, and I'm glad that they have been able to maintain their privacy to some degree, and I hope it stays that way. And even after becoming a mother, Anna did not slow down when it came to her career. That was hugely important for her in life, to build success and follow her dreams. And her drive was really one thing about her that so many people admired. She never shied away from achieving her goals and wanted to build the best life possible for her family. She did make her life pretty public on social media, where she often posted about what she was doing and what was on the horizon. And from 2017 to 2022, she continued her work in the hospitality industry and held the title director at a variety of different hotels, primarily in the Boston area.
Hello, everybody. This is Jam Mutlu of the Mutlu Group with eXp Realty. How are you guys doing today? I have my entire team here with me. We've got all kinds of amazing folks here in the room. I'm going to show you one of them. Here she is, an elf. Yes, her children were so excited to see her this morning. They said, "Mom, you look beautiful," right? Isn't that what they said?
And they were excited to see me, yes.
And they were excited, yes, they were excited to see her. Okay, so guys, everybody, here is our wonderful team. Lydia, come on into the picture. Hello there. Here's the Mutlu Group having an amazing, amazing team retreat here at the Prudential Tower. We're at, okay, how do I do this thing? Okay, here we go.
But then in February of 2022, she took a job as regional manager at a real estate firm called Tishman Speyer, and she began splitting her time between Boston and Washington, D.C., which, as you can imagine, was a lot of work, but it was exciting and she loved her job. I'm only guessing here, but I'm assuming that that was hard for her to be away from her husband and her kids, especially the kids. Anna was an amazing mother and very involved with her children, as much as she could be as a working mom, but at the same time, she loved to be able to provide for her family. Now, you might be wondering if Anna was working full-time and splitting her time between 2 states, what was her husband doing? Well, Brian wasn't doing much because he was on house arrest. He was on house arrest after he pleaded guilty to federal fraud charges back in 2018. Specifically, Brian pled guilty to 1 count each of wire fraud, interstate transportation for a scheme to defraud, possession of converted goods, and unlawful monetary transaction. So let me explain this a little bit more because Brian's criminal history is pretty extensive. First of all, Brian could not be more different than his wife, Anna. The two of them seemed like complete opposites to me. I'm not sure
How'd they
what
get
things they had in
married?
common,
That's the
but it
question.
definitely wasn't the way that people described them, because Anna's described as this amazing, driven woman, kind, generous, loving mother. I mean, no one had anything bad to say about her that I could find. And Brian, people had plenty of bad things to say about Brian. And first of all, the reason he was on house arrest will tell you a lot about him as it is. The reason he was on house arrest was because he defrauded someone into buying fake Andy Warhol paintings on eBay. Back in the 90s, when Brian was a student at Carnegie Mellon University, he met and befriended a student named Sam. The two of them went on to be very close friends. Even after Sam moved back home to Korea, Brian would come visit him for weeks at a time, and they were very close. And one of the many things that these two bonded over was their love for art. Brian even introduced Sam to several art dealers who in 2007 helped Sam purchase several very expensive and famous pieces of art. Sam kept in contact with one of these art dealers in particular, who reached out to him in 2012 asking if he was interested in
Why
purchasing
is he
2
calling?
Andy Warhol shadow paintings. And it turns out he was interested. Brian, who was also a big fan of Warhol, learned about this transaction and was actually with Sam when he got the paintings. It's unclear exactly how much time had passed, but after Sam had gotten these paintings, Brian reached
the
back
hell?
out to him with a business proposal of sorts.
Oh my
He told him that he could sell the 2 Warhol paintings in addition to a few other paintings that he owned and could make Sam a lot of money. Now, Sam says that he wasn't very interested in selling the paintings at first, but Brian was pretty damn convincing, so he agreed. And he was under the impression that Brian would make him lots of money doing this, but boy was he wrong. When Brian came to collect the 2
guy's-
shadow paintings, he also took 2 prints by the artist Keith Haring, a Warhol $sign print, and a porcelain statue from the Tang Dynasty. And from what I can tell, it sounds like Sam was under the impression that Brian already had some buyers in mind, at least for some of the art, so he figured things would happen very quickly. But after weeks and then months went by and he never heard from Brian, Sam tried reaching out to see what the status was on selling the art. And he tried texting, calling, emailing Brian, but he was never able to get a hold of him. And keep in mind, Sam is his friend. Sam ended up being so fed up with not being able to reach Brian and could tell he was ghosting him, so he ended up reaching out to another mutual friend of theirs to see if maybe he could check in with Brian and get a hold of him. So this friend was able to get in touch
guy's so
with Brian,
random.
and Brian just told him that he hadn't been able to find any buyers for the art, so he was planning on returning it. Now, since Sam wasn't even wanting to sell the art in the first place and just kind of agreed to let Brian do it because he was going to make him tons of money, this was fine and dandy for him. And he and Brian were supposed to be finding a time that they could meet up so he could give him the art back. But Brian started to flake on every plan they made. And because of this, Sam and that other mutual friend had to get another mutual friend involved. This time, someone who knew where Brian lived so they could just go pick up the art themselves. And when they went over to get the art, Brian handed over everything except the 2 Warhol shadow paintings. Now, I'm not sure if this friend knew that Brian was keeping these 2 Warhol paintings or knew exactly what he was supposed to be getting, but it was clear that now Brian was stealing this art from his friend, Sam. Obviously, this is horrible. These paintings are worth a lot, but if you ask me, stealing is some of the least horrible things that Brian Walsh has done. Still horrible, of course, but trust me, it gets much, much worse. So moving on to 2016, an eBay seller with the name Ancilli 2012 made a listing for 2
all shadow paintings priced at $100,000 for the pair. In the listing, the seller, who is later determined to be Brian, as you could probably guess, stated that he overpaid terribly for these pieces back in 2007 after paying $240,000 for the pair. He goes on to say that the auction price of these two paintings is somewhere between $120,000 and $180,000. But because he needs the money before next auction, he says he is selling them at a much cheaper price. In the listing, he gives the dimensions of the paintings, and most importantly, he includes the authentication stamp from the Warhol Foundation as proof of legitimacy. The buyer was Ron Rivlin, and he owns an art gallery called Revolver in LA, and he saw the listing and began taking steps to purchase the art. The buyer spoke with someone who identified themselves as Anna, and they agreed that the two pieces would be purchased for $80,000. And really quick before I continue, I am not sure if it was actually Anna that he was speaking to, or if it was Brian using Anna's name, but even if it was Anna, I want to mention that she was never charged with anything or accused of being involved in this scheme. They did, however, agree to do the transaction outside of eBay to avoid paying any fees, and the buyer signed a contract saying that they had 3 days after the purchase to change their mind about the artwork and return it for a full refund. So on November 7th, 2016, the buyer flew their assistant to Boston to meet up with Brian and make the exchange. The assistant had a cashier's check for $80,000, and they met with Brian in a hotel lobby and made the exchange. But before handing over the money, the assistant wanted to do a quick inspection of the art just to make sure everything was as advertised, of course, and most importantly, of course, check that the artwork had that official Warhol Foundation stamp of authentication. And what do you know? They couldn't actually see the stamp because it was behind these large frames that Brian put the artwork in. Just to be cautious, the assistant sent Ron a photo of the art, and he said, "Don't worry about it, go through the transaction and we will check it the following day." Of course, he's under the impression that he has time to make a return for a full refund. And big old shocker here, but on November 8th, when they took the shadow paintings out of the frame, they saw that there was no stamp of authentication, and not only that, they looked like new canvases and new staples. And upon deeper inspection, Ron was able to see that these paintings did not look exactly like the paintings in the listing on eBay. So of course, they began taking steps to return the items for a full refund as stated in their contract, but of course Brian was on some bullshit, and I'm sure you are not shocked to hear that he just ghosted. And so Ron somehow was able to contact Brian's mother, who immediately replied and basically said she wasn't responsible for what her son did, but that Brian would be contacting them within a few days to resolve the issue. And another big shocker here, no response after a few days. So Ron ends up getting in touch with Anna via her work number and asks her to get involved. So finally, on November 16th, 2016, Brian emails Ron back, basically making a bunch of excuses as to why he couldn't reach him sooner. And he ultimately said he'd happily return the money as soon as the paintings themselves were brought back, which sounded really positive at first. I'm sure Ron was thinking, okay, this took a while, but at least this guy's going to give me my money back without another problem.
What did I miss?
Sadly, he was very mistaken.
Oh.
Weeks went by, and the money still hadn't been returned.
Money.
And Brian said he'd be sending the money back in smaller installments, and every time he said there was an installment on the way, it just never came. And of course, every time Brian had an excuse, and in the end, only $30,000 of the $80,000 total was actually returned. So that's when Ron got the FBI involved. Clearly at that point, he knew there was some scheme going on here, and with the help of the FBI, Brian was
Jonah,
caught
what are you
and
up
charged
to?
for his crimes. So even though all of this
Or
went down
Clement.
years ago,
I can
Brian
see you
had
guys
still not
lurking.
received a sentence. So from 2018 to 2023, Brian was on house arrest, and of course he was required to wear an ankle bracelet at all times. But the device that he wore wasn't like the ones that you might think. He wasn't completely confined to his home, and the device didn't have a GPS monitoring system. Brian was basically allowed to have exceptions to his home confinement as long as he got them approved in advance. So for example, if he wanted to leave and go to the grocery store, he could do that as long as it was approved. This device used radio frequencies to alert the police when he did leave his home, but it wouldn't say where he went. Now,
That's
I couldn't really
dumb.
figure out why it was taking so long for this fraud case to move forward. Maybe the pandemic slowed things down. I'm not really sure. But because of it, Brian was still living at his Cohasset home as recently as January 1st, 2023. And a little side note here, Anna did contact the judge and asked for leniency in his case. But again, I'm not sure why things were moving so slowly. And if you thought this is where Brian's history with breaking the law ends, well, buckle up because it gets much worse. So Brian had a very strained relationship with his parents, especially his father. And in
What does it mean
2019, he entered
strange?
a legal dispute because he was accused of destroying his father's will to gain access to his assets. Brian's father, Dr. Thomas Walsh, was a neurosurgeon at...
Wait, is that a thing? Where you destroy someone's will so you could just automatically grab the assets? Wouldn't it be like, I don't know, on hold? It's weird when people think they could just destroy a will, thinking they could just, you know, grab the assets.
At Brigham and Women's Hospital before he retired and made a good life
Imagine.
for himself. And even though he was Brian's biological father, like I said, the two of them had a very rocky relationship and they had zero contact with each other whatsoever. So when Thomas died, Brian, of course, being the thief he was, swooped in and started trying to sell off his father's items. But Thomas's closest friends, two friends of his, wanted to do something to stop this, of course.
I need a
These
comic.
friends named
I want a
Jeffrey
comic.
Ornstein and
Can't
Fred
find a comic.
Pescatore filed a motion in court to stop Brian from stealing his father's assets. And they alleged that he actually destroyed the will in order to gain access to these assets, even though he knew his father had left him nothing. And what's interesting is that the only reason people knew that Thomas even had a will is because Fred had taken a picture of it before Brian destroyed it. And in the will, Thomas writes, "I hereby bequeath to Brian R. Walsh my best wishes, but nothing else from my estate." Now, the relationship between these two never really stood a chance when Thomas was still alive, but especially not after Brian stole $800,000 from his father in a fraudulent refinancing deal in his home, and this was 10 years before he died. The affidavit also shares a bit of the family's history and how Thomas disinherited
if
his
I had
entire
$800,000,
Brian,
I think
decades
I would be
prior,
kind of
saying it was a
set,
severely
you know? I don't
dysfunctional and
know.
hostile environment. And even as Brian got older, his father wanted nothing to do with him. And at no point did Thomas and Brian ever rekindle their relationship.
People just want more money, like
they
they're
did.
so
And Thomas didn't
greedy.
even want a relationship with Brian's children. As much as I'm sure he would want to know his grandchildren, he didn't want to take that risk because being close to Brian would potentially be extremely costly. Thomas's friend Fred, who I mentioned earlier, even stated that Brian had previously been diagnosed as a sociopath at the Austin Riggs Psychiatric Hospital, and also stated that he has a history of violence and is an extremely untrustworthy person. In one example, Fred says that he and Brian were leaving China and that at the last minute, Brian had tried to smuggle several antiques. And when he got caught, Fred says that Brian picked up a heavy object and attempted to kill 4 or 5 guards that were trying to apprehend him. So clearly you're starting to see that this guy was completely unhinged. And while Brian tried to argue that all of this was completely behind him and that he and his father were now on good terms, the judge luckily didn't believe that, and he ruled that Brian would receive none of his father's inheritance. So I think after hearing all that, you have an idea of who Brian really was. Now, getting back to the case, I mentioned before that Anna split her time between DC and Cohasset, but during the 2022 holiday season, she was at home with her family. And when New Year's Eve rolled around, she and Brian didn't really have any special plans. Having 3 young sons, they decided to stay home, take it easy, and they actually invited over a friend of theirs for dinner, and his name is Jem Mood. So Jem arrived around 8:30 that night, and he stayed till 1:30 a.m. and he said everything was fine. Nice dinner that Brian prepared, and they really enjoyed themselves. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary to him.
She said, "Jem, I know you won't go out on New Year's Eve. I know you just stay home by yourself, and you know Brian and I would love to see you. There's anyone who'd love to see you. We'd love to have a little bit to this kind of thing." So I said, "Of course." Brian had cooked an elaborate meal for us, and we hugged and celebrated and toasted, and just what you do over New Year's, and there was a lot of looking forward to the new year. There was no indication of anything other than celebrating the new year like problems on hold, whatever life's problems were. And life always gives us matters and problems and
It was
things to
very
deal
weird.
with, right? That just always is.
It wasn't until 3 days later, on January 4th, that anyone became aware that something was wrong. On January 3rd, Anna had a flight booked from Boston to DC, and this is when she was scheduled to return back to work. But she never showed up for work on the 4th. And this was very out of character for her. Her coworkers knew that she would at least call if something came up, so they immediately called Cohasset police and asked that they perform a wellness check. And so police go to their house, knock on the door, looking for Anna, and Brian answers. And this is when he tells police that he hasn't seen his wife in 3 days. They filed a missing persons report right away, and then Brian told them everything that he claimed to know. So he tells officers that in the very early morning hours of New Year's Day, I'm talking after 1 a.m., Anna is made aware of some emergency at work that would require her to leave 2 days earlier than planned. She was supposed to leave on the 3rd, as I mentioned. So Brian explains that she packs up her things and left the house sometime around 6 a.m. and called an Uber or Lyft to take her to the airport like she always did. And he says this is the last time he saw her. Then he goes on to tell police that he woke up at 7 a.m., he gets the boys up, makes them breakfast, and then a babysitter comes over so that he can go and run a few errands for a couple hours. He says that he first went to Shaw's grocery store to pick up a few things that they needed at home and then drop them off before going back out to run errands for his mom, who lives about an hour and 15 minutes away. And then Brian tells them that he actually lost his phone that morning, so he didn't have GPS to take him to his mom's house, and so he got lost going to his mom's house. And so
How
it
did
took
you
him an
get
extra
lost
30
going to
minutes
your
get
mom's
there. Now, I'm
house?
guessing this wasn't
Momsy's
the first
house.
time he went to his mom's house, so him saying he got lost on the way there is very suspicious. Of course, it's possible, and I am someone who does not function well without GPS. I am so directionally challenged, I get lost going places all the time if I don't use my phone to get me there, but it's still very suspicious, but that's what he tells police. So he goes on to say that he went to her house and he's there for about 15 minutes, and then he leaves to go to Whole Foods and CVS and run some errands for her. He says that once he drops the things off that she requested back
The
at her
stories
house, he
these
then
criminals
when
like
he
to
gets
make
home,
up,
he
you know,
finds his
it's...
phone, which he said was under a couch cushion, and he assumes his kids were playing with the phone and then hid it there. Then Brian goes on to explain that the following day, January 2nd, he only left his house once, and that was to take his oldest son to Pressed Juice Bar to get a chocolate shake, and the other 2 kids stayed home with the babysitter. This is all the information that he offers to police, and then they, of course, start trying to locate Anna. And while the police start their investigation, Brian puts on quite a show for the public, expressing his deepest concern for his missing wife. He even called close friends to ask if they had seen her.
Good afternoon, it's Brian Walsh. I hope all is going well. I was just reaching out to basically everybody I could. Anna hasn't been in touch for a few days. You know anyone that might have had contact with her?
Trying to cover his ass, that's what he's trying to do.
Bother you. Sure, everything's fine.
Meanwhile, the police teamed up with other agencies very quickly to start conducting their search. And right away, they were able to determine that Anna's phone pinged in the location near her home on January 1st and 2nd, which they thought was strange, considering Brian had told them that she left on the 1st. And not only did this lead them to check the wooded area surrounding their home even further, it also prompted them to look deeper into Brian's story. The physical searches were very thorough, included dozens of officers and canine units. On January 6th and 7th, you could see investigators walking through the woods, along roadways, and in other neighboring areas. They even emptied out the Walsh's backyard pool as part of their search efforts. And then something really wild happened on January 6th. Investigators were shocked to find out that a former residence owned by the Walshes had completely caught fire. And of course, since Anna had just disappeared, this looked very suspicious. But it's important to note that they sold this home back in March of 2022, and even though the fire looked suspicious with the timing of everything, the fire marshal's office ruled it accidental and said it just happened to be a horrible coincidence. Now, as far as the ongoing searches, a team of investigators working behind the scenes ended up making a major
Well,
discovery
what if the house
that
wasn't-
confirmed their suspicions about Brian. Even though Brian was acting very cooperative and compliant, the truth was he had completely lied to police about his whereabouts during those first few days in January before he reported his wife missing. And so on January 8th, 2023, Brian Walsh was arrested and charged with misleading the police during the course of an
I wonder if there's anything
investigation.
on Twitter
And there's
going
actually
on.
footage of him being
Yeah.
arrested, and it is
Let me
so creepy.
see.
He gives one of the eeriest looking smiles. And I saw a clip of this on social media and had to know more about this case. That's actually how I first
People
found out
keep
about
selling
it.
a
I was
lot of
just
bulk pelt.
so freaked out by the way that he was smiling as they were taking him out of that house.
I do want to
And
buy
that
the
same
bulk
day,
pelt,
a
but at the
search
same
warrant was
time, not
executed in
really,
his
because I have
home,
so
and I will
much
get
to
into the
process.
details of that in a sec. But the following day, he was arraigned in court, and it was on that day that the rest of the world started to see Brian for the liar that he truly is.
Part of the charge before the court right now, the defendant is charged under the intimidation, that being misleading the police in the course of an investigation. The investigation was into the missing person of Anna Walsh.
Norfolk County District Attorney Lynn Beeland will be prosecuting Brian Walsh, and during his arraignment in Quincy District Court, she went through his story piece by piece and discredited
Hey
all of
Truman,
his
did you
statements.
change
She
your
started out
Twitch
by
name
laying out
again?
Brian's statement that Anna had left for the airport around 6 a.m. on January 1st
What
and
the
took either an
heck?
Uber or a Lyft to the airport. But in reality, there were no records to indicate that an Uber or Lyft had ever gone to their house on January 1st. Like I mentioned before, Anna's phone pinged in the area of her home on January 1st and 2nd, indicating that she never left the area at all. And it
You
was
changed
left
it back?
stationary in
Well,
her
it's more
home
recognizable,
from
not
New
gonna
Year's Eve
lie.
until 3:14 a.m. on January 2nd. And at that point, her phone was turned off completely.
Police checked during the course of this investigation. There was not a Uber or any kind of Lyft that had picked her up on January 1st. In fact, in the course of the investigation, it was determined that her cell phone pinged in the area of the house, which is located on Chief Justice Cushing Way, that her phone pinged on the 1st and the 2nd, which is after the defendant had said she had left.
Next, Brian's whole story about going to his mom's house and running errands for her was completely picked apart and disproven. As we just discussed, he told police that he had driven to his mother's house, which is located in Swampscott,
Is that a cop car?
Massachusetts, and he got lost on the way there because he didn't have his cell
Aw,
phone.
Bethany.
He then said he ran errands for her at CVS and Whole Foods. But in the hearing, we learned that
Or was
he
that
did
Ambo?
not
I think that's
want
Ambo.
to go to Whole Foods or CVS because neither surveillance cameras or receipts could place him there.
He also publicly indicated and stated to the police that he went to Whole Foods and CVS. Police subsequently did surveillance and checked. There was no surveillance or indication that he went to Whole Foods nor CVS. He indicated he purchased some items. There's no receipts for him to purchase them. He then returned home.
Next, the DA went through his whole claim that on January 2nd, he never left the house other than to take his son, his oldest son, to get a chocolate shake. As you can probably guess, this is very much not true, and what he actually did is extremely disturbing. Even though surveillance cameras do place him at Press Juicery in Norwell, Massachusetts, just one town over from Cohasset, this was not the only stop he made, even though that's what he told investigators. Sometime after 4 p.m., Brian can be seen on surveillance footage in Rockland, Massachusetts, just 10 minutes down the road from Norwell, wearing a black surgical mask and blue surgical gloves as he pushes a massive cart around Home Depot. While he's there, he is seen buying $450 worth of cleaning supplies, including mops, tape, a tarp, a Tyvek suit with boot covers, buckets, goggles, baking soda, a hacksaw, and a hatchet.
Surveillance check during the investigation indicated that defendant, in fact, on January 2nd, sometime after 4 o'clock, went to the Home Depot. He's on surveillance at that time, purchasing about $450 worth of cleaning supplies.
And if you consume a lot of true crime, you likely know exactly what he was planning to do with those items. After that, the DA shared that during the search warrant of his home, they ended up finding blood and a broken, bloody knife in the basement.
Police obtained a search warrant and actually searched the house with crime scene services. During that time, they found blood in the basement. Blood was found in the basement area, as well as a knife, which also contained some blood.
She alleges that the lies that Brian told police were meant to slow them down in order to give him enough time to clean up, which is why he got the charge of misleading the police during the course of an investigation. Now, of course, his attorney also had a chance to speak at the arraignment, but the overall point that she made is that all he did wrong was not tell the police about going to Home Depot, which would technically be a violation of his probation in his federal court case. She says that he has been cooperative and under police supervision and should not be held for any reason. And while Brian pleaded not guilty to the charges, the judge ultimately decided that the bail would be set at $500,000. So in the days following Brian's arrest, the Cohasset community came together in celebration of Anna in hopes that the investigation into her disappearance would quickly bring answers. On January 12th, people gathered at the First Parish Unitarian Universalist Church where their names spoke out. It was short but a very impactful vigil that was held by religious members in the community.
Prayer vigil has just wrapped up in Cohasset, Massachusetts, where the community is gathering to honor Anna Walsh.
The mother of three has not been seen since New Year's Day. Let's send things over now to 12 News reporter Alexandra Leslie, who is live for us on Cohasset Town Common. Alex?
Okay, this visual was brief but still impactful. And earlier in the day, though the town did not organize this event, the town manager provided a brief statement saying that the community was coming together to support those who are suffering as a result of this unfolding tragedy. So this event was organized by various South Shore faith leaders who said that anyone was welcome to attend. The small coastal town has been bustling in recent days as investigators continue to search the state for evidence in an effort to locate Anna.
Some spoke about Anna as a person, while others made pleas that her children, who remain in state custody at this time, stay together. As you can imagine, most people are very concerned about what will happen to the kids, including myself. That was one of my first questions here, and I just feel so bad for them losing their amazing mother and likely their father too, which him not being in their life is honestly
looks like there
probably a good
is.
thing. But I can imagine that her disappearance is having a horrible effect on them, and the community is very
Throw me over. Throw me over.
Natasha Skye and Pamela Barty are desperate for answers in Anna Walsh's disappearance, and the one way they feel they can help involves their friend's 3 young boys who were placed in DCF custody on Sunday following their father Brian's arrest.
You've got
I want to find a comic. No luck with comics today.
extreme trauma. You don't know.
I mean, I did find Aquaman, which was really good.
God knows.
But other than
We
that,
want
I've
to
not
get
yet
those
found a
together
comic.
to pass to the families who are qualified, who are willing to adapt them, who will take care of them, but together, not separately. Her close-knit friends are all trying to help every way that they can and take the children in. And that's why we were surprised to hear that they went under state custody.
Even though it seems like it's too late, most likely, to save Anna, hopefully her kids can be saved from this very toxic monster of a person. During all this time, investigators did not slow down at all when it comes to their search efforts and what they're doing to help bring answers to this community.
Investigators continuing their search today for Anna Walsh, going in and out of this Cohasset home where the mom of 3 was last seen between 4 and 6 a.m. New Year's Day.
Something like this doesn't usually happen around here, so I think it might have a little more impact on people.
Michael Johnston has kids of his own. He says the tight-knit community is now on alert after hearing today's revelations in court.
I saw the arraignment today, and that was pretty troubling.
Investigators sharing that during their execution of a search warrant on Sunday, blood and a broken knife were found in the Walsh's basement.
It's scary.
Ew.
It's definitely disheartening to hear about any human, let alone another woman.
Now, for the past 24 hours,
I
police have been
mean,
combing
definitely
the woods around the
questionable
house,
with
looking
the
for any
knife
sign
and
of
blood in the
Anna and more
basement.
evidence about what could have happened to her.
In fact, on the same day that Brian was arraigned on charges of misleading the police, investigators searched a trash transfer facility in Peabody, Massachusetts, and found crucial evidence. Search teams and canine units spent hours digging and found several trash bags containing blood, a hatchet, rugs, cleaning supplies, and more. The items were immediately believed to be connected to Anna's disappearance and sent to the lab for testing.
After investigators spent hours in hazmat suits, combing through mountains of trash with the help of police canines in Peabody Monday, the I-teams now learn more about what was found at this transfer station off Route 1. I-team sources say there was evidence connected to missing Cohasset mom, Anna Walsh. Sources tell our I-team investigators found trash bags with blood, a hatchet, a rug, and used cleaning supplies. Their search of the trash facility unfolding hours after Anna's husband, Brian Walsh, was in Quincy District
wanna
Court,
get that,
charged with
honestly.
misleading the
Maybe
investigation
it's
into her
so heavy.
disappearance.
And as shocking as all of this information has been to the public, at that point there was still information that investigators knew that the public didn't yet. Investigators also uncovered several mysterious purchases and many very disturbing and incriminating Google searches, which I will get into here in a bit. And it was this combination of evidence
If you're
that led
going to
Brian
murder
Walsh's
someone,
arrest on January 17th,
don't Google search
2023
it.
for the murder of his wife. Now, Brian has of course pleaded not guilty, even though prosecutors allege that he murdered his wife, then dismembered her and discarded her body.
Oh
Norfolk
my.
District Attorney Michael Morrissey has
How to
announced
murder
that a
someone,
murder warrant
right?
has been issued
Right,
on the death
holy.
of
How
Anna
long
Walsh,
does this
the
drug take
Cohasset
to
mother,
poison
who has
someone?
been
How to
missing
clean
since
and disinfect your, or how to clean a crime scene? Dude.
Brian Walsh, now charged with
Oh,
murder.
it's so
So
dumb.
finally, during Brian's arraignment on January 18th, we learned a lot more about the evidence leading to Brian's arrest, and to say that it's shocking would be honestly a huge understatement. It is so disturbing.
Now at 5, the new evidence prosecutors revealed in their case against
Oh,
Brian
good
Walsh.
plan.
How they say he tried to cover up his wife's murder, and the information they say he sought online, including 10 ways to dispose of a dead body.
DA
Oh,
Beeland,
is
again,
that what he
went through the
searched?
timeline of
10
events
ways to
and shared what
dispose of a
investigators found
dead
to point
body?
towards Brian's
What
guilt.
the
So
fuck?
obviously we know that Brian claimed that on January 1st he went and visited his mom and then went to CVS and Whole Foods to run errands for her. And we also know that this actually isn't true. Then to just go over it again, on January 2nd he tells officers that
I
he
go panda
only
still?
left
Oh
the
yeah, I
house
can.
to go get this chocolate
There
shake
I
with
go.
his son. We also know that is not true, and that he also went to Home Depot and purchased $450 worth of cleaning supplies. But what we didn't know yet is that on January 3rd, cell data from Brian's phone showed that he drove to Brockton and Abington, which he never disclosed to police. And while he was there, Brian can be seen on surveillance cameras at a few apartment complexes tossing what appears to be several heavy trash bags into dumpsters. He is literally seen flinging these heavy bags over his shoulder in order to get high enough to throw them into the dumpster. And it is sad to believe that these bags contain parts of Anna's body, which he is believed to have dismembered in order to dispose of her more easily. And very unfortunately, before police even knew that Anna was missing, these dumpsters were emptied and the contents were taken to be incinerated. So if Anna's body was in fact put in those dumpsters, it seems likely that she will never be found.
Remains which haven't been found because prosecutors say he threw them in dumpsters in Abington and Brockton, which were later taken away for incineration on January 3rd, one day before Cohasset police arrived at his home for a well-being check on Anna.
Surveillance shows the defendant's Volvo, as well as a male fitting the defendant's appearance, exit a car near the dumpster. He walks to the dumpster carrying a garbage bag. He's leaning, and it appears to be heavy as he has to heft it into the dumpster.
It was also revealed during his arraignment on January 4th, the same day police performed their wellness check and learned of Anna's disappearance, that Brian is said to have made a trip to Home Goods, TJ Maxx, and Lowe's, where he purchased towels, bath mats, men's clothing, squeegees, and a trash can. Also, while police were performing that wellness check, they looked in Brian's car and they noticed that his back seats were down and there was a plastic liner over them. And when they went back the next day, the liner was gone, and Brian just told them that he threw it out. Now, it is unclear whether or not he gave them an explanation of what the liner was for. Then we learned that on January 5th, Brian's cell data shows that he made another trip out to Swampscott, Massachusetts, where his mother lived, and his phone traveled towards the southwest corner of the building where the dumpsters are located. And he only stayed there for a short period of time, showing us that he did not go and visit his mother, that he was likely there getting rid of more evidence. And on January 8th, if you remember, when their home was searched, investigators found blood and a bloody knife located in the basement, although now it was revealed that a second knife was also located. Next, and very importantly, the DA goes over the search of the Peabody trash transfer facility that happened on January 9th. She reveals that investigators uncovered 10 trash bags containing items such as towels, slippers, tape, gloves, a hacksaw, a hatchet, a piece of a necklace that Anna had been known to wear, a rug, a pair of her boots, her COVID-19 vaccination card, and more. And many of these items were blood-stained and had traces of baking soda, as if he tried to clean them.
Investigators recovered 10 trash bags. Inside the trash bags, many of these items contained stains consistent with blood, infected water. Among the items secured were towels, rags, slippers, tape, Tyvek soup, gloves, cleaning agents, pockets, rugs, hunter boots, Prada purse, a COVID-19 vaccine card in the name of Anna Walsh, a hacksaw, a hatchet, and some cutting shears. The purse and boots were described as what Anna was last seen in. A portion of the rug was heavily stained with red-brown stains. The substance was consistent with also having baking soda on it. There was a portion of a necklace consistent with one that Anna had been seen wearing in photos. The state crime lab performed testing on certain selected items that were recovered from those trash bags. There was human blood found on them.
And investigators say that these items made it to the trash facility from a dumpster in Swampscott, right over near his mother's apartment, where Brian was seen on surveillance
Near his
video
mother's
throwing away
apartment?
several trash bags.
The
And
same
probably one of the
apartment
most
he
shocking
couldn't.
things that we found
They
out
got
during
lost.
the arraignment
What?
was about his Google searches. Now,
I
these
don't
searches were
know.
made December 27th, January 1st, January 2nd, and January 3rd, and they were made using his son's iPad. And it all started December 27th when he Googled, "What's the best state for a divorce for a man?" Now, that was
What?
his least incriminating search, but it gets so much worse. And again, before I go through these, I want to warn you that these are very disturbing and very graphic. So these are his Google
no.
searches on January 1st. 4:55 a.m. How long before a body starts to smell? 4:48 a.m.
What?
How to stop a body from decomposing. 5:20 a.m. How to bound a body. 5:47 a.m. 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really need to.
What the
6:25 a.m.
fuck?
How long for someone to be missing to inherit? 6:34 a.m. Can you throw away body parts? 9:29 a.m. What does formaldehyde do? 9:34 a.m. How long does DNA last? 9:59 a.m. Can identification be made on partial remains? 11:34 a.m. Dismemberment and the best ways to dispose of a body.
Dude.
11:44 a.m. How to clean
This guy
blood from a wooden floor.
hardcore searched how to dispose of
11:56
body.
a.m. Luminol to detect blood.
The
1:08
fuck?
p.m. What happens when you put body parts in ammonia? 1:21 p.m. Is it better to throw crime scene clothes away or wash them? And then the following are searches he made on January 2nd. 12:45 p.m. Hacksaw, best tool to dismember. 1:10 p.m. Can you be charged with murder without a body? 1:14 p.m. Can you identify a body with broken teeth? And then the following searches were made January 3rd. 1:02 p.m. What happens to hair on a dead body? 1:13 p.m. What is the rate of decomposition on a body found in a plastic bag compared to on a surface in the woods? 1:20 p.m. Can baking soda make a body smell good? Now, if you are highly disturbed and
That is
overwhelmed
very
by all that
disturbing.
information, you are not alone. It is just shocking and horrific and honestly just disgusting to think about. This guy is such a fucking monster. But what's
A
good about
sicko.
the amount of searches that he made
think he's
is
in
he
jail.
likely really hosed himself. I mean, if not with all the other dumb shit he did, but all these searches will hopefully really help the prosecution when Brian's trial finally begins. Now, of course, I have to say that Brian Walsh is innocent until proven guilty in a court of law, although with all the cold hard facts I just shared with you,
It's like the-
hard to see him as an
no, it's not
innocent
like a
man.
Chris
Of
Watts,
course, at this
honestly.
point, Brian has pleaded
If
not guilty. Obviously,
I
we don't know a motive yet, but there are
get
a few
married
possibilities that
and they got a mistress, I just hope they could just divorce me with no problems. You know, just divorce me and be happy with your mistress. Don't make me another Chris Watts story of a murdered wife to be with your mistress. Like, so stupid.
And Brian is not listed as an owner or co-owner on any of her properties, at least at the time of her death, but he likely stood to gain a lot of money as the beneficiary of her estate. The portfolio is worth an estimated $2.8 million, although in the past 5 years, she sold at least 4 homes and earned over $3 million on those sales. And not even a week before Anna went missing, she actually closed on the sale of an apartment in Massachusetts Massachusetts, which she originally purchased for $137,000 but sold for $220,000.
Learning more about Anna Walsh's real estate
Dude,
portfolio.
she's worth more alive than she was dead.
Massachusetts mom's disappearance and murder. Walsh's husband is charged with her murder. Property records show she owned nearly $2 million worth of real estate. Her husband's name was not listed on any of those properties. Investigators are looking into that would-be inheritance as a possible motive.
And as many of you know, killing for financial gain is sadly not in situations like this.
By all accounts, the friend said that the job that she got in Washington, D.C. Was a good one. And Brian himself said in court documents, asking for leniency in the sentencing for the art fraud. She got a better job. She has a great income. She's got great benefits. And I can't move to Washington because of our situation.
Absolutely. So if Brian was feeling bad about himself because he financially was not measuring up, he probably considered himself a loser financially.
A loser
under
financially.
a lot of financial duress, which really increases mental health issues. So it increases a person's depression, anxiety, rage level, in some cases suicidality. And I would imagine that Brian was very jealous of his wife and angry with his wife. Here's someone who he might have wanted to be the perfect wife.
I really don't want to get a
presented
TV.
himself as this uber successful businessman, and now he's under house arrest, and he has a very beautiful wife who is very successful. He might have felt he was in danger of losing her and losing everything, and his pride took over, and he's a violent guy.
There's also the possibility that maybe this was a case of if I can't have her, nobody can. Brian was possibly facing a lot of jail time for his federal fraud charges, and I'm sure there was a lot of uncertainty about what his wife would be doing while he was in prison. We know Brian struggled
That
with his
mugshot
mental
is
health
ugly.
and was a diagnosed sociopath, but it's possible we may never
His wife
fully
is so
know why he
pretty.
did what he did, or what he's accused of doing, I should say. Until there's a trial, I'm not sure we will know anything for certain. Most recently, on February 9th, Brian appeared via Zoom for a status hearing.
The husband of the missing mother from Cohasset will face a judge today. Brian Walsh is accused of killing his wife and mother of his 3 children, Anna Walsh. Prosecutors detailed in court how they think he tried to cover up the crime by pretending that she went missing from their home on New Year's Day.
During this time, the prosecution actually asked for a continuance, which essentially just asked that they reschedule the status hearing for a later date. They asked for the hearing to be pushed as late as the end of March to give more time for the grand jury to review the case and decide whether Brian would be indicted. The defense actually agreed to this continuance, and they told the judge that the reason they wanted more time was because the prosecution has handed over very little of the discovery, which should have been given to them right away.
I'd be asking for a continuance on today's hearing. My expectation is that this matter will be finished in the grand jury by the end of March, but hopefully mid-March. So I would do whatever is agreeable to Ms. Minor for next day. Attorney Minor?
Your Honor, I will say we have received very little discovery to date, so I'm hoping that the discovery will be fulsome. We've received basically nothing. I have no problem with putting it on for a month, in fact even sooner, because if in fact we get all of the discovery, that's one thing, but if there's still discovery issues, if we haven't even received the search warrants for my client's car, the inventories for search warrants. I mean, the basic stuff that we should have had immediately, we don't have. So if we could have a date 3 weeks out, I would, for another status conference, just so I can review the discovery, see what is missing, if anything.
I believe that's a reasonable request, and I think 3 days, and we'll review discovery. I do ask both parties to work to get all discovery completed, okay?
Certainly, Your Honor.
After listening to both sides, the judge ultimately decided that they would meet again for another status hearing on March 1st. And during this time, Brian would remain at the Dedham House of Corrections without bail. And even though we don't have all the answers we want yet, I do believe that justice will come for Anna. There's overwhelming amounts of evidence here. Sadly, her body is still yet to be found, and I can only hope
I
that
bet you
her
it's already
family
been
somehow gets
incinerated.
some of her remains so they can properly lay her to rest. And it is just heartbreaking to think of these kids losing out on
Dude,
a
she's
wonderful
pretty.
mother.
Why
It's
would
just
you murder you?
devastating to think of all
Why?
the things in their lives that she will not be able to be there for because of their evil father. And right now the kids are in custody of the Massachusetts Department of Children and families. Not much information about them has been shared, and I think that's a good thing. I hope it remains that way and that they're able to maintain their privacy throughout this tragedy. I wish I had more to share with you guys at this point, but as of right now, that's all I know. This case is just devastating to talk about, honestly, and very, very scary. No matter how many cases I cover, it still shocks me somehow that people are able to do this to someone that they love, someone who they have shared years with in a marriage, someone who they have had children with, who they have watched give birth to their children. It's just so sad. I really feel for those kids and for Anna's family. This must just be so traumatic. I cannot even imagine being in their shoes. So I definitely want to hear your thoughts on this case, of course. And that's it for me today. I will be back next week with another case, but until then, stay safe out there.
Holy. The off-roading company.
Hey, what's going on today, guys? JMW Films here, bringing you guys a brand new video on PGN or Pro Gamer Network. And in today's video, I've
Hey, Draft, I'm good.
ridiculous detour type video. So today we are in Los Santos, and we're going to be making people drive from this direction over here. And obviously they're going to be forcibly going to be having to drive through this little intersection I made here. I made it a bit basic just so it's kind of easy for them to see. If it gets too complex,
Yeah.
I've had a lot of suggestions.
Oh shit! Woo! Oh shit! I almost fell.
If I do like your idea, I'll leave it in the video. If you guys are not already subscribed, make sure you subscribe and hit that notification bell for all future videos on the channel. And don't forget to follow me on Instagram at JMWFilms for all future sneak peeks of future videos. And also follow me on Twitter to see what I'm posting at JMWFilms. See how people love this before. Alright, so I gave some
Hello, Jesse. What is
tasks to do, so they're gonna
good?
be over here. Oh god, traffic's coming on in. Jesus Christ. The truck is trying to push the car over the freaking bump.
You got traffic cones in my home here.
I'm sorry, sir. There's no this is owned by the state here. This is under a bridge. You can't be living under here anyways.
I don't got no money, sir.
Well, that isn't really the state's problem. I'm just here to fix some damn pipes. These idiots keep driving up the damn dirt pile. You know how hard it is to make a dirt pile this neat? They're stirring all the dirt.
That is correct there. They are some idiots. Look like they're about to kill themselves.
Detour under Olympic Freeway. Alright, keep it moving. To the right, to the right. Over there. God damn it. How you doing, officer?
I'm good. What's this thing?
We're ripping the pipes up from the street. Apparently someone took such a huge shit or put something to dislodge the pipe. We had to completely redo it. We're ripping it all up.
That might have been me.
What the hell?
I see.
Well, see that we got a detour going through here, under the underpass.
Yeah, but it's not too safe to have someone go down on the sidewalk, you think?
It's alright. We cleared it as best we could, but that's all we can do. The state needs this done overnight.
Yeah, bro. Why don't you just close
Why is this cop's foot underneath the car?
I don't give the orders here. They said to do both.
Alright. If I get my card up on here.
Oh no, not through there. Wait, does that work? That works too, I guess.
You want me to drive through this
Wait, what?
Yeah, you got
Watching Metritis yesterday?
Yep. We have some cones. Can you see the cones?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Are you talking about the clip where
It's alright. We flattened it with a
Where-
shovel. We did it this morning.
It still smells like. Oh my god.
Well, if you stay here.
yesterday? Who was I watching?
Oh,
No, I was watching somewhat of Gabby.
Where exactly is
And
usually they have someone. Usually have someone
what?
directing the traffic to go on this one.
But I did watch
Yeah. Well, you see, there's been a. We have.
the last time I watched Metritis was the demonology one.
This morning, apparently the mayor of this town.
But that was like I wasn't even streaming.
I guess you'll have to do for now if that's what you're here for.
Huh. Yeah, I'm not sure.
What are you guys doing?
We replaced the pipe. Someone took a massive dump, and basically the pipe exploded, kind of looks like a Demogorgon from Stranger Things, split in every goddamn direction. So yeah, we're ripping the pipes up.
Yeah, I don't remember, Jesse. I really don't.
Twice. What the hell, man? You kidding me?
Yesterday. No, yesterday I was streaming. I was streaming mostly EMS.
Maybe you might want to get a guy to traffic.
We have a little detour going on here.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Look at this crazy ass detour going on. Once again, we're driving over the cliff.
Oh, hey, look, there's
Oh
Polito.
my god, he's gonna do it. Yeah, that's exactly what the mayor told me to make the detour to.
Let me see.
Yeah, but it's safe. That's what the mayor said.
There's no way this is safe.
Right.
Set up with the top line view.
I'm 90,000 tickle. No! And I what? The wiggle. Now.
Oh!
Now.
The bot just froze, didn't it?
I'm 90,000 tickle. I'm 90,000 tickle. No! And I what? The wiggle. Now. It makes me wanna dribble.
What happened?
Now.
The bot just froze, didn't it?
I'm 90,000 tickle.
Wait, what? I don't get it. So he crashed? Or what? What bot? Y'all give to a sub and the bot takes over when he gets a sub. Oh yeah, that's yeah, that's cool. Yeah, that's kind of tough when, you know, I actually want to try doing that with the bot where, I don't know, just do random shit. I think the worst part will be if you guys find me without a seatbelt in my seat or in the car, and then you give maybe a sub or whatever, then it'll press the F key for me to jump out of the vehicle. You get what I mean? That would be funny, I think. At the same time, if I die, I'll be like, fuck me, dude. Yeah, imagine. Imagine.
Listen, the man told me to do it. He gave me the outline of where to put it, and he said this direction. I asked him 3 times, are you sure you want it like this? He says yes.
Okay, well, I'm not.
God, hey, stop hitting the workers! Hey, don't hit my worker. Yeah, that might help. Let's knock poor Jimmy over.
I'll make it angles.
Go around, asshole. Man, these people don't like detours in this town, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Oh my god, he's figuring out a way to levitate over the tunnel. Yeah, you go right through the detour. You see the detour over here.
I don't think we fit.
Yeah, you think we're fit?
I don't think my camera.
It should fit. It should fit.
There's doing many races, that's funny. Not if he's streaming.
God, what's that?
Let me see.
Fast as fuck, boy. Oops, someone was pulled over on the side of the road there.
I'm 90,000 tickle.
No.
I like the way you wiggle. It's a shout. It makes me wanna dribble. Now.
Fast as fuck, boy.
That is so funny.
Oops, someone was pulled over on the side of the road there.
I'm 90,000 tickle.
No.
I like the way you wiggle. It's a shout. It makes me wanna dribble. Now.
Fast as fuck, boy.
That is funny. Yes, that's so funny.
Yep, you're doing good. You're doing good. Yep, you're doing good. You're getting dust all over my home.
Come on, man. Why you gotta put dust all over my tent?
He is sleepwalking.
Oh, you want more dust?
Yep, you're doing good. You're doing good. You're almost there. You're almost there. Yep, keep going.
I'm stuck.
It's alright. Just don't touch the cones. Those cost a lot. Yep, you're doing good. Yeah, I'll give you a little push. We'll give him a little push.
Why my car?
Yeah, give him a big push. Just ram
Alright.
the back of him or something. I don't know. Yeah, there you go.
There
Good
we go.
job. Good work.
Alright,
Good work.
thank you. Have a nice day.
Yeah, you as well. Oh wow. Okay, this is gonna be the difficult. We have a truck with a truck.
What's the video? Is that GTA? It's an art. Yeah. So basically, this guy likes to make
How you doing?
detours.
We're doing a little detour here. You gotta follow the detour.
JMW detours. I think this one is really old. So what he what else detour was there that was funny? This one.
Alright, so today, after so many suggestions from you guys wanting me to bring back the detours, joining me are my friends B and Lava. Today we're going to be showing you two crazy detours, one of which is the Infinity Loop that sends players around and around and there's no way for them to get out whatsoever, to the point they're running out of gas and things get crazy. The other detour we have is styled after a Hot Wheels styled ramp, and they are literally unable to keep their vehicle straight on the detour whatsoever, causing them to
Imagine if we had this in the city, you know? Detour company. It's really funny the way they did it. Yeah.
All these signs make no sense at all.
You see this one-way sign?
One way, look for trains. Okay. Do not enter wrong way. Even though the detour literally tells you to. Yeah, you should have like a left arrow sign right here. Yeah. Just donked him on the head with the freaking like.
I'm the contractor. You're fired. Hey, what you got? What you got written down?
Lunch at 12. Lunch at 1.
Lunch.
Do absolutely nothing from 3 to 5 p.m. Go home at 6. That's what it says.
All right, sounds good. All right. Oh, you saw the freaking fire marshal pants on.
Dude, I fucking forgot. So many people in the comments were like, "Dude, you're wearing firefighter pants." I didn't even notice. Let's go on a tour of the detour together.
All right, so we got watch for stopped vehicles, like a tractor, low-flying aircraft, hidden intersection, stay in lane, and then no left turns. But the first side is a left turn, and then we got look for trains.
You should put a stop sign in there like every 5 feet.
Yeah, stop sign every 5 feet.
Then we got
Stop,
two go
goddammit.
right signs.
So we gotta go right
so
here.
let's go right.
This van is already not making this cut right now. All right.
And then continue.
So now we gotta.
The unlimited loop.
Oh, scraped the front of the van already.
Dude,
All right.
nobody's gonna get through this thing without hitting a barrier.
The staggering of the barriers. Oh my god.
Ah, shit. Hey, watch where you're driving, jackass.
Come on, baby.
Scratching the van.
Come on. Dude, this van. Oh my god. People are gonna scrape the crap out of their cars.
The people on the
Barriers and
server is very
barricades from
particular
the
with
outside
scratching their
world.
cars.
Outside
And then
lane.
now it's just a loop.
You can't go back because the traffic's coming this way. So now we gotta go through here again.
Oh, there's a cop coming. There's a cop coming.
Oh shit, what? You're blocking traffic,
blocking
sir!
traffic.
You're
Get
blocking
out.
traffic,
You're
sir!
blocking traffic.
I'm not blocking any traffic.
You're blocking traffic, sir. This is a detour, not a parking lot.
Alright, I'll follow you.
Get out of the road!
Get
out of your car! Follow the detour, sir. Sir, the speed limit's 5 miles an hour.
5 miles an hour! Come on, let's go! Come on! Keep going, sir!
He's going 5 miles an hour.
I think he just shifted into cruise control for 5. I can hear his engine like.
Somebody go tell him he's going too fast.
What?
You're speeding, sir! We clocked you at 6! Go to 5!
Okay.
What this cop here? First guinea pig right now,
Clocked
the
you at
first rat.
6.
Yep. He's going so slow.
Try to
He's about to
spawn
get
that.
stuck. I think he's about to get stuck. Yep, he's happened to back up.
I'm watching. Dude, he's being like... He's being so careful, dude.
Oh, he's scraped his car. Oh my god. Oh my god. He scraped up his entire police car.
Am I supposed to go this way or not? There's a do not enter sign.
Come on, follow the detour, sir. What are you doing?
But there's a do not enter sign.
You're
here. Do you want
blocking
me to go this
traffic.
way?
Let's pick it up.
There's a do not enter sign here.
He's
Do you
like,
want me to
"Do
go this
not
way or
enter
not,
sign."
man? Which way am I supposed to go? There's a do not enter there, and he said.
You're blocking traffic, sir. Come on, pick it up.
Okay, but there's a do not enter sign here.
Keep it going.
You're blocking traffic! Go!
Go on.
Go!
I'm trying, man. No, just like you
Come
told
on,
me.
sir. Let's go.
3 miles
3?
an hour!
Let's go, sir.
Isn't this where I just was?
Fucking around with cops, man.
Go!
He's like,
my
is this
God.
where I just came from?
The longer you're here, the more you're gonna wake up the residents. Keep moving.
Okay.
Cop has literally been stuck at 5 miles an hour driving through this eternity pit.
Was
Sir,
30
follow the
seconds ago.
detour. You're holding up
I was
traffic.
just here though. There's no traffic in here.
Follow the detour, sir.
This is the same
You're
place
holding
I
up
was.
traffic. Come on, let's
I
go.
was just here. Just bringing me in circles.
He's got a produce stand. How is he gonna get through the detour?
Hold on, before, would you like to hear a joke about a detour? Because this is a mobile comedy club.
Jesus, I'm not Christian.
I said, okay!
What the hell? Look at the pallets of fruit he's got in the back.
Go
Gonna
follow
run
the
out of
truck!
gas soon.
Follow the truck!
Okay.
This cop.
You run out of gas. You better call a gas truck.
The cop's about to run out of gas in the freaking detour.
Oh,
Oh, he's
moving
ripping
the mic.
off the mic stand off the roof. He's holding up the traffic.
Lower the microphone so we can clear the tunnel. Don't worry.
He's like, for fuck's sakes.
Fuck. Is this detour even legal?
I'm not sure, man. Did they harass you about the speed limit too?
No.
Oh, he just blew out
he
his
just
back
put his
tires.
wheels.
This poor cop. He's about to run out of gas and this poor bastard just blew out his rear wheels. You're going the wrong way. Follow the damn detour.
It's literally a circle.
Follow the detour. I'm calling the police.
Right, you need to back this up right now. You're going the wrong way. Back it up. Back it up.
What's the ETA on the road being finished?
1/2 never.
What? Talk loud, I can't hear
1/2 never.
What?
1/2
Never
never.
even sound coming. I can't hear you. Detour.
This is my brand new
listen
car,
to that,
yo.
don't follow it,
In
don't
my
follow
brand
it.
new car.
Yeah.
He doesn't even know he's getting sent into an infinity loop.
Hey, speed limit's 5 miles an hour.
Don't go 4, don't go 6.
Feels like my driver's test.
How long did it take to set this up, bro? I know it's your brand new car, yo. Set
Dude,
it
how
up.
am I even supposed to? I know, I'm good.
Yeah, I know you have to
I can't.
flex, bro.
I know, I'm trying to
He's
flex.
trying to get it through without scraping his car.
I don't think this is the way to the
Dude,
shop.
how the frig am I supposed to do this, yo? If ours are bad.
I don't think this is the way to the shop, man. I think we might have to go back.
Bro, where are we just in this alley?
Stop! Stop! Stop putting your wheel! Stop putting your wheel!
Dude.
I'm sorry.
I see it again, I will tow this thing.
I'm sorry, sir. I couldn't freaking fit. You guys got some tight.
Go! Come on, you're holding up traffic.
There's another guy coming behind you guys.
Oh my god, perfect. Just follow the sign, sir. Follow the detour. You're holding up traffic. Let's go.
Am I supposed to fit through here?
You just do it, man.
The guy's second trial through. He's still pissed off.
It's like there's a stop sign. There's a stop sign. Alright, yeah, we have to go left.
Come on, sir.
Do you want them to tow your new car? You want them to tow your
You have such a violent scream towards them. This guy's banging up his car so much.
Hey, man, go. Just turn.
I better not be scraping my car.
Reverse, man. Hey, man, otherwise they're gonna tow it, man, if you don't do it.
Oh my god. He
Now
crashed
the
his front
iPad
headlights.
says it's broken. Why are you getting out? Why are you getting
Dude, I just got this. I got a car loan for it, dude. What the frick is this, dude? Like, dude, bro, this cannot be happening.
Whatever happens to a duck when he lays its eggs?
Go left! Or call the
Go
damn police.
left!
Man, man, it's 3 versus 2, man. You gotta go. You gotta go.
911. Hello, we got people that are not following the detour. They are making the way.
911. Hello, we got people who are not following the detour. They're blocking traffic.
They are gonna cause the entire
Hello,
of Grove Street to
911.
explode.
Yeah, we got a bunch of juvenile delinquents down here not following the detour, trying to go through
Yeah,
some buildings.
you're
right
gonna
now.
arrest
Can you
them
send a
if they
SWAT
don't
team
follow
down
the
here?
detour.
I like how this guy came in here with this brand new Charger and it's all fucking banged up now. It's like, he's backing up now. What is he doing? He's trying to get out. I think he's trying to get out.
We have to climb up the roof, man.
He's gonna climb the roof. He's gonna abandon his car here.
It's like an old hotel construction or something.
Man, maybe that's why there's
no way out of here, dude. There's no way.
There's no way out of here. The freaking bulldozer. Holy shit.
No.
Follow the detours.
Hey, what's all that screaming?
These guys huddled up on the roof. Oh my god. The car's crushed in. We got new people coming. Alright, follow the detour.
You're good. Come on, keep coming. 5 miles an hour. Come on. Keep coming. Keep her coming.
No, they parked here.
Officer.
I will call
Look,
my
officer,
witnesses.
In the detour, inside of the detour, right? It's just an infinite circle. It just circles. It's infinite, yeah, and we try to get out. We try to drive out. Everyone's stuck
Alright, sir, come on. Take a left. Come on. Come on. Over here.
Apparently there's a
There you
dead
go.
person down there.
There you go.
I
don't know.
dead person in this detour?
What? It's fall.
I was informed there's a dead person at the
You,
end.
you guys are blocking
Dead person
traffic.
where?
Well, that's smart. Kill yourself to get out.
Oh, you see, if you had followed the goddamn detour, you wouldn't be blocking traffic.
Goddamn circle.
No, alright, tell me out. Come on, I'll show you.
I like how they just said the entire fire department's trapped down here.
See these signs here? It's telling you to go right. Alright, see that? There's a one-way sign right there. Alright, so you go through here, you follow this, pretty self-explanatory. You can just
Hey, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Have you gone through this detour yourself?
I have, sir, and it works magically.
Hey, you brought the dump truck through it
So
before?
can I ask for some advice? How
Yeah,
does
you follow
one
the damn signs, follow the detour.
So where should this black truck go?
It
Follow
says
the
exit,
damn.
don't enter. It says do not enter.
follow the detour. There you go. Good work. Man, I don't know how citizens just don't do that. It's much safer.
So we put a toll. Oh my god, we put a toll in the alleyway. They have to pay each time they come through. You should take off the hard hat so you're not like connected to us
Yeah,
at
take
all.
off the hard hat. You're just some random guy.
Some random dude like, yeah, I work for the city. We're tolling this road right now. You what?
Oh, I love these. Smithfield Snickers bars.
Oh, I love those. I love those things. They're the greatest thing I've ever had in my life. You're drinking a beer in the toll booth.
I'm shoving the beer in my forehead.
I'm DOT.
I don't give a shit who you are. You could be the damn president. You don't need to see the paperwork.
Yes, I do. You're closing my roads.
isn't your road.
DOT, Department of Transit.
Do you know who we are?
I don't give a
We're
fuck who you are. I
Department
don't.
Safety
Oh,
Company,
not
LLC,
this
workplace
again.
safety, Work road construction, detour construction, work road pipe work, construction work, contractors, Republic of Safety Board, road construction work, safety, OSHA management, pipe cleaner, Ocean National Commitment Association, cleaning management,
That's their title.
safety, make sure after extra safety work.
Once you ask for who they are, their company name, yeah, they'll keep going.
Incorporated contractor pipe. You understand this?
Hold on, let me check my database. Could you read that again?
Paying him $50.
Oh,
he's gonna go to the
no.
detour again.
The people are backing up to go get a bag of chips from the snack machine back there.
People are literally buying food from the vending machine. What the fuck is happening right now?
These goddamn Duke boys!
Oh my god, that's my bike.
Are they towing him?
Get off my goddamn car!
Oh,
so sorry.
we're making so much money off of this toll booth alone. Infinite toll loop.
Hey, everyone here how much the city actually makes off these toll booths?
Oh, I have no idea, but we're making a shit ton of money right now. Having them come back around, go through that toll booth again, that's a good detour. Makes the city a lot of money.
Follow the goddamn detour!
I paid $200 and I lost 4 bags of crisps.
Sure, that's the rules. You gotta follow them.
What happens if I break the rules?
You gotta go to jail.
Hey, yeah.
Everyone's car going throughout this entire detour has been messed up.
The Hot Wheels bridge.
Okay, so we're gonna have the governor come down here. How are we gonna sell him on this detour for him to?
We'll tell him it's safe, and if he doesn't take that, we'll have to bribe him.
What I was saying is have him meet you somewhere, have him get in the truck, and then just take him on the detour before he can even realize what it is.
I'm gonna call the governor right now.
Howdy.
Hello, is this Governor Rance Black?
Oh yeah.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, this is Larry Susan. I'm with a third-party DOT company. Are you available right now to approve of a detour for the city's infrastructure?
Yeah, sure. Where do you need me?
How you doing,
damn, that's the
How you doing, Governor?
That's them.
Larry Susan, how you doing?
How you doing,
Mr.
Governor?
Susan, nice to meet you.
How you doing?
This is my other contractor here.
Please move, yes.
Oh yeah, hold on. You're the fire department, so you want to just you can pull over there behind my car if you want.
Where? What?
Listen, Governor, we had a massive trail derailment a couple hours ago. We had to construct a makeshift detour. We need you to come approve it in case any law enforcement, of course, comes over and starts hassling us. We just need you to come check it and just sign off on some papers.
Yeah, sure, I can do that.
Can you believe it? A train derailment on the freeway.
What, yeah, well, I mean, don't they have some train tracks running parallel to the freeway, I think?
Yeah, I know. All right.
He doesn't understand.
Yeah, if you wanna come with us, we can take you down there.
I remember there was a train derailment out near Sandy, actually, not too long ago that I remember.
Oh, yeah, I remember hearing about that. I think 6, 7 people died.
Yeah, didn't they put a detour on the train tracks or something?
Yeah, they did. I don't know what was up with that. Clearly, people not making good decisions there.
Yeah, this is what a train derailment is. Right up here on the freeway. So it's blocking traffic. And here's a detour. We'll just head across the detour real quick, and I'll show it off to you. So if we go up here, and then we take a left up here.
This particle board here?
Yeah. It's all issued government safe.
Standard issue particle board. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Damn.
Head across the detour here.
Got some good traction on these tires here.
Scary.
Yeah, it actually leads right back onto the freeway over here. So it's really practical, Cause that train.
I'm noticing noticing you don't have a lot of vertical support there.
Well, did the Titanic ever have any vertical support? And that thing lasted forever. Yeah, but we're not gonna hit no icebergs. So, you wanna just sign off on this? We can get you back to the fire station.
So I'm signing off on that detour, right?
Yeah, you're signing up on a detour. Yep.
Cause you came over with us and you didn't die, so.
Do you mind?
Oh, you want to go back over?
Yeah, let's go back just to make sure it's just to make sure.
What's
that
the V should say?
You're not gonna go back up reverse.
You guys
no
sign
way.
off on the. You guys get the law enforcement out here to have them look over that?
We don't really require law enforcement.
We just need the governor's signature. You came here, you saw it, you approved it, you just sign it. So people come over here asking, where are your permits? Where are your permits? We'll just say, here, the governor here signed it. Look at it.
Oh yeah, you guys need a work permit, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, I can definitely sign a work permit. Train derailments on the freeway, very very serious thing.
I don't even know how you're going back.
I bet they're very serious.
You got some serious grip on these tires, man. I gotta know what brand these are. President? No, I'm the mayor. Or sorry, not the mayor. I'm the governor. Jeez.
All right, you wanna watch out? We gotta get back over this thing.
Yeah, we don't wanna we don't want. Oh God! Did he just fall?
What?
Maybe it's because the windows were a little tinted, but it looked like he just did like a double.
No. He just went back to work. If you want to, we just when we get there, you wanna actually just sign off on the detour right here. Sign right there.
Get the hell out of here!
Yeah, sure. I'll sign it. I've driven over it 3 times. So, I guess, if it's safe enough for me, I guess it's safe enough for the populace, right?
Oh yeah.
Let me go ahead and sign that. Give you guys
the most
your work
dangerous
order.
place to stop, and you're making him sign the detour right here.
Anything illegal that happens here, I'm not responsible. I'm just signing the work order.
There's nothing illegal here.
It's just a detour, man. That's all it is.
I know. Hey, man, I gotta cover my own ass, So we got that Department of Transportation. So I haven't seen much of their stuff driving around. So
we're actually subcontractors with Department Safety Company LLC, Workplace Safety, Work Water Construction, Work Pipe Work Construction, Work Contractors, Republic of Safety, Road Construction, Ocean Management, Pipe Cleaner, Ocean National Committee, Association Cleaner Management, Safety LLC, Safety.
Oh my gosh, that name.
Contractors, Republic.
Oh shit.
Construction, Roadwork, Los Santos, Organic Incorporated, Contract Pipe.
Oh yeah. No, I heard of you guys. Yeah. contractors. You know, hey, everybody's got to make money.
Yeah, you know, I gotta feed my 16 kids and my 13 animals. Is your car?
Yeah, that's mine. Please don't hit it. Oh.
What the hell? Alright, well you have a good day, Mr. Governor.
Yeah. So, by the way, do you mind if I get your business card or insurance card or something?
You gotta really wonder how the hell did they get this train up here?
That's what I was telling him. I was wondering the same thing. How the hell did they get a full-size train up here? Like, it's not like it was on a trailer or nothing. It was driving. They were driving the thing.
Alright, sir, follow the detour, please. Follow the
I
detour.
gotta get back to my time.
What? What the fuck? Ah.
Why are there dead bodies in the... Oh, that's so cool. You actually put dead bodies in the van.
You just gotta stop right there.
Bodies
Stay
in the
there,
back.
call the police. Hey, I got this guy. He's got a bunch of bodies in the back of his throat. There's blood and everything.
Oh my god. He's already struggling.
Dude, he's not gonna make it.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
He's gonna freaking.
Oh my.
Oof.
Well, I mean, that's one way to do it.
These guys from the last detour video we did. Oh, the bug might make it. The bug, I have confidence the bug will make it.
No.
Go! No! Oh no! Oh no!
This is why you're homeless.
What is he kicking him in the head?
Told him no candy on the freeway. Applebee's chicken tenders. They didn't listen.
What are you talking about?
What's the point? I don't make any sense. NASCAR far right, 3 left, Applebee's chicken tenders, go forward.
What the fuck does that mean?
Don't ask questions, go.
Oh, okay.
Follow the detour, sir! Oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god.
Jesus.
Not only did he fall off, but he hit the pole going down.
You know, I wonder why the governor even signed off on this.
Oh my god, is this stable? What the fuck? How is this physics? Oh!
How is this physics?
Oh, shit.
Oh, he falls again.
Just to know the governor signed off on this too is just 10 out of 10.
You know what I told that guy?
What?
He's fucking stupid, you know? But I told him, head right, don't go too fast, Chevy Trailblazer, and he just does that. I don't get it.
How many cars are down? Dude, we have several cars crashed down there. They might be still one on the overpass over there. Let me check Twitter really quick. I like even Twitter Department Safety Company LLC.
Are you taking a selfie?
The picture, oh my god, the picture's perfect. I see myself over here.
Alright, sir, keep it going over the detour.
Alright. Straight ahead, you're gonna have the MRP.
Straight ahead, sir, come on. You're blocking traffic. We gotta keep this freeway moving. Sir, you're blocking traffic. We gotta keep this freeway moving.
Follow detour, let's go.
Is this safe?
Is this safe? His famous final words were, oh, why is there a fire? Oh my god, why is the fire department coming down here?
Oh my god.
Oh, look at this guy. Look at this guy.
Oh, damn, he just took a chunk out of the highway. The freaking RV just crashed. Oh,
And
shit.
exploded.
The fire department here.
Turned around and looked at these guys and I said, you should go handle that.
Alright, follow the detour. Let's go. You're blocking traffic.
Let's go. Follow the detour. Come on.
Let's go. Come on.
You good. Go.
Oh my god, he just ran over the freaking fire. Oh.
You're good. Keep it going. Keep it going.
Dude, I think this guy will make it.
Let's see if this guy can do it. Oh my god. Oh, the charger.
The guy in the charger made it, dude.
He did it.
He just made it, dude.
There are people down in the wreckage down there. Let's go. Come on.
Come on, let's go.
What the? I know.
What are you doing?
What the
You
hell are you
can't
doing?
block it.
It's being blocked because words from the governor. So.
Words from the governor? What are you talking about? He
signed
signed off on it.
If we feel like this is unsafe,
Call off the governor. Call off the governor. Call the governor.
What the hell did you do? It's Larry Susan.
Yeah, I hear you. What's going on?
What the hell are you doing? You're shutting down the detour? You already approved it.
There's a note on the
Cars
ground.
over the freeway.
I'll be there in person in just a minute.
You need to
Drive
tell.
right now. And...
You gotta make a U-turn.
No, don't touch me. Why do you?
Ah! There are cops just racing up to it. Oh, something just blew up. Oh my god. What just freaking happened?
Dude, a car just fell off and blew up.
They're trying to
this
block,
is bike
they're
lane.
trying to block off the detour.
I saw anybody, they're gonna push me off. Get these cars out of the way. I got
Train's
Okay,
fully
look, all right,
loaded.
so-
I don't
hey,
think
hey,
you
hey,
understand.
all right.
It's fully loaded
Listen,
with lead.
Hey, okay. All right, I understand you're mad, but at the same time, you have to understand my position, okay?
These idiots, they're drunk. They're drunk. They're driving straight off the edge. Not even
All right,
going on the detour. Yeah, we gotta get these ambulances off the detour. This thing's gonna collapse.
I can
Ambulance.
see the train car behind me there.
Did you see my
That didn't hit any
reply?
load-bearing structure.
Yeah, look at my notes. That's I'm like, I was actually left. You robbing my house?
Uh-huh. Did you
You
even
find the
read the
name stash?
note? Did you even... Oh, yeah. No. Why are you selling your house? Why are you selling your house? Oh, man. Dude, it's almost like a... I've had no fucking luck. I've been doing this for hours and no comics. Oh, I'm so tired. Oh, what happened to your fucking bonnet? It's right here. Oh, what the fuck? Can you see it? Or no? You see it? You see it? Bye. Hey. Can I kick in this thing? Right. No? Can I kick with a bike? How do you do it? How do you kick on an actual bike? You know? How you kick on an actual bike? Hello? That doesn't work. It doesn't work. No, it doesn't work. Oh.
Hello, can you hear me now? Hello? Hello?
Huh?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. How do you do the
Yeah,
kick?
it's your X muscle while you're well, you gotta be
Okay,
riding
so
the
it
bike. You
doesn't-
can't stand
yeah.
still.
Doesn't work on a bicycle then.
Let me try it.
It doesn't work.
It really doesn't.
It doesn't.
What the fuck? Some of them they do.
Really? Which one? The BMX?
I think so, I don't know.
No way.
Not sure.
Oh, well, anyways, bye. guys, no, you know, don't do that type of stuff here on the Twitch. Remember, anything you see on Twitch is not supposed to be. Jesus Christ. See, I have luck with this. Oh shit! Oh shit! I know, right? I've had no luck.
All it did was take out some of this wall here. That is not going to cause a collapse.
No, on the detour.
We're engineers, don't you get it? We're engineers, we know things, alright? You push paper.
I got a master's degree in detours, alright?
Master's degree in detours.
Alright, and I worked as a mechanic and structural engineer for the military for many years. And if this was a master's degree, don't you think you'd be holding that together with more than duct tape and dreams?
That's glue, actually, sir, not duct tape.
I'm trying to prevent people from being harmed and make sure you can get done what you want to do. Is that okay?
Oh my god. The mass amount of cars going over the bridge right now. Oh! Oh, it's how it just fell over. Oh, that other car just fell on the other inner pass.
I need to get someone here right now who's in charge of highway patrol.
We're gonna move this thing out of here.
Here, let's go.
No. No.
Let's go. Let's go.
No.
So like one lost fly with a watch.
We got another apparatus down.
Good work, everybody. Good work.
Sir, can you like make the detour sit? What?
Good. Can I do
Have
the
you
what?
seen
The
how many
detour?
cars that
Yeah,
fell
we got the
down?
detour working. Yep, it works.
Have you seen how many cars that fell down? This is
Shit.
very unsafe.
That's
sir.
what happens when they
Dog!
You're
about to get fucked, bitch. You gotta make it quick.
You gotta
Obviously, you gotta move. You gotta move out of the way.
Bitch.
All right.
No,
All right.
not the semi truck. Not the semi truck.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Holy shit! Oh, the driver's like fucked up. The cops are trying to hold the people back, but the people want to go on the detour anyways. Dude, there's so many flipped over cars everywhere. There are destroyed cars everywhere.
Hey, get in the truck. We're going to service the detour. Officer, move.
We made
You
this.
gotta
Don't
move.
worry about it. We made
Watch
this.
out. All right, come on. All right. Move.
Okay, so here's the situation. If you drive over that, you're taking your own life in your hand and there's nothing the law can do for you. You okay with that? Because if you die, that's on you. It has nothing to do on me, the government, or anyone else.
It's false propaganda. The bridge.
I
the
mean, we're
detour.
gonna die regardless. So
Listen, you gotta get moving.
The detour is 100%
Listen, we
safe.
took the
It's the
governor
idiots
over
that
this
die.
thing 3 times and even going backwards.
Listen,
This thing's
I
safe
filed
You know how
for
many
them.
you know how many people a year choke on their food and die?
Whenever I
A
woke
lot
up
of
this
people.
All
morning,
right,
I ate a
fine.
bowl of
I mean, you
cereal,
want to go over?
walked my
That's up to
dog,
you.
All right,
and then
he wants
swallowed
to
a
go
grenade.
through.
He
All
He
right,
wants to go
come on.
All
through.
right, she's
Move
all
out
right.
of the
Move
way.
aside.
All
She
right,
wants to go
boys.
through.
Move aside.
Yeah,
Move
let 'em
aside.
through. They're morons, but let them through. Hey, look, I cannot tell people willingly not to kill themselves. Okay, I don't have the ability. I don't have the authority to do that. If they want to go over there, that's up.
Oh my god.
I feel fine.
Oh my god. No way. No way, dude.
no.
The truck came back over again.
Well, we're already
Ah, this
halfway
goddamn thing's creaking so much.
I know, we're just trying to get this done. The cops are so nervous. You ready for lunch
Is this
break?
safe to walk on?
Yeah, of course it is. We
Yeah,
built it
it's safe for
ourselves.
cars to drive on.
Oh, there goes your jackhammer, Jack.
Yeah, we get
Don't go
them
for it.
all the time. We get free ones. We don't even pay for these things. Hey, where you guys going?
Is that a hole?
A hole?
I.
No,
Someone
that's just
ran over here.
patchwork. We're just patching the
that we were-
detour, yeah?
What about the cars? Oh! He just fell off.
Oh, that's the third time today.
Don't.
Yeah, you're good now.
Fire off.
Yep.
Alright.
Yep, keep coming. Yep, keep coming. Let's go. Let's go. Listen, we already had an agreement with the mayor. If they want to go on it, they can go on it.
The governor overranks the mayor.
Hey, governor. We said governor. He said governor.
No, he didn't. He said mayor.
So
I
you're
don't think the governor would be too happy for his finest.
The governor was telling people not to go through.
That's
so.
it. I'm calling the mayor again. Hey, governor.
Hello, it's the governor. What can
It's
I do
Larry
for you?
Susan, you bitch. Anyway.
Mr. Susan, what can I do for you?
Listen, we have some problems here.
You don't say. What is it?
Listen, we got these firefighters. They're blocking the damn street off. They're not letting us do what you agreed for us. They have literally the entire bottom of the whatever the hell this thing is with fire trucks. They blocked it up with fire trucks.
Exactly. I know. I told them to block the intersection down
God
here to
damn
make
it,
sure
that's
that
not
no
what we
civilian-
agreed on, Governor.
Oh my god. Okay, look, here's the situation, okay? What, you can't get, are you telling me you cannot get construction equipment up through the traffic?
We
Is that what
can't
you're
if we
telling
got fire trucks blocking the damn thing and we have civilians that need to get... It's an express lane to get to the grocery store they probably want to get to, you know what I'm saying? This detour allows them to get there, okay? We need this open.
Yeah, as a potentially a threat to their well-being. Look, man, I'm trying, like I said, I'm trying to help you do your job.
A good idea.
All right, so if you're trying to get construction equipment up here, I can definitely help with that, and I will once again tell the fire department that if somebody with construction equipment, you know, heavy lifting, whatever you need to do to get up there, if they want to come back and do that, that's fine.
So you
But as
are
far as
honoring our
civilians
agreement.
driving up,
Okay, so you want me to tell these firefighters to move all this stuff right now?
I need a personal fucking
okay,
call.
no. Only,
All right,
no,
great.
no, no,
Thank
no.
you so much, Governor. Thank you so much.
That's not what I. Okay, you can call the governor all you want.
Hung up on him.
Move these hunks of junk out of here right now.
I need a call from the
Yeah.
governor right the fuck now to do
Get him
that.
right
All
here.
right, you gotta
Get him right
move
here.
these trucks.
I'm not doing it.
He's like, no,
Get
no, what?
equipment
That's not
up
what I
here,
said. And I just
fuck.
said, thank you, man.
This
The governor
thing's
just hung
gonna
up
stay
on him.
blocked. Oh, it's not our fault they chose to do that. All right. No.
Oh, I
no,
got it.
no.
I got it.
No, all right.
Oh, we got the car coming through. Hell yeah.
We have moved the engines so that you can get construction equipment up through here to move the train.
Excellent, excellent. Okay, now we have an agreement.
That was what we needed to do.
That's excellent. Governor, I respect everything you do for this state. Really, you gave me a job and everything like that when the economy collapsed. But let me tell you, we can't be doing our job if the police are blocking our damn bottom of a detour. You know what I'm saying? So I'll give those cops
Bottom of the
5
detour.
minutes.
How are they? How
No,
are,
look at them. Look at them.
Look at
We
that.
couldn't even get a car
Could
through
you
there.
get your car
You
through
see
that?
That's the point. They're okay. They were
Alright.
trying to prevent standard civilian. Right now, there's a bunch of locals trying to run the friggin' thing and cause
Oh,
problems
we
for
can
everybody.
deal with the goddamn locals. We can deal with
Yeah,
the
locals.
locals.
All
I
right,
killed
everyone
7
is-
locals.
All right,
That was
listen.
this morning.
If they want tow, they can go on the other side
Listen,
get it from there.
I'll give them 5 minutes to
And we
move
can
one of their
block-
cruisers, otherwise I'm going down there
No,
with the tow
that's not
truck.
how it works. We're not gonna bring a truck on oncoming traffic.
The road
Are
is
you
blocked.
dumb?
I mean, that's
Are you?
actually
It's
perfectly
not
fine as
blocked.
long as they have
It's
police
not blocked.
blocking
There's
up.
still traffic on that road.
All right, so I'm gonna. Okay, you want them to move a cruiser so you can get construction vehicles up
Jesus,
here,
how
right?
fucking
Yeah, and if
stupid are you?
civilians wish to come through the detour to get an express lane home, they can take it up to their discretion, as you said earlier, right?
That
Just
was
like if somebody
for
wanted to
people that were
goddamn
already on the bridge.
no, if somebody wanted to kill themselves, you couldn't stop them.
It's
could you?
nothing. It's not even a deadly detour. It's the safest one
Yeah,
we've
nobody's
made.
died yet.
It's
Nobody-
the
there's
safest
not
one
even-
we made.
Nobody's died? Really? Okay, talk to a trucker who has a pull through his skull. Talk to the guy who
Whoa,
fell
I
off the bridge
can't,
with
'cause
his
he's
kid in
dead.
the back seat and got blown. What do you want?
Well, listen, that ain't really our problem, okay? We can't, you know.
Not even, that probably wasn't even because of us. I think you're confused. We're not trying to bring goddamn civilians up here. We're trying to bring work vehicles. You see this goddamn train? Yeah, the goddamn train derail on the highway. All right, no, stop interrupting me. You need to understand that we had a train driving over this overpass and it derailed. All right, that's thousands of tons. That's
Honestly, I'm
thousands
really
of
surprised
tons
that
on
a
this
train was
highway
able
right
to
now.
jump tracks that high into the
That's
air, but
that's thousands of tons on this highway right now. This thing could collapse if we don't get this thing off. You guys are stopping us from doing
okay,
this.
look, guys, listen. That is the sound of metal grinding. That is not a good sound. So here's what we're going to do. We are going
Get this goddamn train off the highway. That's what we're gonna do. We need these goddamn cars moving out of the way. Look
Let's
how
move
many
this
cars
truck.
you got
Let's
back
get
there.
this shit
Move this guy.
The thing is, as long as you shut down this road, make them use the next exit, that would be absolutely great. That's what we need right now. We don't want them
That's what we're trying to do, and you're trying to stop us from doing that.
You built a detour that killed people, so that's why we're here. When you stop killing people, the fire department will
We
leave.
didn't kill. Hey, okay. If we killed somebody, why am I being arrested? Huh?
You will most likely
Sheriff,
be
you're good to
receiving
go
lawsuits.
for now. Yeah.
We should move the train so we can justify opening the off ramp again, and then we'll block it off later on. Only a few people have actually survived going across this. Okay, so let's move this train over so we have like the right lane open.
Fire trucks are clearing out. You have a clear way up here. They're moving stuff out of there. Your truck that's blocking the right lane is fine. It seems to be doing its job. So you're good. The only engine that I'm told is going to remain here is the one that's on the shoulder there, and that's just for potential emergencies. My car just...
That's okay, we can throw it.
The mayor's car, the governor's car.
Trying not to lose my mind right now.
Alright, man, we all have those days.
The only emergency vehicles that are staying on standby is the fire truck that's in the shoulder over there that isn't blocking traffic.
It's alright, Governor. Thank you for coming up here to clear it up with us. We appreciate it.
Yeah, I mean, the situation's... I just want to make sure you guys are aware of the situation, and also apparently I'm going to have to go to a body shop again to get my car fixed because Blue Hat over there decided to T-bone it with the tow truck, so...
He's a rambunctious one, that one.
Yeah, I noticed.
Alright, so we just opened the other lane of traffic, so now we can justify having people drive up on the freeway to the killer detour. We'll probably have to block it off again for some BS reason to make them force.
Oh no.
So we'll have like the AI traffic just going through, and then we're gonna have like real players. We're gonna make them go down the freaking detour again.
Oh, I can't believe these goddamn guys tried to shut us down for the something that the governor signed off on.
I can't believe it either. I'm sick and tired of it.
How's everything going up here?
It's going smoothly. Now we moved the train. We're still a few hours out from the actual guy to come grab the train. We don't have the equipment here.
Yeah, I get that. I'm just waiting down there in case anybody falls off, because that's pretty much inevitable at this point.
We'll have to see. You know, you never know. We did a pretty good job on the detour. It's flawless. Beautiful. It's immaculate.
As you guys said, there are some pretty good dumb people. Pretty much my entire job is protecting people from their own stupidity.
We got another person coming up right now. We're gonna direct him.
Just checking here for any 911
Yeah, follow detour, sir.
Hey, move, let's go.
Let's go, come on. Speed it up. Speed it up. Let's go.
Do you seriously expect me to
Hey,
drive
don't have
over
all day, asshole, move.
Drive, let's go. Come on. Let's go. Over the detour. What are you doing?
What the hell? What kind of
This
detour
lane's
is
for locals.
this?
This is for you.
Safe and OSHA certified. Now move.
What? Yeah,
I don't
we're
think
OSHA
it is.
certified. Follow the
Didn't you
detour.
Certified.
Didn't you guys say you had a
Don't
lane?
worry, I'm OSHA
We do,
certified.
for
This
locals.
is safe.
Yep, just
Come
keep
on.
going over it. Yep, there you
Keep
go.
going. Keep going. Keep
Yep,
going.
keep going. Yep.
Keep going.
Come on, come on.
Keep it going.
We're doing this a murder.
Dude, this guy is gonna freaking fall in like a second. He has no traction.
Go walk up on there. Make sure you can't walk off.
So I see you're a big fan of Hot Wheels, because this is only a creation that could come with one of their workshops.
How'd
Jesus
you know
Christ.
we were inspired by Hot Wheels? How'd you know that?
I couldn't. It was a tough guess. I couldn't tell if you were basing this off of a goddamn roller coaster, or if you're basing it off of Hot Wheels. This is. Oh my god. Oh no, he's going over. He's going over. God damn it.
Oh, we landed on another car down there. We have so many cars going on this now. What the hell? Oh my god.
Jelena.
Why do I sound like Kid Charles? Oh my god. Oh! Oh! He's dead.
Oh, dude, this guy's gonna get across. Oh, dude, that guy in the draft.
Oh.
Get across.
Oh! Oh! Oh, that guy's probably dead. Another successful
Oh,
day.
shit.
All right, I think it's time to go get some lunch. What say you?
Yeah, you wanna go get some lunch? Alright,
All right, let's go. Come on. Whose car are we taking? We taking this one? We'll just leave the train here. I actually never called the guy. I never called the guy. Let somebody else deal with that.
Ain't our department's problem. Who the fuck deals with trains? It ain't DOT.
Yeah, who the fuck even got a train derailed up here? Some of that jackass is driving a train on the highway.
Idiots, man.
Yeah, I tell ya. Can't believe some of the shit they do.
The police are gonna be hunting for us
Santos,
after the
man.
detour. There goes the fire trucks to go deal with the people blowing up the bridge.
Grass clearing, marking with flares.
Oh my god, they're calling in for a freaking EMS heli right now to evac all these people out. This is amazing. The amount of just sheer destruction we caused by this detour.
Excuse me, officer.
Yep.
Alright, you take care of them. I need to go check.
I would very much like to press charges against the individuals running this fucking train wreck.
Yeah. I'm not a cop. I'm a firefighter at the moment, but.
You're gonna go up to the top, and they're gonna see that nobody's there.
They got a helicopter evacuating the people who got injured. There are people on the other side of the freeway that are absolutely messed up. Oh,
Sir, can you
broken
hear me?
ribs.
Hello?
Not awake.
We have a guy down over here with broken ribs. He fell out of his vehicle. We have another motorcycle. Two motorcycles down in another blue vehicle. We do not. I can't find the victims in the other vehicles.
My question to the audience watching this video, would you take this detour if you were paid a good amount of money? Would you go on this detour?
It's like a goddamn video game. Trying to make a fucking sky bridge.
Man, I don't know. I'll go talk to the construction guys up there about this.
Oh, trust me. I'm going to as soon as I make sure my fucking car is still running. Do they have any idea how expensive that car is? Right, well, if that's the case, if you want to look at it... What the shit? What's going on? Oh, I'm taking a picture of that. Oh my god!
They seem to be going all fine.
You better not fall on my fucking car.
The detour's so falling apart over there.
I'm so happy right now.
Oh my god, what just happened? Something just exploded. I missed it. Dude, I don't know how that car just blew up.
Where the fuck is my car? No. Oh my lord.
Poor Kaz, car's freaking engulfed in flames.
All right, who's in charge here?
I was gonna say, technically, out of anyone, Fire Marshal's doing the investigation and handing over evidence to.
Why is this man shirtless?
I'm shirtless at this time because I got oil over my shirt.
Okay, who is in charge of this construction debacle?
We're still trying to find who that is.
Our fire marshal is trying to track down people at this time. I'm still trying to do this. We just got a call for a firefighter down.
Yep. Try to get the governor down here because that's a chore.
Alrighty, I'm going to go ahead and end this stream. Let's see if we can raid. I got work tomorrow, so I have to, you know, go to bed. Let's see. I do like raiding Kermit. Let's go raid Kermit.
Alright.
Oh,
We
yeah,
should get one
space
straight off
jam
the
now.
bat here. We'll just go hard to start it off. Don't want to do an expert, it'll take too damn long.
Go raid Kermit the Frog. Any luck with his, you know,
yep.
his, I want him to use a pad, honestly.
We'll get the fingers nice and warm. I've got the last, like, how many pursuits that I've done